Welcome everyone to round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. I'm Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by Alex Ostrowski. Alex, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's fantastic to be with you and the chat today. Too long have I sat on the sidelines watching Hikaru win all his games, watching your terrific commentary, and really happy to join in today as Hikaru is on board one in the lead of the FIDE Grand Swiss.
Yeah, it's great to have you here today, Alex. And we see Hikaru opening up with a hyper-accelerated dragon. I know you teach a lot. Is this an opening you teach to your students, or do you have any familiarity with this opening?
I do, as a matter of fact, funnily enough, both the Accelerated Dragon and the Dragon. These openings, of course, not only do they have pretty cool names, but they're also known to be pretty aggressive lines. Obviously, the Sicilian is a fighting opening, and the Dragon itself leads to a lot of fascinating battles. You have this bishop in the long diagonal, opposite side castling. But I don't know about you, Benjamin. To me, this is a little bit of surprise that Hikaru chooses it. And it tells me that he's really in a fighting mood for this game.
Yeah, and it's definitely a surprise to me. He's recently played the Sicilian, but he would often play the move knight c6 on the second move, inviting the move d4 or the Rossolimo with the move bishop to b5. Now, with g6, like we said before, we can go into a hyper-accelerated dragon, but the additional option white has here is the move c3. And actually, funnily enough, that could lead to a position that Hikaru had earlier on in the tournament. I think against Raunak. Raunak played c3 here, and Hikaru played d5, and after takes d4, he played the move g6. And we could get something very similar after, let's say, c3 in this position, as I think Hikaru will do the same thing. He will probably play d5 again.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, I watched Hikaru's recap of that game, and he was mentioning how in that matchup he was I don't know if he was exactly surprised by c3, but he mentioned that his opponent doesn't normally play the Alapin, so he decided to play this g6 move because he mentioned that he hadn't played it much, and his opponent wouldn't have expected it. But now, as he had that just several rounds ago, it cannot be a massive surprise to Esipenko. Of course, as you mentioned, he has played knight c6. I remember he had this terrific win over Lanier Dominguez in the American Cup and the Kalashnikov. But still, this G6 move, he's played a similar system earlier in the tournament. So Esipenko has to be at least somewhat prepared for this line. But another thing I want to mention is Hikaru's on 3 in a row. 2 of those games he won with, did he win 2 with the black pieces or 1? I think just one.
He won
one against Amin Tabatabai.
Yeah.
But that was a Tarash opening against D4, which is also known as not quite the most, let's say, opening that you play for equality, but a fighting defense. So I think Hikaru is, he's feeling, the hype train going, and he wants to continue it with these counter-attacking openings and not just the Berlin, which he's, of course, very famous for being one of its excellent practitioners.
No, I like this opening approach because if he plays the Berlin, he's just waiting for his opponent to show their preparation, right? Here, he is the first one to take his opponent out of book. And I'm very curious to see what Andre is going to do. Like I said before, the move c3 here is quite critical. Another critical approach against the Accelerated Dragon. And there we have the move c3 on the board. But I just wanted to say another critical approach is white going for the Maraxi bind with bishop with d4 and then the move c4. But we have c3 on the board, and I think we will see Hikaru playing the move d5 here, as that will lead to a similar line that he played against Raunak in round number 2, right? Round number 2.
Yeah, and again, the downside of this move order of the Accelerated Dragon or the Hyper Accelerated Dragon with the very early G6, as you mentioned, is of course the Maraxi bind. So it's interesting to see Andre switch it to the C3 move, because my understanding is that the Maraxi is the most critical, but this C3 approach is of course very viable and also quite safe. But here we have some moves very, very quickly. We get E5 instead of E takes D5, and now Hikaru A6. So this move on the side of the board played very quickly, obviously part of his preparation. Presumably the idea is that Hikaru wants to follow with knight c6, avoiding any bishop b5 ideas, and down the road some kind of bishop g7, maybe bishop g4, putting some pressure on that e5 pawn, and trying to just put pressure on the center in general. Another thing I want to point out, this actually, now that I look at this position, reminds me a little bit of my beloved Karakan defense, where sometimes I'll play like e4, c6, d5. My opponent plays the advance with e5, and I'll have quite a similar position to this.
Exactly. Yeah, and Hikaru also has a lot of experience in these types of positions. Often he plays the modern with the move g6, and then after d4, he likes to play these setups with c6 and then d5, and then often he pressures the center with the move c5. However, it can be a little bit dubious as white gets a lot of space. Hikaru is still moving very quickly, so that tells us that he's still in his preparation. I wonder what he has in mind after the move d4. Like you said, I think he wants to go knight c6, pressure the center, and not be bothered with the move bishop to b5. And Hikaru also mentioned recently that he's been studying a lot of chessable courses, which begs the question, which course do you think he's got this opening from?
This has got to be from his colleague, Super Grandmaster Anish Giri's Dragon course, I guess. Although that course is not on the Hyper Accelerator Dragon, but I do remember that course does have this D5 idea against the Alapin with G5, G6 move order. So that's my best guess. Of course, who knows? But I was actually thinking the same thing because, as Hikaru has mentioned multiple times, these guys are doing all the work for me. You know, it's fantastic. Just copy what they're saying. But what do you think? Do you know which course this is from, or is this maybe from an unreleased Hikaru course that we're going to see in the upcoming months?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, he has been hinting at maybe releasing a course or something. So perhaps he's planning on publishing a course himself. But yeah, there are a few courses out there on this opening, so perhaps he studied those. And yeah, so let's say white goes d4 here, right? That looks like the most logical follow-up. We go knight to c6. And let's say white just develops with bishop to e2. I suppose we're going to challenge white center with a quick bishop to g4, and we might delay the trade here, as that gives white access to the c3 square for their knight.
Yeah, absolutely. This tension between the d4 and c5 pawns is always a question for both sides to ponder, because on one hand, like you mentioned, if black trades on d4, white gets access to the c3 square. But if we don't trade on d4, there could be some scenarios where white can take on c5, and sometimes, of course, this wins a pawn, but at other times, even if you don't win that pawn, maybe white can follow with b4 and a queenside initiative. So it could be pretty double-edged. But for sure, double-edged is exactly the type of position Hikaru is aiming for today. And, of course, this is a slow game. The players have tremendous amounts of time to consider to consider their moves. But I think it's a good sign when on move 4, already your opponent is starting to use their own time. Obviously, most of the times that's going to mean they are out of preparation and they have to start coming up with their own ideas.
No, I really like this approach by Hikaru. Like we said before, on move 2, he already surprises his opponent. And as early as move 4, Esipenko is on completely unfamiliar ground. I think it's very unlikely that he's ever looked at this. Otherwise, he probably would have already played the move d4. Again, it looks very natural. You put the pawn in the center, strengthen your e5 pawn. I guess there is also something to be said for a move like h3, making sure the black cannot do this. But overall, I am a little bit surprised that this move d4 is not on the board. And also, I would like to add that I think Esipenko is a player that often ends up in time pressure. So from that perspective, it's also a really good approach by Hikaru.
Yeah, this time control, it's quite long. You have the multiple time controls, right? You get extra time move 40, then you get extra time move 60. But somehow, and I'm definitely very guilty of this, no matter how much time some players have, they just use it. They just tend to use it and use it. You could always kind of justify going into these long things. And one thing that stood out to me from Hikaru himself that he said on multiple occasions is that strong players or strong experienced players, they know how to utilize the clock, that you know how to utilize when to spend the time in the critical moments and when to put pressure on the opponents. So again, it's very early in the game, but it'll be interesting to see if that plays a role. Another thing, while Esipenko ponders his move, if we could go back a couple of moves instead of Hikaru playing d5 here, I know there's a variation that goes bishop g7 immediately, then white plays d4, cd, d5, e5, and in this position, one of the moves that's logical for black, for example, is this move bishop to g4. There's, of course, knight h6, knight c6, etc. But I know one of the key ideas after bishop g4 for white is to play this move bishop b5 check. And we can see this is, of course, the structure is a bit similar, but also a bit different from the current position in Hikaru's game. First of all, the bishop's already committed to g7, which is a little bit blocked by this central pawn wedge. But now, after this bishop b5 move, which of course is no longer available in the game, black has a difficult decision because the move knight d7 is a little bit passive. You would prefer that knight on c6. But if you do play knight c6, then white will just capture that knight. And this weakness on the c file, both the c6 pawn and the c5 square, could be quite a long-term issue for black. So I'm just pondering these ideas that I'm aware of, and it's helping me get a better idea of this a6 move and also this nuance that Hikaru Hikaru delays playing bishop g7, maybe we'll see him focus on queenside development or something else in lieu of saving that tempo.
Exactly. And I just saw Hikaru's second or former second Nicolas Ushenbate walking by in the background. And I wonder if this is perhaps something they have looked at. And but yeah, you excellent explanations indeed. Like I said, he's delaying the trade. He's also stopping bishop to b5, and we have not committed our dark squared bishop just yet. We can sometimes develop the bishop perhaps here to trade off the bishops. Then the knight will come out to h6. It can come out to f5 to put a lot of pressure on that d4 pawn. So again, I really like the opening approach here by Hikaru. And Alex, I wanted to ask you, you recently played a tournament in Qatar. How was it to play alongside Hikaru and Magnus? What was your experience there?
Yeah, that was a fantastic experience for me. Of course, unlike my wonderful seasoned co-host, you, Mr. Bach, I'm just a lowly noob international master. So it's not quite often that I get an opportunity to play with and along many of the world's top players. So indeed, I was at the Qatar Masters. Saw Hikaru several times. We have wonderful photos for my memories. But yeah, it was really cool. Of course, Magnus was there, Hikaru was there, and not even just those top guys, just being in this atmosphere where, you know, everyone is very professional, everyone's coming in their suits and their Sunday best, let's say. I really felt like I was in a place and in a tournament where chess was really like a highly regarded activity, and not just, you know, some like random board game. So I had a great experience there. I made some new wonderful acquaintances and friends, and my result in the end was actually decent as well, which always helps. I won my final 2 games, so I'm looking forward to returning to that event, many events like that. And I have a question for you, Benjamin, because I saw you in the pre-registration list, but I didn't see you there. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, I'm still a student at St. Louis University, and I just have VAR, the head coach, sign me up. But at the end, I decided not to play. It was just like it's a far travel, and at the end, it seemed like a very tricky tournament. You know, a lot of underrated players. We saw a lot of players suffering and losing their rating. So I decided, like, well, I'll just stick to the commentary booth. You know, make the safe decision, and keep my rating, as I saw so many of my colleagues losing lots of points.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of these, very, very strong young players, from India, from Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, lots of upsets. But yeah, at one point you're going to have to put on the line, or not, I guess.
I know.
But you gotta, you can't win if you don't play. I also have another question for you. I don't know exactly the full process for this Grand Swiss, but were you eligible to play in this one as well?
Yeah, I like at the end I got a wild card, but the thing is, it took them a long time to confirm one, and at that point I had already committed to doing commentary on here, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Like, had they sent an invite earlier, I probably would have played, but by the time they finally sent one, I had already committed to sitting here in this chair and talking about chess instead of playing myself. And I also wanted to ask you, Alex, you still play a lot of tournaments. You're still actively pursuing the GM title?
Yeah, so I recently, not only did I play in Qatar, I actually was away for 35 days from the country in general. I played a couple of tournaments in Budapest. And I mean, I enjoy playing. I enjoy competing, studying, just everything that comes along with chess. Of course, my goal is to become a grandmaster, but I have one norm. My rating has taken quite a hit over the years. I used to be 2460, 2500, of course, is the required rating. I actually managed to drop down all the way to like 2350, but now I'm back to 2390. So again, trying to take it incrementally, just trying to improve bit by bit, get back to my former peak. And again, of course, I would love to do it, but I'm also realistic that right now I'm not particularly close. But in general, I just enjoy playing, enjoy traveling. So I have more tournaments up ahead. And hopefully I get it. And, it'll be GM Bach and GM Ostrovsky here in the studio one day. And of course, GM Cat as your wonderful, third co-host on the camera feed.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, no, I do hope that you make it. And I definitely keep pushing. And you're right. I mean, I feel like that of course, it's not easy to get a 2700, but I feel like if I want to get there, I should make a push sooner rather than later. In the meantime, Esipenko is still in
Deep in the
thought. What
tank.
do you, deep in the tank? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, D4 is, of course, the completely natural move here. Just take the center, overprotect E5. I mean, I'm not sure if he's even considering other moves. I mean, like H3, of course, is logical. Like Black wasted a tempo on A6, White can waste a tempo on H3. But I think that he's more pondering about not this current move, but the next 5 moves of the game. How is he going to set up his pieces? And this is something that I also do all the time where maybe it's a lot more practical. Just be like, okay, let's play D4. Let's just figure it out later. This is obviously a useful move. But sometimes you can't help if you're a little surprised to be like, all right, what is my opponent trying to do? Maybe what is my plan? Next 5, 10 moves. And it's very easy to go into a long think because the possibilities are extremely vast when you're in this early stage of the game. So I feel like he's just a bit surprised. He's trying to collect himself, figure out a game plan. But again, for Hikaru, he's already up 15 minutes in the clock. I'm sure this is not the end of his knowledge in this variation. So psychologically, at least, I'm sure he's feeling quite happy at this point with his opening choice.
Yeah, it's the Hikaru effect. It's the Hikaru effect. He's putting the pressure on Esipenko, who is taking a little bit longer than he usually would. But yeah, I'm surprised as well. Like, you can make an argument for a move like H3 to stop bishop G4, but let's say Black plays knight C6. You cannot delay the move D4 for too much longer, because let's say you go bishop B2. At some point, Black might play the move D4 themselves to make sure that White cannot put the pawn on D4 and defend this one over here. So I would say, why don't you go ahead and play the move D4 already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe we can also think about what Hikaru should do. Of course, I think knight C6 is basically automatic against almost any white move. Of course, there's this D4 idea as well, which looks very interesting and principled for Black, as you mentioned, if White doesn't do it. But one thing I'm curious about is, could there be some kind of very rapid-fire F6 move? Because, again, he hasn't played bishop G7. This might seem a little strange, but what if there's some kind of knight C6, F6, and then if there's a trade on F6, okay, like taking with the knight seems logical, but is there even some kind of pawn trade and bishop d6, knight e7 setup? Maybe I'm being a little bit over optimistic, but I'm also kind of thinking at this point, what is Hikaru's kind of subtle plan here? Again, delaying the bishop move, playing the early a6. I guess it's going to depend exactly on how Esipenko sets up his pieces in the coming moves. Yeah, knight c6 for sure, I think, is almost a pre-move here for Black.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we have the move d4 on the board by Esipenko. Okay, now I expect knight c6 from Hikaru. You could also trade first, but again, the knight can then come out of c3. The one thing you have to wonder about is White going to take on c5? I think the answer is no. I think the pawns get a little bit too weak with bishop g7, followed by bishop to g4, queen c7 perhaps as well. So I think taking on c5 is a little bit premature. And how is Esipenko going to defend his center? Is he just going to go bishop e2? I guess so. And what I like here for Hikaru is a setup where, let's say at some point we do take. We go bishop g4, put pressure here, and let's say White goes knight bd2, right? This is pretty typical, so that in case Black takes, you can recapture with the knight. And perhaps here move like bishop h6, so that in case all of these trades happen, Black at least already gets to trade off a lot of pieces so that the space advantage is not as significant.
Yeah, that's very interesting, this bishop h6 move, skipping over bishop g7. I would, and I guess this is like a general, an interesting idea. I do think you have to be a bit careful timing it. One wonderful thing would be for Black in some of these positions is to put the pawn on g6, back on g7. Unfortunately, it's not possible, but I have seen some players who like to play these like sideline systems where they, they play bishop g4, bishop takes f3 against almost everything, and then they'll put all the pawns on the light squares. And it's a bit of an easy to play, easy to follow strategy. But sometimes, chess is always a trade-off. You can't have an opening it's great, it's surprising, it's easy to learn. Usually something there has got to give, right? Sometimes you have to sacrifice maybe a little bit of quality for surprise effect or vice versa. But yeah, this bishop h6 definitely seems like an option because he has delayed bishop g7. In the meantime, we see Hikaru very quickly does play knight c6. Maybe he can also, instead of bishop h6, still put on g7 and then try to go for this f6 break down the road. But it's not all that simple going forward, I think, for Hikaru either, at least in my eyes, because White, as long as White just plays like bishop e2, castles, like you said, maybe knight bd2, and maintains that strong center, he hasn't done anything wrong. While Black has played a6, g6, not in the center, so my classical sort of education tells me White could have a bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think indeed it is up to Hikaru to come up with a good setup here. And unfortunately, he is in his preparation, so I'm sure he has something in mind as to how he wants to tackle White center. And again, it's good that Esipenko is in a tank. Hikaru almost up 20 minutes at this point. And yeah, I think he has lots of ideas to do. So bishop g4 is there, maybe knight h6, knight f5 is there. Perhaps a well-timed f6 push might be an option as well. And Alex, as Esipenko is thinking, are there any other games that have caught your attention?
Let's have a look. I know there are some names that have caught my attention. Of course, we know that Hikaru is in first place, tied with Esipenko and Arjun Erigaisi. I'm just having a quick scroll through some of these battles. Of course, many are just in the opening stage. We'll let you know momentarily. Okay, I have one for you. Yeah, sorry.
I had one quick question. Do you speak Russian?
Yes, I do.
So what is the correct pronunciation of Esipenko's name?
Like, first, just Esipenko.
But before you go, may I try? Like, I guess my best try would be something like Andrei Esipenko. Is that good or no?
That's pretty good. I would say Andrei Esipenko.
Okay.
So I probably just have a bit more accent on it than you do, but that was very good. Yeah, he's not Andrew. I did hear some Andrews yesterday. But he's Andrei. Yeah, Andrei Esipenko. By the way, this guy, Esipenko, he's still very, very young. Like, I don't know if he's still a junior, but he's at no more than I would guess 21. And I remember several years ago, he was 27-20. He beat Magnus Carlsen in the Weikense. And he was really, really climbing up the charts. But it seems like maybe over the past several years, he's been a little bit stagnant. He dropped under 2,700, but here he seems to be in great form, of course, leading the tournament after 5 rounds. So these, this young man is certainly, no stranger to top level chess, and it would be great to see, not in this game, but just in general, his resurgence to the top. Because I remember he was considered to be a very, very promising up and coming talent. But Benjamin, I do want to bring your attention to a couple surprising openings that I'm seeing here. One of the games is between features another American. It's between Alexander Predke and Sam Shanklin. And on the adjacent board, there is also a very surprising opening in the game between Wojtaszek and Erwin Lamy. So you can pick whichever one you want first, because these openings might really surprise you as well to see them at the top level.
I'm really surprised to see my good friend Erwin Lamy playing the Albin counter gambit, which arises after d45, c4, e5. Black just giving up a central pawn. The idea is that in case white takes, you go d4 to make sure that this knight cannot develop. But I don't know. I feel like this opening, objectively, it's dubious. This cannot be right. You would be very surprised to see this at the World Championship level. But hey, it's taken a strong player like Wojtaszek by surprise. I'm also somewhat surprised that Erwin doesn't take this as an opportunity to promote his Slav course.
That's right. He does have a recently released Chessable Slav course. I think he has a bunch of other ones too, but no Albans, as far as I remember.
No Albans, no.
So maybe, well, that's the thing. There was another thing, and I saw there's another, strong player in this tournament with a recently released course, Fabiano Caruana, with his Dark Archangel Rui Lopez, but he hasn't even played a single Rui Lopez this event. So maybe it's a fine line between promoting your product and also playing it when your opponent has access to the course. I actually had a game during my past month where I played against this Grandmaster Grover from India, and he has a London course on Chessable, and I was playing black. So before the game, I had a quick look at it, and then during the game, he played it, and we just kind of followed his analysis for a bit. I played a move that I thought was an improvement on the course, and we later had a fighting game that ended in a draw. But sometimes that's the risk. You play your stuff, and your opponent knows what you're gonna do. So yeah, that's maybe a valid consideration. But what do you think? Do you know this specific line, this knight b3, knight g6 position? Because it seems like Wojtaszek, who's a very famous theoretician, being a second for world championship matches, he's also down 20 minutes dealing with this, as you said, quite relatively dubious opening.
Yeah, no, and yeah, I think white can probably just take the pawn on d4. But like I said, what you said is completely true. Indeed, you have to strike the right balance between playing your main lines. But if you put a course out there, like I said, you do also in a way expose yourself a little bit as to what lines you're going to play. But in the meantime, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. So Esipenko, after a long thought, okay, the live board did not update, but fortunately we have the camera. H3 was played by Esipenko and bishop to g7 instantly by Hikaru. So he's maintaining the tension in the center. Do you think he wants to go f6 potentially, force the trade here, and perhaps sack this pawn? Let's put some moves on the board to showcase white can trade on f6 and then take here, but black can then grab the full center. What do you think of this?
Well, this looks fantastic for black in my first impression. Of course, you down a pawn, and white could support it with b4. But not only does Hikaru have this wonderful center, any b4 move is also going to weaken this long diagonal, which the dragon bishop on g7 is going to be very happy to see. I would be very surprised if we see this position on the board. I feel like Esipenko, he's already almost down. I mean, he's down 25 minutes. And I don't, maybe he's an ultra principled player and he thinks this is just the best way to go. But playing this against, a high rated opponent who's clearly in preparation, and you get this very double edged position, which could just be the start of their analysis, seems like a very bad practical decision. But for sure, Hikaru has to go for this f6 idea because the white center just cannot be allowed to be maintained, right? If Esipenko just gets developed and castled and brings his pieces out, then as I mentioned earlier, he will be better. But if Hikaru is able to quickly strike at it with this f6 move, even at the cost of a pawn, then he's going to get the dynamic counterplay that he's looking for.
Yeah. And we have some observant viewers in the chat that are saying that Hikaru had this in 2022 against Nuremberg Aldersatorf. I don't know in what game, if it was like in a Champions Chess Tour event or whatever. But I think at this point, he is kind of committed to going for that f6 push. By the way, we have a move by Esipenko. He played the move bishop to e2. And once again, we want to delay that trade. Like, the viewers might be thinking, okay, why do we go f6 and not take on d4, right? As white can take this pawn on c5. But if we do take and then play f6, white does have access to that c3 square. So there's always going to be trade-offs between the decisions that you make.
Right. And I'm also having a look at the live camera. And do we see Hikaru taking his first thought of the game here?
Yeah.
We do, right?
He seems to be in thought, yeah, but he's got that pose, like, it seems he looked away for a second. And that kind of tells me that he's trying to remember his preparation.
Right. It's not the type of think where it's like, wait, what do I do? It's the think where like, okay, wait a minute. This is where I play f6, right? And you just run through the lines in your mind. But yeah, I'm sure he's looked at in his preparation into positions that are roughly the same, right? Because there's some positions where white does play h3, white doesn't play h3, maybe white plays castles, maybe white plays bishop e3. So maybe these subtle differences, have an effect on the specific move here. But this variation that you showed with the very quick f6, offering the sacrifice on c5, looks very, very enticing, especially because that pawn on c3, as we went over, doesn't allow white to develop the queen side naturally. But he's looking away, he's nodding his head. I'm looking at the camera. So it does seem like a bit of a memory recall here.
Yeah, no, he's staring at the ceiling, like, what is the move here? And I guess he's just trying to remember whether he should include the trade on d4 or not. I think both look fine. Even though white gets the c3 square here, we get a slightly different position. I feel like black should be doing quite fine here. We get castles. We have pretty reasonable development, some pressure on white center. But of course, ideally, we would love to delay that capture and wait for white to play, let's say, knight b2, and then we take, as the knight is not as active as it would be on c3. But the more I look at it, the more I like this pawn sacrifice with the move f6.
Yeah, and I think there's really not many other moves. The bishop on c8 doesn't have a good developing square. g4, of course, is the optimal square, but here it's cut out of the equation. The knight in g8 is pretty stuck. Again, a typical idea is knight h6, knight f5, but d4 seems very, very secure here. So I think it just comes down to, as you mentioned, does he throw in this cd move? Does he play f6 right away? Yeah, I mean, I feel like also just this pawn sacrifice idea, not only might it be objectively better, but it just seems a lot more fun to play, right? Because you just immediately grab the initiative and you force the opponent to play in this very, very combative game where the stakes are quite high. because if you don't either support your pawn on c5 or if you don't quell my central advances, you could just get into a much worse position. Whereas the other line with cd, knight c3, it feels like a bit more stable for white.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I would love. Oh, and we have a move. Yeah, and we have the move f6 by
F6.
Hikaru. The pawns are still on the c file. So f6 on the board. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and does white have an alternative to declining this capture? No, and I'm quickly answered by Esipenko taking back. And now here, yeah, if he doesn't take on c5, let's say Esipenko just castles, Hikaru can do the same and just maintain that tension between d4 and c5. Whenever Esipenko takes on c5, e5 will follow. But if he doesn't take it, then the queenside development is not so simple. At least the knight on b1 has to go to this square on d2. Not the worst square, but on c3, it's just a lot more efficient, putting pressure on the central squares.
Mm-hmm. Right, so let's say you're Esipenko here, right? Do you accept the pawn sacrifice? It looks like the critical continuation, but like you said, Hikaru is still in his prep, and it's always kind of scary going into a sharp position where your opponent knows exactly what they're doing. What would you do right here?
I think we're going to see another thing here because Esipenko spent a long time even considering playing d4, which for all intents and purposes was a move he instantly saw and was pretty obvious. But now he has another difficult practical decision. He's still in the opponent's prep. Hikaru has more time than he started with. So again, do you just grab this pawn, trying to be principled, thinking, okay, like whatever, he's in his prep, but I know this has got to be the best move? Or does he try to play conservatively, like castles, bishop e3, knight d2? Personally, I probably would do the latter. I would probably just castle and bishop e3 because when I feel like a lot of times, when you're surprised, okay, fine, just stay solid and, just get a reasonable position and then we can figure it out.
And we have another move by Esipenko who just decides to castle. I think Hikaru will do the same thing. I think he will just castle as well and continue to sacrifice this pawn on c5. Again, we're not too interested in trading on d4 as that will give white access to the c3 square. So let's say we castle here and white makes a healthy developing move like bishop to e3. I think, again, we want to delay the trade. But if we delay the trade, what move will be useful here for Hikaru?
Yeah, I would love to continue some kind of development, but it's not so obvious. Again, I think the problem here is this bishop on c8. Again, the f5 is like the only reasonable square, but it feels a little bit, I'm looking for the right word to describe it. I was going to say stuck, but not really stuck. Just kind of the diagonal from f5 b1 is not particularly useful. And the bishop kind of blocks my rook. Maybe there's, again, it's far-fetched, but there could be some g4s at some point. So I'm not really sure what to do with this bishop. Saying that, I don't see a better square. So maybe you could just play bishop f5 here anyway. What do you think, Benjamin? Is there any other developing move or useful move that you spot?
Yeah, bishop f5 is definitely an idea. Perhaps another idea is knight h5 to f4. But white could try to stop that with the move queen to d2. And by the way, just to remind everybody, there seems to be an issue either with chess.com or with the live board there in Isle of Man. But the live position we have right now is this one after short castles by Esipenko. As you guys can see, Hikaru is still in thought. So that is the position we have. I'm sorry, it's not on us, but hopefully we can get it resolved soon.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have a wonderful view with the camera feed. I've actually seen some quite funny ones. There was like a game, I think Hikaru was playing against Aryan Chopra. That was round 3, I believe, to start his win streak. And you had this like view, like, I don't know where this camera was. It felt like it was like on the piece. Like that's how close it was to the players. Like it felt like there was like a tiny camera, like on the Black King or something like that. And you could see Hikaru's face and his opponent, Aryan Chopra's face, like between the pieces. I don't know if you saw that, Benjamin. But we've been getting some very up close and personal angles of the players this tournament, I feel.
Yeah, well, what do you make of the nostril cams? Like, that's definitely a first.
I mean, look, people always talk about, marketing chess and making it viewer friendly and making it, spectator sport. And that's what we need. We need these cams. We got nostril cams. We need some ear cams. I guess I should stop there before I get a little bit far. We've made the news with chess has been mainstream talking about all sort of orifices, but yeah, this is what we need. You need some personal, we need some personal shots of these players and drive that viewership right up.
Exactly. Well, on a serious note about the ear cams, when I do play, I like when there are serious tournaments on chess.com, occasionally they do ask players to show the inside of their ears to make sure that the players are not wearing any earpieces. And usually when players get into the playing hall, especially at prestigious events like these, they also scan their ears. So it would make some sense, but hey, if there's something wrong with Hikaru's nose, then at least he's having a nostril exam right here, and we would find out right away.
In the meantime, I think I see some updates to the live board here. So we can, there we go. Perfect. We can rely on this as well as now we can use the nostril cam. We don't need to see the board. Perfect. And and Hikaru's pondering now. So he's finally gone down below this 140 mark. We expected, or we discussed him just castling here, continuing to gambit this pawn on c5. Seems natural enough, because had Esipenko taken on c5 immediately, it feels like it would have just been a transposition, right? Like e5, castles. So it's interesting to see him take some time here. Yeah, I don't see why he would play another move. Maybe he's doing what I described earlier. Okay, I'm going to castle here, and then what's going to happen after that? Because the only other alternative is, again, do you take on d4 or not? And I feel like he's already committed to just going for this pawn sack.
Exactly, yeah. And I think Esipenko will continue to keep declining it, although at some point he will take. So Hikaru is going to have to make a decision. I think I like castles here as it delays the trade and delays the decision. And by the way, you were talking about promoting the game of chess. We already have a very exciting game here between Sheriff and Rapport. This one, and in a very exciting draw in the Sveshnikov. All of this was theory. I'll just go through the game real quick. And at some point, the players went for a move repetition. What do you make of this one? I would say that it's understandable from Sheriff that he repeats the moves, as it seems like Rapport was in his preparation, and it's always a little bit scary when you face a computer.
Yeah, I mean, without looking too much at the moves, of course, we can see both players finish with plenty of time on their clock in the Sveshnikov, which is a very theoretical opening. If you just told me the names, you have Alexei Sheriff, Mr. Fire and Board. He just won a great game yesterday. I don't know if you saw that. He had a nice checkmate to finish it. And then, of course, Richard Rapport, who's known to be a very creative player. You would have thought this is the game to watch for some fireworks. You see the Sveshnikov, it's so sharp. It's so, it's such a fighting opening. But yeah, I mean, very unfortunately, sometimes these things happen where these very sharp lines or these very imbalanced lines somehow peter out into draws. But yeah, okay, like for Sheriff, I guess, like you said, he's facing the opponent's preparation. Maybe it's understandable, but they're both pretty principled players. And I think they're on 3 or 3 now, probably on 3 points, right?
3, yeah.
3. So they need some points if they want to fight for the top spots, especially Richard Rapport, who played in the previous candidate tournament, I believe. So this is his ticket to qualify, but perhaps he just thought, I shouldn't burn my bridges just yet. It's an 11-round event. But yeah, these things happen. They're not great, of course, for the viewers, but promoting the game, as you mentioned.
Exactly. Yeah. And the rating, the spots for the candidates are running out. But I just realized that, although, I mean, there's really an outside chance for. I mean, Rapport realistically doesn't have any chance. I think Rapport only would have a chance to qualify by rating if Hikaru and Fallujah would qualify from this tournament. But I think that's quite unlikely. That both players will make it. So for Rapport, he really has to try to finish in the top 2 in this event. I think for Shirov also, he had a very, very long game a couple days ago against Noterbeck. So maybe he's just happy to make it to the rest day and not burn a lot of energy. But like I said, they're on 3 points. Now they're on 3.5. And they're going to have to stack up some points if they want to have a shot.
That's true. They do have a rest day tomorrow. So maybe they're thinking 2 rest days is better than 1. And of course, I'm sure all our wonderful viewers and Hikaru supporters are aware of the high stakes of this tournament, not just in terms of prestige and prizes, but of course, as you mentioned, the candidate spots. And there's very intriguing because you have, of course, the top 2 finishers of the tournament. They earn the right to play the candidates, but then you also have these other factors. For example, Fabiano Caruana, who's playing is already in the candidate. So if he gets one of those spots, that doesn't really matter. It goes to the next person. And then, of course, you also have the rating spots. And I believe Hikaru and Alireza Firouzja are currently the highest rated players in the world not to have a candidate spot. So there's a race between them as well. But by the way, not to harp on this point any longer, but even if they do get first and second, which would, not be impossible, of course, they're both extremely strong players and near the top finishes. Even then, for Report specifically, it's not clear if he gets it because there's a lot of other players, like Geary and Wesley So and all these guys. I think they're all bunched up in the 2750 range. But yeah, of course, that is probably the most important storyline from the event. Who's going to get these highly coveted candidate spots?
Exactly. Yeah. Also wanted to point out we saw our good friend and co-commentator Christian Kurila in the chat a while ago, so hope he's doing well. And Fabiano, he's on a pretty good score as well. Perhaps we can look at his game real quick to show everyone what's happening there. Fabiano, he is already qualified for the candidate. So let's say Fabiano ends in first or second place, then number 3 from this tournament would qualify as well. And here we have a pretty interesting position. Almost all of the pieces still on the board. I would call this a pretty typical Fabiano Caruana position. He doesn't necessarily have an advantage. He's been talking a lot on his podcast that getting an advantage out of the opening is almost impossible these days since players are so well prepared. But, all of the pieces are on the board. A lot of plays still left. And he has a lot of experience in these Italians and Rui Lopez's.
Yeah, for sure. I have seen quite a bit of his and Christian's, who I did see was in the chat. So hello, Christian. Podcast, very, very informative, very, very interesting. And yeah, I one of the things I also recently heard him say when he was talking about his game with Hans, for example, that he won earlier in the tournament, he was saying he played this like H3 move earlier in the game. And he's like, yeah, this is not really a theoretically, significant move, but it's just like, let's get a game and let's play chess, equal or not. I'm going to try to use my superior experience and skills to outplay you. And perhaps we're seeing something here. I know this Bishop G5 move that he played early in the game. It's not the main move, but it is one of these modern tries against the Italian. And this position that they have on the board, like you said, all the pieces are remaining. Some interesting imbalances, like this bishop on h2 is a bit strange, of course, getting blocked by the d6 and e5 pawns, but he has perhaps provoked black's bishop going back to e7. The kingside pawns are also maybe a little softened up, and he's up 20 minutes on the clock. So yeah, he's got a game, and who's going to be the better player is going to be the pertinent question. By the way, another opponent that might not be so well known to the general audience, his opponent Yevgeny Nair. I believe he's at least in his 40s. Hopefully I'm not overaging him, but this guy, I feel like I've seen him. Of course, he's been a 2650 plus grandmaster for many years. Not exactly one of the top players, but somehow I always see him, whether it's like in the World Cup or in these other really important official events, he's always getting scalps and getting major wins. I think in this tournament, he beat Farham Maksudlu, who's a 2730 player. So yeah, there's a lot of these players in the world who maybe don't get the spotlight that some of the top guys do, but they're all very dangerous and very professional, players.
And yeah, Christian made some good comments in the chat. First of all, he asked, what is the move Bishop H2 all about? I think with the move Bishop H2, Fabiano is making sure that Knight H5 is not coming with the tempo. And also, these players played a couple of years ago in the World Cup in 2017, and actually Nair defeated Fabiano in that tournament and knocked him out. I think also Nair, he's a former European champion. I think he won in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's a very strong player. I think he was rated over 2,700, or at least very, very close. And but that's sometimes how it is in chess. There's all these strong players that not everyone might know of, but here they have a chance to play with the best in the world, and they can show what they're capable of.
Absolutely. And I didn't realize it was actually Fabiano that he eliminated. So, of course, just gives more credence to his strength, and also a little bit, I guess, of intrigue to the matchup. Seeing if Fabi can exercise this demon. Of course, I'm sure he doesn't think of it that way. But what do we have? I see you're drawing this knight h5 to, it's the bishop draws back. And do you want to stick with this one, or should we check on some other games? Should we check on your good friend Erwin's Albin? I'm also looking myself, seeing if there's something interesting going on the other boards.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
looking
let
at
you know
I'm
momentarily.
having a quick look around. Also, what I wanted to tell our viewers real quick is that the last time Esipenko and Hikaru played was in the FIDE Grand Prix in 2022. That was Hikaru's first tournament from a long hibernation, if you will. He had not played for a long time. I think before that, his last game was in November 2019. So it was more than 2 years. Also, of course, for the most part, because of COVID. And Hikaru beat him pretty convincingly with the white pieces. But in the black pieces, it was a fight for survival. It was absolutely insane. Like, it was the last round of the group, and that game would decide who would win the group. Because Hikaru was ahead by half a point, so a draw would be enough for him. Esipenko had to win with the white pieces, and Esipenko was completely winning. It was like +7, but Hikaru managed to survive, and that punched his ticket to the semifinals, and that gave him a big push towards the candidates.
Right. I remember that was the game that he won was in the English opening, I believe. It was white. But did he survive or did he win that next? I thought he won that game as well, not just
No,
survive.
he survived in the
He
Italian. He
survived.
was completely lost.
I think it was like a Vienna or something, even, no? Something, yeah, very aggressive. Maybe I'm misremembering, but yeah, that was I remember there was a little bit of, I guess, maybe some drama or something where not Esipenko himself, but this, I think Hikaru maybe got a wild card to play there, and someone was saying, no, it should have been Esipenko. I think it was, of course, Esipenko supporter, not like a random, person. So I remember there was a little bit of spice to those games, but yeah, they have a little bit of a prior match history. And we have a move on the board, Bishop E3. So again, we did discuss this position. Esipenko keeps declining this pawn sacrifice, and I think correctly so, because DC E5, that's exactly what Hikaru is looking for, and balance the game. I mean, again, I don't know if Esipenko is playing the most optimal moves, but this is okay. Maybe it's not a good thing for him. I was going to say this is exactly what I would have done. Just keep it solid, keep developing, avoid these complications. And again, you haven't really done anything wrong, so you shouldn't be any worse. Do you have an advantage? Okay, maybe not either, but have a stable position without any drama. And then now that you've reached the middle game, we can figure it out and have a fight on equal footing.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, Bishop E3 makes a lot of sense, delaying this capture over here. Perhaps we'll see Knight H5 from Hikaru. And Alex, I think also today, Ding, he is commentating on a tournament. What do you make of that? We haven't seen him play in a long while, but now he's coming for us. He's coming into the commentary booth. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, it's very surprising, but now it makes sense. The first day that I, here on the kick stream, with you, they were like, okay, this is getting bad. We got to bring out the biggest guns. We got to bring out the world champion. Otherwise, no one's going to watch us. But, well, in all seriousness, that's great to hear, because I feel like we haven't heard anything about Ding since he won the title, except, oh, he's not playing this event. Oh, he's not playing the Speed Chess Championship. Oh, I just saw he's not playing the Sinfield Cup. So where is this guy? He's the world champion. Of course, we want to see him in action. But maybe there is some news that we'll hear about this, that maybe he's retiring and he's going into full-time commentary. And me and you will have our work, cut out and have to step up our game. I'll have to bring my cat into the fold, and we'll fight fire with fire.
Exactly. Yep. All right. So Bishop. Oh, by the way, as a viewer is pointing out in the chat, yeah. Well, actually, Hikaru and Esipenko played 4 times in the FIDE Grand Prix, but I was referring to the first Grand Prix in which they played. So in the first Grand Prix, like I said, Hikaru won with the white pieces in an English, and he managed to survive with black in the Italian. But actually, you're absolutely right. In the second Grand Prix, Hikaru, I don't know what he did with white. I think it was a draw, but Hikaru managed. Yeah, the first, when Hikaru was playing white, the game ended in a draw. But when Hikaru was black, he was also under some pressure, but he actually managed to win that game. So they actually played 4 games. So yeah, you and the viewers are we're all right. We're all right.
We're all right.
Everyone's
Yeah,
right
it's the
here.
way it's, yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, they play 4 times. Okay, yeah, it's all blending in, all these tournaments, all these games. We might have even, I don't think we were commentating together for that one. But who knows? Maybe we were. Maybe we were. At this point, it's all ancient history.
Yeah, and I think it was either with Fiona or or Maria. But yeah, that game, I mean, both games against Esipenko were super important for his journey towards the candidates. And hey, this one as well. Right now, Hikaru's chances to qualify for the candidates are looking pretty good. In 2022, really his only path was the candidates, but right now he's leading for the rating spot. And also, I mean, he's got real chance to make it through the Grand Swiss as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But this tournament, it's off to a great start. But it's a very long event, 11 rounds. So again, nothing is in the books yet. The rating spot, of course, also very important. I believe Hikaru is ahead by 7 or 8 rating points over Alireza right now, which is no small number. It's 6, 7 points. It's not much, but yeah, when you're that high rated, those numbers are hard to make up. But again, of course, with so many rounds remaining, you have cautious optimism, but still a lot left to play for. And speaking of playing for, this is a moment where we also were talking about a bit earlier. And I was saying that I wasn't sure exactly what move I would play for black. Of course, I want to keep offering this c5 pawn, but how do I do that? Bishop f5 didn't seem right. I do like your idea of knight h5 because not only are you trying to bring that knight to the f4 square, you also open up the rook on f8 and the bishop on g7 to put pressure on white's position. And we briefly mentioned that white could play queen d2. But now, if I look at it again, that queen on d2 does take away that knight on b1's natural developing square. So perhaps Hikaru can play, again, I have to think what move it is, but some kind of waiting move, maybe even queen c7, just renewing the threat of knight f4. Again, it's kind of a cagey battle now where white has a little bit of development issues to solve. White can still grab the pawn on c5, and Hikaru needs to continue finding these moves that keep the tension in the position.
Exactly. Yeah. And some people in the chat are wondering what is wrong with the move c4. c4 is possible, but it does give up the tension towards white center, and white can also undermine the c4 pawn with the move b3. So I'm not a big fan of that. Like I said, in case of knight h5, white can move the queen out to d2, and that does take away the d2 square from the knight. But, at some point, white's going to take here. And as soon as black takes, then, again, the knight gets access to the c3 square again. So perhaps maybe something like knight h5, then c4 could be a consideration. I really do like the idea of getting a knight to f4. So perhaps, okay, I guess queen e6 is not right here.
Yeah, then DC, yeah.
With a tempo, yeah.
Yeah, no, c4 I really positionally, like, my gut instinct is that I would not want to play that move because you leave white with this very strong d4 pawn. And if you can get undermined with b3, it feels like there's no point. Perhaps if you could follow up with some kind of b5, of course, something like b5, a4 has to be considered, then it could be fine. But at the same time, now that I look more and more at the CD capture, I really don't want to do it if I'm playing black because white's play is so easy. He'll just take back knight c3, rook c1, maybe knight a4. There's these soft dark squares on the queen side, and it just seems relatively simple for Esipenko to implement that plan. Then maybe even b4, a4, b5. So yeah, I think Hikaru really should look for ways to maintain the tension. And you know what? Now, if the alternative is to play c4, I'll take it because it feels like this trade is just giving white exactly what they want.
Exactly, yeah. And some people in the chat were wondering, how does the rating spot work? And as Kasparov pointed out in the chat, the highest rated player as of January 1st, 2024, who is already qualified, gets a spot in the candidates. I think the one caveat is that you need to play enough tournaments, and that is partially the reason why Hikaru is playing here, and he played in Qatar. I think you need to play at least 4 classical events. So after this one, Hikaru will have the World Cup, Norway Chess, Qatar Masters, and the FIDE Grand Swiss.
And
so
American Cup also, right?
Well, that one didn't count.
Because it doesn't
He's
have
not happy about
players.
that one as he won.
That because it doesn't have enough foreign players, right? Is that the rule?
Yeah, the rule is that it's it's an event with only players from the same country, and the only event that is excluded from that rule is a national championship, which the American Cup is not.
But then it's not. I see. Yeah, I mean that rule. I'm sure that rule is a relatively new one that was created because of what happened with Dig Laurent, right, where he was not qualified for the. I mean that was a whole crazy story, right? We could make a whole documentary about his road to the title, multiple people declining / getting kicked out by FIDE. But yeah, of course, if anyone doesn't know, in the chat, Digloren, 2,800. He was qualified by rating for the candidates all of a sudden, but not really because he was inactive. So in 30 days, he played like 30 games against some of his compatriots. And I guess that raised some eyebrows from his competitors in FIDE of the validity of those games. But yeah, unfortunately, Hikaru was a casualty of these rules because, of course, the American Cup, it's even stronger than the U.S. Championship because they only take the very, very top guys in that event. So, but okay, he's got enough tournaments now, and he's in great shape for the rating spot. So it is what it is, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, as Hikaru likes to say. But yeah, no, the thing is, yeah, it was definitely somewhat questionable that they pretty much organized their own tournaments to get games in for Ding. However, he did not gain any rating from those, right? I mean, if he had also gained rating, then that would especially been kind of suspicious. And that raises the question. I mean, let's say Farouja is behind Hikaru for the rating spot. He could technically organize some tournaments in France to get some games in and perhaps win some rating. Do you see any of the players doing that or not?
No. I mean, the thing is, the rules, there's a bit of like a gentleman's agreement, I guess, for lack of a better term. I mean, you would never see something like that happen. I mean, these players are all, I would think, I mean, I don't know them personally, but they seem very professional and I guess relatively honorable. So I don't see that being the case, but I will tell you a story. I'm going to, or without naming names, there was some rule changes in the United States. You might not be aware of this as you are, Dutch, but we have, the U.S. Championship, and it's taken many forms and formats over the years. And many years ago, I mean, I think there still is the case. There are these rating spots, but they're not like FIDE rating spots. They are USCF, U.S. Chess Federation rating spots. And they actually changed the rating system because there were some players who qualified and they were raising their rating in like action events, like game 30 tournaments. And there were some players who were playing like one game in one tournament and like winning and then like dropping out or winning two games. And they were picking up a couple of points, just trying to claw them up to the through the rating pattern. So there was some stuff like that happening. And it actually ended up in the system being changed where if you are I forgot exactly what it is, but it's like if you're rated above 2350 and you play tournaments that are qualified as action events, meaning that the time control per player is less than 60 minutes, then like no matter how well or poorly you do, your rating basically doesn't change. So it's like I can, I'm like 2,500 something. I can go into a tournament. I can beat you. I can beat Hikaru. I can beat Esipenko. I can beat all these guys, never in a million years, of course. But, for my great performance there, I think I'll be rewarded with like 5 points or something like that. So it's like completely impossible to gain rating in action events if you're a high rated player. And I think they made that rule so that players don't manipulate the rating and just squeeze in a bunch of these action events and boost up their rating to get into the US Championship.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think there was also a thing where people, I guess getting those game 30, those 30-minute games in, that can raise your rating pretty quickly. But there were also people who would just try to play actual classical games, but against, let's say they would go to a random club and someone, let's say they would meet at 1200 and they'd be like, oh, you want to play a classical FIDE rated game? And that person would be like, oh, sure. And then, they'll pick up one rating point from that person. If you do that enough times, then you do raise your rating.
Yeah, but that's also something that was changed, not because of that, but I'm sure you know about this rule. I don't know if it's controversial, but some people are upset about it, where there's a rule, if no matter how low your opponent rating is, they get kind of converted to minus 400. So, if I play at 1200, now they count as the 2000. And if I win the game, I get 0.8. And you used to be able to stack those games. So in your example, you can go to the local club. Hey, Mr. 1200. Hey, Mr. 1300. Oh, is that 1100 I see over there? Come over here, buddy. And then you actually win these games and you get 0.8, 0.8, 0.8. I don't know if that's actually happened. Of course, there's the infamous case of Igor Rauzes, who was stripped of his GM title and caught cheating. But not only was he caught actually cheating, he was also playing a lot of tournaments like this where he was just stacking these 0.8s and the guy's rating was like 2680. primarily through beating like players like 600-700 points lower than him. So all sorts of goofy shenanigans happening in the chess world, I guess.
Yeah, well, not actually like 600-700 points lower. He was beating like, yeah, like you said, 1500-1400 game
Okay,
after
even
game.
worse,
And
yeah.
he kind of did that as a bit of a cover up, we could say. Like you're saying, like, well, I'm gaining all this rating because I'm playing these 1500s and I'm gaining 0.8 from everyone. But they changed the rules. Right now, you don't pick up 0.8 anymore after every single win. I think it's like 0.8 for one game, but then
For
already
one,
quickly
yeah.
it goes down to like 0.1 if you play someone that's way low rated. So that strategy doesn't work anymore. It used to definitely be a loophole. Like I said, you could just beat 1200s game after game. And like if you do that 10 games, then you pick up 8 points, which is definitely something.
Yeah, but now you have a new problem, right? It's like this situation where it's like you tried to solve one issue, you create another issue. There's also a lot of, of course, these cases we're talking about, what people in the chat have to understand is that these are, these are the exceptions. These are the reason we talk about these is because these are such unusual, ridiculous cases that deserve, I guess, ridicule in a way. But most players are, they're just playing chess, they're playing tournaments. It's normal, it's honorable. And what you're seeing is that now the problem is that sometimes, I mean, I'll give an example even from my experience in the US. There's a lot of players who don't play too many FIDE games, but they play a lot of UCF games. And these could even be like classical time control events, but they're just not FIDE rated for, whatever reason. And you have players who are rated, maybe 22, 2300 even. So they're pretty solid players, but their FIDE ratings, because they don't play all that much, are like 1800 or 1700. Or there's even plenty of players who are like 2000, 2100, and they're like 1500 FIDE. So their FIDE ratings are really undervalued compared to their actual strength. And then you're playing these guys and, you beat one of them and then you beat another guy. And okay, you got 0.8 from this guy, but this guy gives you 0.1. So it's like, then it's a new issue where people are complaining about rating deflation and how and this is a problem that I heard is, in a lot of countries where there's not that many FIDE events, such as India and Central Asia. That's how you get a lot of these underrated players. So anyway, a whole discussion on the FIDE system, but shall we check out some games?
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's have a quick look around. Hikaru is still in the tank. Let's see what he is going to come up with. Let me quickly look if there. Oh, yeah. We've been talking a lot about rating and about the rating spot. So let's look at Firouzja's game. He is playing with the black pieces against Vladislav Artemiev. And I kind of like this from Hikaru's perspective. This started out as a Rui Lopez. And yeah, Firouzja playing this sharp line with a quick bishop to c5. This is not quite Fabiano's Archangel. Fabiano goes b5 here, followed by bishop c5. And Firouzja goes bishop c5 first. So that after c3, white does have the additional option of dropping the bishop all the way back to c2. It's no longer forced to go here. But here black has the option to go for the move d5, striking in the center. d4 by Artemiev. We see Firouzja taking here. And I feel like this looks rather risk-free for Artemiev. And hey, since we were hoping that Hikaru makes it to the candidates, as long as Firouzja doesn't win, I think that's very good for Hikaru's chances.
Yeah, absolutely. I know this line can get very wild with this bishop c2 d5 variation, but Artemiev has chosen a relatively, as you said, risk-free approach. He's got, well, it's risk-free in the sense that you reach this endgame and not like some complicated middle game position with lots of tactical complications, but it's not like a dead position. We have the bishop pair for white. The bishop on f3, of course, looks tremendous. It has to be shut out by e4 sooner rather than later. And white also has this 4-3 quasi-majority on the queen side. So it's not like a dead draw or anything like that. But also, I was going to say from the perspective of pairings, Artemiev is a very, very strong player. Like this 2697, I think, does not do him any justice, even though that's, of course, a very impressive rating. He is the current Russian super final champion. He won like 6 games in a row there. He's a former top 10 player. As crazy as that sounds, because I think he's still like 25 or something. So I think he's quite a strong player, and getting him with black is okay. Obviously, there's no weak players at this point of the tournament or in the tournament at all. But this is, I feel like, one of those pairings that could have been easier for Firouzja, let's say. So of course, Hikaru, he's, I'm sure, just focused on his game, trying to do what he can there. But from that perspective, I would be pretty happy seeing that my direct competitor has, such a strong opponent and the position on the board, of course, as well.
Exactly. Yeah, no, Artemi, a very, very strong player. And yeah, he rated his peak is as high as 2760. So he's very strong. In the meantime, we have more moves by Hikaru. Hikaru decided to take on d4. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that one. I think he could have delayed this trade and played knight h5 right away, but he decides to play knight h5 right now. What do you make of all of this?
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this. And another thing that is worth pointing out, we were talking about Hikaru's time advantage. Well, it's not there anymore. As Esipenko has navigated the opening, he took his time. He played very solid. It seems like Hikaru for sure was hoping for one of these DC5 positions. He didn't get it, so I think that was very, very practical on Esipenko's part. But now, as I mentioned earlier, we think Queen D2 here is reasonable. Maybe Hikaru needs to try some kind of move like Queen D6. Again, just really trying to play for this knight f4. But I think the onus is going to be on Hikaru to play dynamically here on the king side, with this knight f4, use the rook in the f file, the bishop on c8, of course, eyeballing some potential sacrifices on h3. Because if white gets to play knight c3, rook c1 without any resistance, I think this could be quite unpleasant for Hikaru. So he's really going to be relying on generating this active play. Saying that, I mean, he signed up for this when he played g6 in the opening. So I don't think he's too unhappy with the position. Of course, he might have wished that it was a bit more dynamic after this pawn sacrifice. But still, this is an expected type of position from the opening. I don't love this CD move, but Hikaru took a lot of time in it. Obviously, he evaluated the pros and cons. So I'm interested to see what plan he comes up with to try to get some initiative.
Exactly, yeah. So Queen d2 looks very natural, stopping the knight f4 jump. One thing I wonder about is, can we go for Queen d6 and after knight c3, the move knight f4? Because here the critical continuation is whether white can take and take on d5, but there might be some tactics. I was looking at rook takes, hitting the queen, and after takes, we hit the knight, and there's also all sorts of discoveries. For example, the knight moves, we have a check here and win the queen. Now, you could go bishop c4 to defend the knight, but here we might have the move e6 hit. Ow. Here's the thing. I was thinking about e6. The knight's under attack. Again, it cannot move because we go here and win the queen. And in case of queen f4, this is also quite nice. We can take the knight and we have knight e2. But the problem is that white has the move queen b4. The same idea. In case we take, they can recapture. And here the queen is not on a forkable square. So this doesn't quite work. Apparently, though, after takes, there is... Oh, knight takes and... yes. Because in case you take the rook, there's this. And in case you take it with the knight, then you take here and you win the queen as well.
So lots of dynamic opportunities if this knight gets to 4. And yeah, let's go back for a moment here. This is very, very complicated. But what if, I guess white should not grab this pawn on d5. How did we stumble into this move back? So yeah, knight c3, knight f4. Right. Yeah. Very queen d6, knight c3, knight f4. This is all very natural. Yeah, this is very, very, very cool idea. This knight d5, knight d4. Now we know why Hikaru was spending so much time and went for this. And all these tactics on the d file are suddenly to white's undoing. I see the engine suggests this really remarkable desperado with 97 here. That's a beautiful move. But how does this even work? And bishop c4 check. Okay, and you get out of this fork finally. And the complications continue. You can show that as the board, Benjamin. Yeah. Bishop e6, queen f4. Or
queen f4, because in case you take, we can take with the knight. We can also take with the queen, because you still cannot take because of knight e2. And like I said, it continues. White can now take the rook as the e2 square is covered. We take, and white takes here. And at the end of it all, white wins a pawn, but it feels like black should have enough compensation as our bishop is pretty active. And I feel like we should be able to regain this pawn. So perhaps Hikaru has been spending his time on this. But maybe what Esipenko should do is after knight f4 is just move the bishop back. There are some sacrifices, but I don't think they quite work. And now this is definitely an idea, as there are no forks anymore on that e2 square.
No, but I feel like this is a win for black. Not win as in a positive thing, not like he's winning on the spot, of course. Getting that knight to 4, I think, is crucial, because now you actually have a lot of dynamic play, as you pointed out by that crazy line with bishop takes f4. And this bishop d1 move, I mean, maybe I'm just a bit biased, but it feels like, of course, it's a logical move, getting the bishop out of the way of knight e2, for example. But at the same time, it feels like a bit of a move that ruins your harmony. You block these rooks. the bishop can't really even reposition itself that easily, like to c2 or b3, because you're going to be blundering some kind of knight h3 ideas. So from black's point of view, I feel like this is a positive development for me if I can get white to do this. Again, at the same time, there is still this knight to d5 resource in some positions, but at the same time, let's make a move on the board.
Let's
Yeah,
put that on the
yeah,
board.
like
So we go
bishop
here,
d7.
and
Yeah, does it still work? Yeah, do I still?
it does. Yeah, it's definitely an
Uh-huh.
idea that we have to reckon with.
But you can just go back, and now you're dealing with some pressure on this d4 pawn. So even like rook d8 or e6 or something like that will come, and perhaps I can capture on d4, and then I could even have an advantage because I'll just have the bishop pair in a wide open position. So even though white wins this pawn, it's not clear at all. No, but I think this would be exactly what black needs, getting this knight to f4. And with these complications on the board, it doesn't seem like black should be in too much danger, precisely because of, look at this bishop on d1, just very poor coordination in white's pieces, whereas black is almost completely developed. So not surprised here that the engine at least shows that it's full compensation for the pawn, especially considering that I have this bishop pair.
Exactly. Yeah. So after knight h5, Esipenko is in the tank. He can also decide just to develop here with the move knight c3. Both look fine. So we'll just see what he is going to come up with. But for now, we are going to take a very short break. But don't go anywhere. Keep sending in your energy to Hikaru, and we will see you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the FIDE Grunsters 2023. Alex, while we were on break, Andrei Esipenko went for an idea that we did not even consider, but it actually makes perfect sense. After move knight h5, he anticipated the knight f4 jump by going rook e1, and after knight f4, bishop to f1. What do you make of this approach?
Yeah, it's very logical. We were looking at some positions where the bishop was on d1, which I didn't really think was quite a harmonious setup for white. This one makes a lot more sense. It's a little bit, well, not risky. It has a little bit of a drawback that the knight on f3 is not so well protected. So now you have to be a little bit cautious of these tactics on the f-file. However, a move like knight bd2 in the future could be quite, yes, and this is exactly what I mean, this knight h3 tactic. But the bishop on f1 is also very well placed. You defend the g2, h3 squares somewhat more. The bishop just steps out of the way of all the pieces. The rook at e1 looks quite nice. And again, I'm very happy for Hikaru to have gotten this knight to f4. But the question is, how can you follow it up? And I think you might know just the answer here.
Yeah, no, Hikaru has got a great move here, and it would be right up his alley. However, it's the type of move that you might not even consider. Apparently, the move g5 here is really strong with the idea to go g5 after. And in case white takes, you have to move e5, hitting the knight, and you all of a sudden gain a lot of space in the center. So it's just a question of whether Hikaru is sharp. Like if he sees g5, he will play it, but the move might not even cross his mind.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too much of a engine Andy here because, of course, the move I saw pretty quickly when it was pointed out. But it seems like a relatively critical moment for Hikaru because if he doesn't play this move, let's say he plays queen d6 instead, which is a move that we've talked about in many other variations. This might just allow white to play this knight c3. Okay, it's not the end of the world, but it kind of seems like he's consolidating, he's bringing out his pieces, and black does have long-term weaknesses, for example, on the e-file. So this move g5 is a very critical shot to give Hikaru this initiative. How difficult do you think this move, and how findable is it for Hikaru? Is it just a matter of question whether he considers it in the first place, or is it something that he could even see but then still reject?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you see the move g5, it must be very tempting, right? Because you see knight c3, g4, and black creates real counterplay on the king side. Like, let's say white takes, you would capture. I don't know, judging from Hikaru's body language, we see the head bob, we see the head bob. I think there is a chance he sees it.
Well, he's got to be looking for something like this. I don't know if it's g5 in particular, but just a move to follow up in his knight h5, knight f4. You know what? He's been in great form. 3 straight wins against some of the world's best players. I think he can do it. And I'm also looking at the camera. I did see the head bob. Now he's looking up. He's maybe looking at his opponent. Now he's maybe looking, no, back down at the board, furrowing the brows. He's thinking, g5. This is going to make good content, isn't it?
This would be good content, yeah. And he is looking at the king side. He's frowning. He's like, huh, did Andrei really miss that? And he's doing the head bob. So I think there is a real chance. I think there's a real chance he's looking at the move g5. I mean, what else could he be looking at the king side, right? I mean, a move like queen e6 looks very natural, but it's more of a centralizing move. And then once again, white has the time to stabilize with the move knight c3. So again, the fact that he's looking at the king side tells me that he is considering it.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic move. And it also takes advantage of the fact that the bishop, it's on f1, it's nice and snug, it's defending the king, but this h5 to d1 diagonal is a little soft, and g5, g4 could take advantage of that. Now, in the meantime, even if he plays a move like queen d6, perhaps that's still not the end of the road. He, of course, can. This is a little bit more of a, like you said, centralizing, more, I don't want to say strategic, but I guess more of just kind of like a standard move. You can follow this up with bishop d7, maybe bring the rook to e8 or double them on the f-file. So it's not like the game is, you know, out of hand or anything like that. But g5, once we've kind of seen that move, it just feels like this is what we want on the board because it's really going to pose a lot more difficult questions for Esipenko than just simple developing moves. And in the meantime, how should Esipenko even respond? Does he just need to allow this g4 move? Can he move this knight away from f3? I mean, doing that seems a little soft because the e5 and d4 squares are going to be under a lot of fire. So what does he even do if Hikaru and when Hikaru plays g5?
Good question. Yeah, what does white do here? I think there's a couple ways of going about this. White can stop the g4 push, but let's say playing a move like knight h2. Just to point out real quick, white does not have moves like g3. If you go g3, you hang this pawn on h3, which should work out in black's favor. Now, move like knight h2 is possible. You stop g4, but if you move the knight here, it's no longer defending that d4 pawn. So it's definitely looking a little bit passive. And I feel like here black's doing pretty fine after something like bishop f5. Followed by e6 and queen f6. I kind of like this this setup where we put a lot of pressure on that d4 pawn. Now, again, you can accept the sacrifice, but I feel like this is way too risky. And also, Hikaru is aware of all of these pawn sacrifices where you get the pawn on e5, and he should know that black gets tremendous compensation here. And this is definitely, well, he was reaching for a piece, but was it a g pawn? I don't think so. What piece was he reaching for?
I just missed it. We're going to need to... Is he? Let's see. He's looking very, he's about to pounce. You know what I mean? Like he's looking at something that's going to be a big move. I'm going to be a little bit of a body language expert here. Yeah, this looks like a big move coming. This is not the face that a man will make before playing queen d6. You know, you don't pout your lips like that and just move your queen softly to the d6 square. You need to slam some g5 on the board here.
Exactly, and that would be great because also earlier in the tournament, he beat Tabai with the black pieces, and the move that really set the tone was that move g5. I don't know if you did you see that game?
Who do you take me for, Bach? Of course I've seen that game.
Oh, yeah.
And the recap. Yes, I did see that. Yeah, he just went at him on the king side, and eventually that led to his victory, of course.
Exactly.
Yep. You're getting shades of that game here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, with g5 in that game, he opened up the h file, and here it would probably open up the g file. But yeah, same thing here again. It would create him really good counterplay, and that's exactly what he needs, because white just needs a couple more moves to consolidate, and I think then Esipenko would have the advantage. So right now is the time to strike with the move g5.
Yeah, I'm looking at this continue. I feel like for Esipenko, this knight h2 move, that was actually one of my first thoughts for white on the candidate move, and it's on the board. It's on the board. Is it?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, there you go.
By Hikaru.
There we go. There we go. Fantastic move here. Hikaru senses the moment, goes for, and he gets up from the board as well, and puts on the jacket. That's a tough combo to face. Yeah. That's g5, get up from the board, jacket on. That's a triple attack on Esipenko. He's going to go for a 35-minute think here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely not impossible that Esipenko will go for a long think here. Like we said before, he sometimes tends to be a little bit slow and get low on time. So we've talked earlier about white's possibilities, right? Like knight h2 is a way to stop the g4 push, but it looks rather passive. You can also just ignore it with knight c3, but then after g4, I don't think you are in good shape to take on g4. If you take, I think after bishop takes, black is doing very well. The pin on the f3 knight is very unpleasant to deal with. So don't think you want to do this. I think white should look for something active, like maybe something like knight e5, although that allows black to take here, and who knows how this plays out.
No, this is a very difficult decision because I feel like a move like knight h2, I would be very unhappy to play that move with white. I mean, first of all, you're literally retreating, but second of all, it feels like you're conceding to your opponent that they are now have the advantage, right? Like that's just a purely defensive move, decentralizing the knight, and you're playing, you're on the back foot. At the same time, allowing g4, and as you just showed, that allowing that pin with bishop g4 seems completely untenable for white. Just the pressure on the f file is going to be too much. So it seems like maybe the most principled approach will be some kind of central sacrifice. You do have this rook on e1 and queen on d1 with a lot of potential energy on these central files. But these are not easy decisions. Looking at this position on the board, I don't think Esipenko would necessarily find this, go for this immediately. You have to weigh the consequences of your king side safety. Perhaps there was an immediate 95. I was considering that after g5. Just if we could put that on the board for a moment. That way you avoid this. Yeah, 95 maybe straight away. Because that way you avoid g4, g takes h3. And after knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, well, I guess I don't have a good bishop jump, but knight c3, yeah, but even like this after...
Before you can take.
Yeah. Even here, okay, so e6 just kind of safeguards everything. So, and then Yeah, but this is difficult to play. I saw that the engine like this, but you're just playing down the spawn and you're playing for compensation, right? Like that you just have pressure in the center here, and you also stop Black's attack, and maybe you hope that the Black King is a little bit airy. Okay, so this is a very difficult decision, at least from my cursory glance, because I don't want to play Knight H2. I don't want to allow G4. And the third option is to sacrifice a pawn for unclear compensation. Which of these do you think is going to be, which of these would be your choice, and which of these do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. It's a very good question. It's a very difficult decision Esipenko faces here. Like you said, perhaps this one like if you see it, it makes a lot of sense, right? You sacrifice a pawn for an initiative, and you make sure that Black does not get the initiative. And here White has a much easier play, but it's always easier said than done, right? These are not our pawns to sacrifice. And by the way, I saw Robbie Kev. You know him pretty well. You played in some tournaments. He said that Alex would tank for at least 40 minutes in this position. What do you make of that disrespect?
Well, I feel it's actually, on the contrary, very respectful of Robbie to assume that I would only tank for 40 minutes here. That is a huge compliment. Obviously, I do know Robbie well. We did play in some tournaments. We just played in Qatar together. I gave him some good preparation. That's why he did very well. But he seems to, as you can see, he's really overestimating my time management abilities here. But no, as I mentioned earlier, I definitely have been known to take some long things. But I think in this position, whether it's for me or for any player, it's quite warranted because the decision is quite difficult for Black. And again, of course, as you said, now that now that we see this position on the board, it makes sense. It might not make sense right away to give up this pawn, but you stop the attack, you have this pressure down the central files, and this engine that I'm looking at gives this as White's best option. But to even get to that point to realize, hey, I need to sacrifice this pawn, I think that takes quite a bit of time to reach that conclusion.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not an easy decision to make, right? You're playing with White. Esipenko has been playing very solid chess, like Rook E1, Bishop 1, all very controlled. And all of a sudden, he needs to perhaps pull the brakes here and sacrifice a pawn. That's not easy at all. He's definitely going to spend some time. I guess the first thing you always look at is what happens if I actually take, right? I think that's always the first consideration. But again, we see that after E5, the knight's under attack. It has to jump back to F3. And then after E4, I think Black gets a really nice game here. Knight's under attack. And if you move it, Black can also all of a sudden just go knight E6 and go after this E4 pawn, which would give Black a very nice center. So knight takes G5. I'm sure Esipenko's looked at it, but he's probably already rejected it. Then I guess the next move he might be looking at is knight C3. And perhaps knight E5 will come to mind as well. But I think it's a very difficult decision that he faces here.
Yeah, maybe we can put that on the board one more time, this variation you started with knight c3, g4, because it looked like it was getting very, very sharp. So again, you cannot take because this pin is basically lethal. Knight e5, so White is willing to sacrifice a pawn in the center to activate the heavy pieces. But now we had this gh3 move, and we kind of stopped here. So what is going on? Because it seems like both sides are having this g file open. And at first glance, they're just going to favor Black massively. So what does White do here?
Yeah, I would assume that White is not really interested in taking. That would expose their king too much. But perhaps a move like G3. Finally kicking that annoying knight away from the F4 square. And I'm not quite sure where this knight should go. Maybe to G6, maybe even
I was thinking G2. Yeah, that move. The fianchetto the knight, and you get the light square bishop here. That could be a nice long-term asset, especially since White has these pawns in F2 and G3. So perhaps if we see that light square bishop sneak into the F3 square in the future, or the E4 square, that can be a lot of damage to White's position. But not so simple. Of course, White's going to try to prevent that as well.
Exactly, yeah. So Esipenko in the tank already. Hikaru is up 5 minutes. I love the move G5 again. It was the start of his counterplay against Tabatabai, which brought him the win in the tournament. And I think that win against Tabatabai was really critical because in these open tournaments, it's very easy to get stuck, right? Like you have some tough pairings with Black, but if you can win those games, they can really give you a push. As often you will have White on the next day. And I think we will see, we might see the same thing here. I think if Hikaru wins this game, his chance to qualify for the candidates are already looking really good, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very solid chance he'll just be in clear first heading into the res day. And then he's going to get the white pieces against his next opponent. So of course that would be a fantastic tournament situation for him. Yes, that win against Tabatabe was a huge win. Of course, a strong player and the black pieces, and the game itself was very, very high quality, at least to my IMI. Again, he played this unbalancing opening, the Tarash. He gave his opponent he had the isolated queen spawn, but he had the classic active piece play to make up for it, and he made use of it in tremendous fashion. But I would even say that the win that was the most, every win's important, but the win against Arya and Chopra, I think that was the one that started his 3-game win streak. That was huge because the first 2 games, Hikaru, he drew both of the games. The first one, he was in a lot of trouble against, I believe, Rasmus Svane, the young German grandmaster. Hikaru managed to, pull off his renowned defensive, escape act. And then in the next game, he played Ronak Sadwani. That game, again, he wasn't really in a lot of trouble, but he didn't really have any objective winning chances either. So, I'm sure you've been in those situations where you're playing some tournament and you just really need a win. It's like, how do I win a chess game? You want to remember that feeling of victory. And then that 3rd round game, very long end game, he eventually gets the win. And once I've been in that situation too, of course, in my own events. Once I get that first win, now I feel, okay, that's how I do it. And then you can start playing a lot more freely and the wins kind of keep on coming. Whereas if you're stuck like drawing, then you're kind of in this really annoying phase where you just like, how the heck do I even win a chess game? Yeah. And you start to doubt your abilities. But we see Hikaru's really, really hot here now with the 3 wins and this fantastic G5 move.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, like I said, the first win is always the most critical, as that gives you the confidence boost to that hey, I can win more games. And yeah, we see that exactly play out in Hikaru's tournament. He won that game against Chopra. It wasn't easy, but he got the job done. And then he won against Taboy. And yesterday, also a very smooth victory with the white pieces against Sarana. And by the way, talking about IMs, Anish is playing one of the very few people in this event that is not a GM. But Anish, you might think on paper, okay, this is an easy win for Anish. He's outrating his opponent by 300 points. But look at this. It looks quite even.
Yeah, this guy, Ramazan from Kazakhstan, I think I read that his performance so far in the tournament is 2840. So we're not just talking about, this IM getting a GM norm. This guy is outperforming Magnus Carlsen or any player in the world right now with his performance. He might be the first IM to make the candidates at this rate. Okay, but maybe not. But yeah, I've seen, his recent games he played against, I think he drew Faruja. I think he drew, I think it was Pretke as well, and Sam Sevian. And not only is he drawing these really strong players, he's just like not in trouble in these games at all. And we can see now he's playing Anish Giri, 2760. And I mean, to my eyes, this is a very, very safe Karakhan endgame. Well, for both sides, but especially for white. I do not see him losing this position. What are your thoughts here, Benjamin?
Yeah, the thing though in the Catalan is that there's always still quite a bit of play left, right? Right now it looks very even. Both sides have 2 rooks and 1 minor piece. What is the bishop? Black has the knight. Now the thing is, the bishop doesn't really have any targets, right? Black is a super solid structure, but white has a little bit more space. So the question for Anish is, because I'm sure that white is happy with a draw, but Anish, he would love to win this game. So the question is, how is he going to try to do so? I guess usually the way Black does it is put a knight on d5, hit the rook and the pawn, but let's make some moves. Let's say you're going to b6, we go g3.
Yeah, g3 is natural.
Your knight lands
here. But why did he put his rook on e3? Wouldn't have made more sense to put on e2? Maybe he's intending something else. But okay, this is just natural moves. We can play them out, yeah?
I 100% agree. I don't know why he put the rook on e3, because I would think indeed that Anish wants to move the knight here, and now it comes with the tempo. And actually, I was wondering, I know that Levy lost the Karakhan. Do you have any experience playing it? Because this is a typical Karakhan endgame.
I do have a bit of experience playing it, and do you know who taught Levy the Karakhan?
Did you do that?
Kind of. I won't take all the credit or too much credit, but yeah, of course, Levy and I, we go way back since we were 6 years old. We played at a chess tournament. I think he took off my shoe or something like that during the game. Lots of shenanigans going on. I don't remember the full story. I think that's what my dad claims. Or I took off his shoe. There was a lot of under the table, psychological battles going on. But I started playing the Karakhan myself when I was 12, 13 years old, something like that. My coach showed it to me. And I remember I also showed it to Levy. And I remember we actually went to the Marshall Chess Club together, which is a very famous historic chess club here in New York. And I remember he beat this local master, and it was his first Karakhan game. And I showed him this funny idea, and he used it. And I also won my game. And this is like random core memories from childhood of us going to the Marshall and getting these wins. But yeah, no, I'm very familiar with it. Just like Levy is, of course, that was water under the bridge many, many years ago. And yeah, I've played many types of these positions with the white and the black pieces. This is like I actually like this position a bit for both sides. Of course, I would take white here. When you're playing white, you're thinking, okay, I have the bishop. I have a bit more space. When you're playing black, you're thinking, okay, I'm very, very solid. I'll put a lot of my pawns on the light squares. I'll just make a draw, or if they overpress, I'll make a win. So I'm used to kind of being on both sides of this thing. But I do have to say that if I was playing black against a lower rated player, I would be a bit frustrated because the winning chances here are not so high, especially if they don't make any winning attempts. They just sit on their position. And, here, white doesn't really have to do anything. He can go back and forth. And the onus is on black to come up with some pawn break. But white does have the bishop. So if you break the position open too much, it could backfire.
Yeah, no, exactly. And yeah, I'm sure that, again, Anish will be looking for a way here to try to push with the black pieces. He plays the move King F8, bring the king a little bit closer to the center. And yeah, I would say that this one should just be completely even. So I'll be impressed if Anish manages to win this one. But yeah, so far this IM has been a very tough opponent for everyone in the field. Even though everyone would think, okay, you play against the IM, like you can't really ask for a better pairing, right?
Maybe you can't ask for a worse pairing. He might have like a top 2, top 3 performance in the tournament right now. I mean, it's an interesting thing because I'm sure you've been in that situation where you're in some kind of open event and you're playing some opponent who's relatively low rated. And you're thinking, oh, I got this guy, this is a good opportunity for me to score a point. But at what point are you like, wait a minute, this guy is just cooking. This guy is just cooking everyone. Maybe this is not such a good pairing. I'm sure you've been in that situation, right? At what point do you start to make that shift from this is a good pairing to like, this is not a good pairing,
It's always a tricky situation because you feel that pressure. Like Anish must feel like, hey, he needs to win this game. And he kind of does. He's on 3 out of 5. He is actually a little bit stuck in the tournament, drawing a few too many games. And so this is definitely an opportunity. But so far, he's not getting it done, which could definitely be frustrating. And it's very easy to overpush and take too many risks. And I think Anish is trying to avoid just yet. And that's why we see this solid approach from him.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually checking when I was browsing through the openings and the start of the games early in the round. It did catch my eye that Anish was playing the Karakhan here. And when I was just in the Qatar Masters, Anish was there, and also another one of your countrymen, Jordan Van Forest, and he also played a number of Karos, which caught my eye. So maybe this is some, Dutch home cooking, a lot of Karakhans. But if you look at the opening position, I'm actually surprised a bit that it petered out to be something so dry. If you go back to round on move 8, we actually see that the game was, or we just go through the opening, was the 2 knights. But then we have this opposite side castling, or, presumably opposite side castling that black was going to castle short. So from the corner of my eye, I thought we might get a bit of a exciting battle, but quickly the pieces got liquidated. And the niche, of course, being on one hand probably objective, but on the other hand, maybe showing a bit of the respect to his opponent, just played, wasn't burning his bridges, just kind of trying to equalize the game and playing, relatively solid chess here.
Exactly. I think actually Anish, he was intending to play somewhat combative, going for the opposite side castling. He could have also, and in hindsight, he might regret not trading the queens here right away with a move like knight e5, as here his king would be in the center. Now he's spending all of these moves to bring it back, right? He's just played the move king f8. So perhaps this would give him a slightly better version of what he currently has in the game. I've also played the Karakhan a few times, but what repels me, I guess, a little bit are these endgames where, right, against like low-rated opponents where, yes, there are games where some experts still manage to play their opponents, but it still looks so dry, right? Like, how do you ever win a position like this?
Yeah, it's quite technical. I mean, I remember, like I said, I started playing the Karakhan when I was, like 12, 13 years old. I think around then. Back then I was around, 2,100, 2,000 feet or something like that. So I actually won quite a bit of these endgames against other, players of that level and below, because I think for players of that skill level and experience, they're not so used to playing endgames, and you can actually win all sorts of random positions just because they'll make a lot of positional mistakes. But yeah, if the opponent, even this guy, of course, he's much stronger than 24-47. But even let's say this was a good old, fashioned random 24-47, even then, I think it's so difficult to outplay them from these games. So yeah, the Karakhan definitely has always been known for its solidity. And yeah, I think it's hard to avoid these positions without taking much risk. But this whole position here, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure Anish is just going to try to slow play it, maybe look for the appropriate moments, either push on the queen side with a5, b5, or I don't know, maybe he'll just sit still and be. I would be surprised if he's just happy with the draw. But maybe he'll just sit still and the game will peter out. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to happen. We have rook e8 by Anish, a very solid move. And yeah, it's looking, this one is not the most exciting yet, but it could go on for quite a while. I'm very curious to see whether Anish really can manage to put the squeeze on his opponent, because I'm sure he wants a win in this game. Like for Anish, the chances of qualifying, although here's the thing, for Anish, it's very unlikely that he will qualify by rating, but Anish has a very good shot to qualify through the FIDE circuit. That being said, for him to qualify through that one, he still needs one good event to make it.
Yeah, this is another confusing, I guess, element of the event, because we talked about, okay, the top two guys, they get into the candidates. Okay, easy enough. The rating spot, right? That's still going to be ongoing until January 1st. Seeing who's going to get it. Is it Hikaru, Alareza? Is it, is it Magnus? Of course, not Magnus. But yeah, there's also this FIDE Grand Circuit. And if I remember correctly, they take like your top 5 events. And Anish has one event where he only got like 2 FIDE circuit points. So if he does well enough in a future event such as this one, that will supersede that poor event, or not poor event, that event where he didn't get too many points, and he can leapfrog into first for that one. And there's actually also the outside shot we discussed. Imagine Hikaru and Firouzja, they both get in through the top 2 spots. Maybe Anish can snag one of these rating spots, but that one is a bit more unlikely.
Yeah, no, right now, yeah, he would be competing with that one with Wesley. And yeah, people like maybe even Vishy Anand or Report, as I had a quick look at the rating list. You know, if Hikaru and Firouzja make it through this tournament, all of a sudden that race would be completely open to a lot of players, and maybe we'll see a wild race between all of them, right? Maybe they would all of a sudden stack their calendar towards the end of the year. And looking at Esipenko, he's in the tank right now. He's already spending, what is it, 20 minutes? What do you... Like, he's Russian. You you speak Russian. Like, are you Russian, or like what is your connection?
Yeah, I was born in Moscow. So my parents, my family, they're all from the Soviet Union. Of course, back then it was not just Russia; it was the whole Soviet Union. And like my dad is from Russia. My mom is from Belarus. My grandma, I think, was from Ukraine. So it's all mixed in there. So yeah, I was born in Russia, and then for my first 5 years of my life, I spent some time in Moscow and Belarus, and then I've lived in the United States, for the past 22 years. So I guess you could say that I do have a strong Russian roots. So are you trying to get me in the mind of Esipenko as a fellow, Russian-born chess player?
Well, I wanted to ask you, because I heard that in Russia, it is considered to be rude to smile in public, as you would force your emotions upon other people. Is that a thing, first of all? And second of all, I feel like because of that, Russian players, they are not as expressive with their emotions, right? We know how expressive Hikaru is, but looking at Esipenko right now, what do you make of his facial expressions?
Well, I'm looking at and he is expressive. It's not a smile, as you mentioned. He's not smiling at his opponents or at anyone in the playing hall. He looks like he's in a bit of despair, and he's grabbing his head. His eyes are widening. He is not having a good time here. Now, I can't comment about smiling in the street or not. I just don't have that life experience, unfortunately, as a 2-year-old walking the streets of Moscow. But I have seen quite a bit of memes about just Eastern Europe in general, and just these memes about I guess they're about being depressed and living in
yeah, like
those conditions. Hard for me to explain. So maybe your worldview is a little bit, yeah.
I've heard it from like, I don't know if it was Anish who told me that, or I read it somewhere on the internet that it is a thing that, yeah, but I don't know. Anyway, we have G5.
I have seen it in the memes, I will tell you that, but not in life.
All right. Anyway, we have G5 on the board. Esipenko in deep thoughts. What do you make of his facial expressions? He looks very focused. What do you make of his?
No, but this is a very I stand by. I am happy to see that even though I'm not nearly as good as these players, I still have some feeling about the concepts in the chess game and the concept of momentum. Like this move G5, it's a momentum shifting move because Hikaru is playing aggressively. This move for sure escaped Esipenko's radar. Knight G5 is met with E5, G4 is a threat. So it's a difficult choice here because, again, we discussed the options. Taking the pawn, not very good. Knight H2 feels wrong. You don't want to retreat. And then the computer is suggesting these sacrifices of the E5. Of course, for the engine, very easy. Oh, just give him the pawn. You don't even have it, anything in return right away. Just play the position. But I think these are very, very difficult decisions to make. So I'm not surprised here that he's. I wasn't kidding. I said he's going to think for 35 minutes. I think we're past the 20-minute mark, so we still have a bit more to go. I don't envy his task here. I feel like we're going to see. I don't want to put all my chips in line here, but I feel like we might just see Knight H2 because you think, everything looks so scary. You just say, all right, you know what? I'm just going to make the safest move possible and avoid any immediate disasters, even though you really don't want to make that move. And I think, at least for me, a lot of time when I get into these super long things, it's usually convincing myself to play some move that I really don't want to play, if that makes some sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And yeah, like I said, I think this move G5 definitely came as a surprise for Esipenko. He probably thought he has a pretty nice advantage. Rook E1, Bishop F1, Knight C3 coming next. What else could be wrong? And all of a sudden, G5 comes as a bolt from the blue. And yeah, it seems like he's not in a good position to take this one. And the best move, 95, I don't think is an easy one to make at all. And the more I look at it, the more I like it for Hikaru. We're only 13 moves in. Esipenko is already below 40 minutes. So we might see him getting into time pressure in this game.
That was an early prediction on your part as well. We did expect Hikaru to have a time advantage simply because he was playing his opening, which was already a surprise to Esipenko so quickly. But now we see, the time equaled out, and Hikaru again putting on the squeeze on his opponent, putting the pressure on. Again, this is they need to reach move 40 for the additional 50 minutes, if I recall correctly. And there's still 27 moves left. And Esipenko is under 40 minutes. So that's already kind of like time trouble, because he has less than 2 minutes, much less than 2 minutes per move. Again, you're going to have some simple moves like some captures, some recaptures, some easy stuff like that. But there's going to be multiple decisions later this game that are going to take, 5, maybe 10 minutes. And if he's not going to have enough time for those crucial moments, that's how you're going to be making some of those mistakes. And he doesn't look close to making a move here, by the way. I'm looking at the camera. He does not look close to deciding on his option here.
No, not at all. Yeah, like usually you can tell by the players that are already, moving up with their hand or just by the body language itself. But he is really deep in thought. He's really studying the position. So, that can mean two things. Maybe he will come with a really good move. But I think overall, when your opponent is going for such a long think, you're happy because you're happy to see his time tick down further and further, as you will know that it's likely that he's going to end up in time pressure and that he is going to make mistakes later on. That being said, your opponent might also be very capable of finding a very good sequence of moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you shouldn't forget, this is a 2700 level player, right? So it could very well be that he's just looking at his pawn sacrifice, right? And trying to evaluate it because it's such a complex decision. So it wouldn't surprise me if he played it, but I still am keeping my prediction on Knight H2. In the meantime, I'm also, while he's taking a think here, I'm looking around the horn, as they say, see if we have some interesting games. And something here caught my eye, and we haven't talked about this game. There's a game played between Grandmaster Vidit from India and Grandmaster Hans Niemann, and there's a very peculiar piece placement that you might find interesting.
Wait, what? Let's pull this one up. Yeah. Generally speaking, nobody on this channel cares about Hans Niemann, but let's show his game. This game started off as a real low pass. And what we have right now, I'll just go through the games real quick. What we have right now is pretty interesting. Hans has the bishop pair. But Vidit decided, he did not like his bishop on d2, so Vidit decided, let me put my bishop on b8. What is the bishop doing there? I don't get it at all.
Yeah, that's why I had to summon you to explain it to me. But now I guess we're we're both in yeah, I guess he's trying to put pressure on c7, but it's just such a funny maneuver. It looks like Black's position is just very solid. I mean, he can always play bishop to d8 to overprotect that pawn. But yeah, I mean, my understanding of this structure, I have played some in the Italian or the Real Opus, you can sometimes get this doubled e-pawn formation. And seems like from the things that I've studied and read, White's generally pretty happy to get this position because those pawns are pretty inflexible. Like if you ever play d5, of course, e5 becomes a major liability. But I've always wondered, what if Black just doesn't do that and maintains those pawns? They do seem quite solid, and the onus is going to be on White to to make some kind of progress, some kind of break. So yeah, it would be interesting to see if Vidit can figure out a way to put some pressure on this position. And look at this move he played, knight b1. So he loves putting these pieces. He's got a bishop on b8, a knight on b1. So where is he going with that knight? Is he going to a5? I don't know.
I think that's what he wants to do. Yeah, knight d2, b3, and a5, and all of a sudden then the bishop will be trapped. The more I look at it, the more I actually like it from Vidit, as I don't see a good plan for Hans, right? Because let's say we make a couple moves. Let's say Hans goes back and forth. Let's say you go here. The position can easily turn out to be lost because as soon as the knight lands here, your bishop is just trapped. And already here you're in big trouble as you don't have a good way to anticipate that because you cannot play queen e8 as it hangs the pawn on c7. So Vidit's plan is very clear. I like it a lot, and I don't see what Hans is going to do better. In the meantime, we have a move by Esipenko. Esipenko did play the best move. He played a knight to e5.
Terrific on his part, because as I said, I thought knight h2 was coming, but we shouldn't underestimate these 2,700 guys, right? He sensed this g5 move. You have to meet it with energy, right? Because otherwise Hikaru is going to blow you off the board, and he's fighting fire with fire. But still, let's look at this line, because Hikaru's got to take this knight. I mean, I would definitely take it with the knight. Why would I ever give up my dark square bishop? And White doesn't get, and we just take the pawn right away. And White doesn't get anything back immediately. The rook on e1 is spying on the bishop on e5. You don't have any strong discoveries, so knight c3 just developing. Now you have this idea, I guess. Now you can consider taking on a 4 maybe to regain your pawn on d5. And after e6, Hikaru's got everything protected. And White, I guess, just plays this position. But at least you have stopped g4. And you also have this continued pressure on the e-file. But to me, it looks like, if I wasn't looking at the computer evaluation, my first instinct would just be Black is better. The knight on f4 looks strong. The center looks very strong. If I can just play like bishop d7, maybe queen f6 or something, it looks like I'm consolidating my position, developing extra pawn. So what exactly is White's compensation here?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess the position is just a little bit loose for Black. Now this pawn on g5 is perhaps more of a liability than an asset, as we can no longer break open the king side with g4 coming next. And it feels like White gets quick counterplay here with knight a4, knight b6 coming, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop perhaps, if it lands on d7. I'm 100% with you. If we can get in the moves queen f6 and bishop d7, Black is doing very well, perhaps borderline winning even, as you're just up upon it. By the way, Hikaru spends no time. He has already taken on e5. Esipenko recaptures. Should we just take here, or is there another move to consider?
I mean, I'm a greedy guy. That looks like a free pawn, but... Well, he already took it. Spoilers. So Hikaru's with me on that one. But I see, there's even in the chat, I see Tanban is saying, hey, you just go bishop f5. It's better than bishop takes e5. But so what? You just leave this pawn for later, and then let's say I do the same thing with knight c3. What do you do?
Maybe
E6?
we just go e6 and we try to pick it up later, as it is somewhat cut off from White's pawn chain.
So you just focus on development first, and then try to regain that point. But okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking the pawn, so I'm not surprised Hikaru just immediately goes for it. And Esipenko quickly plays knight c3. So it seems like while Esipenko was going on his deep thing, Hikaru anticipated this knight e5 move because he quickly responded with accepting the pawn. And it'll be interesting to see if he continues that pace, because, again, Esipenko thought for 20 plus minutes. Hikaru could have also spent that time. But, yeah, it seems like, again, still, after this e6 move, which to me is just very natural, to defend the pawn, to open up for queen f6. If White doesn't continue playing with energy, you could just be technically losing in the long run down a pawn.
Yeah, so I guess Hikaru is just going to recapture the defend the pawn with the move e6. And then I'm very curious to see what Esipenko has in mind. But it's impressive that Hikaru already anticipated this pawn sacrifice, whereas to me, it didn't necessarily look so intuitive to just sack the pawn like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he did spend a lot of time before going for G5. So it makes sense that he have considered all these possibilities. And I think you're right, because for Esipenko, this knight a4 idea is probably the key to getting some of this strong compensation. The square in particular on b6 is very, very juicy for white's pieces. And then, of course, there could even be a scenario that I'm considering, some knight a4, rook c1. Of course, knight b6 is most tempting, but even something like bishop b6, maybe down the road, rook c7, knight c5, does start to look scary. Another thing is that if Hikaru plays e6 here, he also blocks the bishop on c8, so we perhaps don't get some of that same initiative on the king side that we could have gotten with g4, or maybe even some kind of, hopeful sacrifice in h3. So it seems like Hikaru now, he's not really playing for the initiative. The initiative has shifted more to Esipenko, at least on the queen side, and Hikaru has to play a little bit of defense and consolidation, but he does have the extra pawn for his troubles.
Exactly. So Hikaru is probably going to go for a long thing now. In the meantime, we are going on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Keep sending in that energy. This is very critical. This is a very critical game in the tournament and for Hikaru's chances to qualify for the candidates. So we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Alex, while we were on break, a few more moves have been played. I think we left off after the move knight c3 by Esipenko. Hikaru played the move e6, defending the pawn on d5. And here a mistake by white. Esipenko goes for the very natural move bishop to c5, hitting the bishop in the center and the rook on f8. But I think we can just defend against both of those with the move bishop to d6.
Yeah, that does seem forced from Hikaru, but we were considering for Esipenko to go knight a4 and zero in on those queenside dark squares. Perhaps he has a different plan, maybe either looking to exchange the dark square bishops and maybe play for some kind of bind in the center with queen d4, or alternatively, he was thinking to retreat back to the d4 square after Hikaru goes bishop d6, and maybe he's not aiming so much for the queen side, but also for the king side as well. In the meantime, I want to update you and our audience that we actually have a somewhat important result, or a very important result, in the tournament. On board 2, Yu Yangyi and Arjun Erigaisi have drawn their game, which means that if Hikaru, the winner of this game between Hikaru and Esipenko, will be the sole leader, as Arjun Erigaisi is now on 4.5.
Yeah, let's show that real quick. I was a little bit surprised. Arjun decided to play the Petrov defense against Yu Yangyi, and Yu Yangyi plays the Petrov defense himself as black. So see the Petrov right here. It became somewhat symmetrical. Just go through this game real quick. I don't know the exact theory. Perhaps white had a bit of an edge, but at some point,
Whoa, go back for that c5 move just for a second. That had a very visual effect. Just every square in the center totally occupied.
Exactly. Yeah. No, yeah, very, very nice observation. So, but yeah, at this point, all of the pieces pretty much just got vacuumed off, and you know what that means. We were just headed for a draw, and then it's all about reaching move 30, and that's what we see in this game. As soon as they reach move 30, the game ended in a draw. So Erigaisi moves to 4.5. That gives Hikaru the opportunity to grab the sole lead. And in this position right here, Alex, do you think Hikaru? I mean, bishop d6 is a move to defend the bishop. And I was going to say, do you think rook f5? Do you think Hikaru spent any time on that, or not really?
I mean, he must have spent a little bit of time, but it looks so clumsy that it's hard to believe that was one of the better moves. But bishop d6 is very natural. Of course, the bishop is no longer in the long diagonal, but on d6, it's still quite versatile, aiming at both sides of the board. And we see very quickly Esipenko draws back to d4. So I was wondering if he might want to actually trade the darks for bishops, because black is a little bit soft on the dark squares, but he prefers to keep the bishops on the board. I was thinking maybe he trades and puts the queen there. But bishop d4, and now I guess he has some ideas of playing g3 and queen h5. So all of a sudden, it could be that Hikaru's king, this g5 move that he played, very aggressive, which we applauded for its for its strength and bravery. It could also have some downsides, that the king on g8 is a little soft, right? So g3, queen h5, bishop d3 is starting to look a little scary if you don't do something about those threats.
Yeah, I like the bishop on d4. It's eyeing towards Hikaru's king, which is right now is feeling a little bit airy. So let's make some moves on the board. Let's say we go bishop d7, right? A very natural move. Perhaps white just goes for the move that you mentioned, the move g3, kicking the knight away. And now maybe something like bishop d3, followed by queen h5. And I feel like, practically speaking, this looks quite nice for white. You have a nice initiative going here. Queen h5 is coming, and it's not easy to bring the queen over to defend, because the moment you play queen e8, you run into all these kind of tactics with knight takes d5, utilizing the pin along the e file. So I'm not quite sure what Hikaru should do here. It would be nice to get in the move e5. So let's say we start with knight g6, preparing e5. Could we perhaps see a repetition here with something like bishop d3, knight f4, and the players going back and forth?
That would be somewhat of a surprise, considering how sharp the position is. If you go back for a moment, can I still play e5 there, and then something like bishop g6, and then I can take on d4 or something like this, and all of a sudden all the pieces are hanging?
That's definitely a possibility, but maybe here white can sack a piece. Like, let's say you take on d4, black takes here, there's a check, and after the king moves, then rook 81. And black's pieces are pretty loose. The bishop is hanging, the king is wide open, so if you move it anywhere, like let's say I mean, yeah, it feels like there should be a way here for white to regain the material.
Yeah, especially because there's also this knight e4 move to increase the pressure on the bishop and go after the king side. So, yeah, as you mentioned, if Hikaru could play the move e5 under favorable circumstances, he's probably just winning, because he solves the biggest issue of his position, which is, first of all, he's underdeveloped compared to Esipenko. His king is a little loose because of this bishop on d4. So e5 just solves all those issues and liberates his position, but not so easy to achieve. So this repetition with knight g6 and knight f4, let's see. I feel like both sides, it's not forced at all. I feel like both sides could avoid it if they wish. So knight g6 here makes sense to play e5 for threat e5, right?
So let's say white goes queen h5 first, right? Or do we go like, I mean, e5, maybe there's bishop d3 again?
Maybe bishop f5 there.
Yeah, bishop f5, and this works out well for black. Yeah. But I can go here and hit this pawn, which we have a tough time defending because h6 is not available.
And then d4, bishop g5. This is getting, well, my first instinct is that if I'm not getting in trouble after some kind of, bishop c4, knight e4, I wouldn't be so pessimistic about my chances. Yeah, like bishop e7. And yeah, here, like, yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop f5, but now I could be getting in trouble. Yeah, with some bishop c4 move. Not sure. Yeah, if my king would be safe here, I feel like with this dominant center, I would be in a good spot. But of course, that's the key question. Can Hikaru solve the issue of this loose king? Let's go back for a moment because this was too ambitious, I guess, my d4 move. But what do you do, right? Because e5.
What about this? What if we go rook f4, hit the bishop, and we also
rook h4?
This? Although, can you do this? Bishop e3, and after rook h4, you can take it to queen, or maybe even with the bishop.
Right, but looks like, oh, there's d4 and bishop f4, you get a double attack. Wow. Yeah. Suddenly, okay, so this is a very, like I said, a repetition here would be kind of a big surprise. It feels like there's a lot of fight in the position for both players. Who do you think here would be taking on more risk if this repetition, which I don't expect, by the way, was not to occur?
Good question. I feel like the position can easily spin out of control for Hikaru, right? His king is somewhat exposed. Now, white is down a pawn. So I feel like Hikaru has a little bit more risk, right? Because what is the worst thing that can happen to Hikaru? The worst thing that can happen to Hikaru is that he could get mated with his exposed king. What is the worst thing that can happen to white? Well, the worst thing that can happen to white is that they have insufficient compensation and they're down a pawn. So I feel like the onus is more on Hikaru to play accurately here. And so perhaps he needs to go for this move knight g6 to try to get e5 in. And yeah, I don't know. It's quite a peculiar repetition. It's not a very common one at all.
How about another idea? How about queen c7 here? And of course, I'm eyeballing e5. But my main idea, queen c7, sorry, because I don't want to be stepping on this e-file. But my other idea was that I want to maybe bring my queen to f7 because that's going to, first of all, eyeball this queen h5, and it supports my knight on g6. So it feels like this queen on f7 is pretty well placed, just supporting the king, supporting the center, maybe getting some pressure on the f-file. So perhaps this is a way to avoid not only this repetition, but simply a good move to try to consolidate some of these weaknesses.
Yeah, I like this move a lot. I like this move a lot. And just to illustrate everyone why we play the move queen c7 and not queen e7, because if you go queen e7, you step into the line of the rook. So now again, there's g3, and after knight g6, there's knight takes d5, and then knight cannot be taken as the queen will be hanging. So very nice point there. And like you said, it supports the e5 push. So the more I look at it, the more I like this idea. So let's have a look. So let's say white goes g3. Are we actually forced to move the knight, or could we even consider a move like e5 as we hit the bishop on d4? That's one consideration. Another idea I had is perhaps queen f7.
And then you have this queen h2 trying to mate me.
But maybe there's still just bishop g2 and everything is guarded.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking it's very ambitious, but queen h2, king f1 is trying to play e5 and bishop h3, but we might also get into a lot of trouble in the center because there's going to be some queen d5 ideas. Yeah, so this is just in time to not only defend, but also just checkmate us, yeah?
And we have the move knight g6 by Hikaru on the board. Good move. Do you think we'll see this repetition? I think there's a good chance, actually, bishop d3, knight f4.
I think we could see it once, right? And then both players are going to have to think, okay, do I try to repeat it here? Now, we looked at here, if Esipenko continues with queen h5, which is very aggressive, then we have some resources. You mentioned this rook f4 idea, which looks very interesting to chase the queen out. Bishop d3 does seem a bit more natural there because it's also in this position, Black, is Hikaru already threatening to play e5? Let's say like we have a move like rook c1, right? Like some developing move. Is e5 already a threat? Yeah, because you don't have any of these crazy sacrifices that you had in some of those other positions with the queen more actively placed on h5, let's say, or the bishop on
Yeah, you do
d3.
have to sacrifice knight takes d5. I mean, if you move the bishop back, then there's just d4 and you get forked. There's knight takes d5. And after this, it is somewhat scary as our king is open and bishop c4 could come next, but I don't quite feel like it's enough. And actually, black has a nice move here with b5, making sure that the bishop cannot land here, and you continue your development with bishop to b7. So I think Esipenko needs to act fast here. e5 is a legitimate threat that would win a piece. And I feel like if they find the repetition once, I think it's quite likely that they will just repeat the moves here. As Esipenko is getting low on time, a draw is not a bad result. Hikaru must not feel too comfortable either with this open king. And so I think if this repetition is on the board once, I think we'll see it twice and a repetition.
After bishop d3, knight f4, could Esipenko try to be more ambitious and instead of going bishop f1, retreat to maybe like c2? Because the bishop is more active on that diagonal. But at the same time, he doesn't have this queen h5 or queen d3 follow-up. And g3 is not so easy to set up because of knight takes h3. So maybe this is over ambitious, yeah?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, you pointed out correctly that g3 is not an option. Now it hangs the h3 pawn as the bishop is no longer on f1. And the queen cannot easily join the attack. There's no queen d3, there's no queen h5. So I feel like this is a little bit speculative. Of course, white still has compensation here, but you do take certain risks, as if you don't follow up in the right way, you might just be down a pawn. So I think also for Esipenko, since he's down on time, why would he not just repeat once, get an extra minute on the clock, and get closer to the time control?
No, absolutely. That's for sure. If they have this bishop d3, knight f4, I fully expect bishop f1, and then the players can decide whether they want to repeat. But I'm just kind of trying to think from both sides' perspective. What is, the risk reward of declining this repetition? It seems like maybe for Esipenko here, it doesn't have much choice, because if you don't play bishop d3, e5 is a very serious threat. And then after that f4, again, you probably don't want to give up that light square bishop because it's such a nice attacking piece. So you might as well move it back to f1. And then we talked about this queen c7 move for Hikaru, right? So maybe he has some ideas himself if he wants to decline the repetition. I think he has. I mean, he's not going to burn all his bridges, but he certainly has some risk tolerance. He showed it with his opening. He showed it with his g5 move, right? He's willing to take the fight to his opponent. And, you were mentioning Esipenko doesn't mind maybe a draw here because, first of all, he's down on time. Hikaru might be thinking, well, I'm up on time. Maybe I should try to press this because there's 22 moves remaining to time control, and my opponent only has 30 minutes. And we don't see bishop to d3, by the way.
No, he goes knight to a4. He wants to go knight to b6 and create some pesky threats here on the dark shore. So how does Hikaru deal with this? You could just allow the knight to get here, but it does look really annoying if the knight actually lands. So let's say go bishop d7, knight b6 is there, or knight c5. So perhaps we should stop white with the move bishop to c7. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised about this knight a4 move. It's very logical, but it just seemed like we said, bishop d3, knight f4, bishop f1, and then you gain that minute, for example, and then you can make the decision. But knight f4 does make sense. We talked about it in many other lines, trying to infiltrate on these dark squares. Bishop c7 looks great to me because now you prevent this knight b6. You also overprotect this pawn on d5, right? So now e5 becomes a very serious move. You don't have to worry about these queen takes d5 tactics. So I like it. I mean, I guess one relative downside is the bishop is a little bit more exposed on c7 than on d6. So rook c1 is super obvious now. Maybe trying to set up some, just the rooks on the open file, but you're also setting up some kind of potential even exchange sacrifices, right, on the c7 square. So now this can get really wild because I'm wondering what happens on e5. I was even thinking, is it possible to go rook c7 there? I guess that's a little bit too ambitious. But yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can make some kind of take on e5, take on d5. But there's knight f7 at the end there, so it doesn't work. But yeah, I think that the stakes are getting higher because if Hikaru gets e5 on the board, and then, for example, even just a simple move like bishop e6 to protect the center, he's just up a pawn.
Yeah, however, it's probably not that easy to achieve, right? Because, let's say we go e5 here, bishop e3. if we go bishop b6, that runs into a knight to c5. And let's say we go d4, hitting the bishop can take here as the bishop on c7 is hanging, as you pointed out earlier. So the position becomes a little bit loose, especially that bishop on c7. There's no good way to protect it. I mean, maybe like rook f7, but I don't know, it feels a little bit passive. So let's see how Hikaru is going to deal with this position. I'm always impressed, how he manages to navigate the complications. So far in this game, he's done a very good job, but there's still many tough decisions ahead. The good thing for him, though, is that he has an extra 10 minutes to figure everything out. So, Alex, is bishop c7 really forced here, or can we allow the knight to jump here with, let's say, move like rook b8, right? Because now knight b6 no longer comes with a tempo. Maybe now we are better equipped to go for the move e5.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this knight on b6 could be a liability, right? Bishop e3, d4. You've got both of these guys under attack, and white's in trouble. Interesting. So, yeah, rook b8, and then after rook b8, you also probably are considering even b5, right? If white doesn't play knight to b6, and you can completely kill off that idea. Okay, you can still put the knight on c5, but, excuse me, here it feels like I'm still getting this e5 move, and if bishop e3 now... excuse me, maybe now I can go d4 because you don't have this bishop takes g5 idea. Again, pretty complicated. I am moving these pawns up the board. They are creating some holes for white's pieces to exploit, but I'm also grabbing some space. So this would definitely be, I don't know, this is very double-edged, but I'm trying to figure out who I like more here. I mean, maybe I'm being materialistic, but I kind of like black because it feels like I consolidate. Now I have a pass d4 pawn that's also extra. And maybe at the right moment, I can even swap this knight on c5 and get my bishop to b7 and knight on f4 and create some kingside chances. So this rook b8 move looks like a very serious alternative, maybe even simply a better move than bishop c7, because instead of retreating, we're creating, some kind of development with rook b8, b5, and maybe the rook swings in, maybe the light square bishop comes out. Interesting decision here for Hikaru.
Yeah, and I like the move rook b8 the more I look at it. I think we shouldn't fear the move knight b6 too much, and perhaps it's better to anticipate for it rather than stopping it altogether. Because like we said, the knight can also sometimes jump to the c5 square, and with bishop c7, this bishop often becomes very loose here with rook c1, and there's always tactics hanging in the air. For example, like after e5 and bishop here, let's say you play a move to defend this pawn, right? Like I don't know, like h6. White can, I think, very easily sack here and take and gets pretty good compensation. By the way, h6 was not a good move because of queen c2, eyeing this and this, but just to illustrate all the dangers that are in the black position here.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. The more we, like you said, the more you look at rook b8, the more it starts to make sense. I did like bishop c7, but yeah, the kind of loosens up the position a bit. Of course, we wouldn't be playing h6 here. Are there any other possible? I guess it's just those two, right? Just bishop c7 or rook b8. How much do you value getting this knight to b6? Because it feels like the c5 square, although it's a good square for white here, it doesn't feel as annoying as the knight on b6 somehow. It feels like on c5 I could, even swap it off, or even it's not really attacking anything too important as long as I can play e5 quickly enough. There's also, I'm seeing another. Wow, a very engine-motivated suggestion. An exchange sacrifice. b5, knight b6, and then you just go e5. Just letting this rook hang. Of course, the knight will be very stuck in that case.
And we go here, because the knight is kind of stuck. Okay, you defend the pawn. So let's say knight b6.
Now
I guess
bishop c7, yeah, it's just trapped.
Oh, it's just completely trapped.
It's just completely trapped, and you defend d5. So very nice move there. So look at this crazy line. So white can't take on a8. Has to retreat the bishop, right? If we go back a couple moves, instead of knight a8, yeah, bishop e3, but now d4. So what's going on? You're still, now what if you take the rook? Because this is a little different, right? Takes, and we do have a move actually, Hikaru, but maybe...
I played bishop to c7, stopping the knight jump. But yeah, again, it leaves the black position somewhat vulnerable. And now Andre has a pretty easy move, I would say, with rook to c1. I feel like all of those lines that we looked at are very difficult to figure out over the board. In many lines, black has to sacrifice material, and it's not obvious right away that you are getting it back. So now I do expect rook c1 quickly from Andre. It looks like a very natural move.
Yeah, and maybe Hikaru just wants to be a bit practical here. He's, we talk about him having a time advantage, but it's, 6 minutes now. It's not so much. And at the same time, they both need 20 moves. So perhaps he saw this b5 move, And he's starting to look at this exchange sacrifice, and it's the complications. You could probably spend a solid 20, 30 minutes on them. So he's thinking, okay, bishop c7, I know this move is going to be not a bad move. Maybe it's not the best, but let me get it off quickly. And I'm sure he has something in mind for rook c1, because we do expect this move quickly. It's by far the most natural move for white. So maybe he's going to go down one of those lines we looked at with a quick e5 move. And he just wants to pass the ball more to Andre here and avoid getting into any time trouble himself.
Exactly. Yeah. So bishop c7 on the board. I think Andre really needs to pick up the pace a little bit. He needs to make another 21 moves to reach the time control. He only has 30 minutes to do so. But Hikaru also getting into a little bit of time pressure himself, right? 37 minutes for another 21 moves in a position that is as sharp as this one is not a whole lot of time. And yeah, so we'll see how this one will develop. There's, by the way, another game that I wanted to show to our viewers, because this one kind of got out of control.
I wonder, yep, that was the one that I was actually also having an eye on. So yeah, go ahead, Benjamin.
Talking about sacking rooks in the corner, look at what happened here. So white is down a pawn. Bishop a6 was played by Shangland. He's already inviting a sacrifice over here. White says no. Bishop d6 again. White could have sacked here, but Predke again says no. He wants to go after the rook. Now Shangland takes, white takes. Bishop back, strengthening that e6 point. But look at this. Like, white is up the exchange, but the knight is trapped in a corner. How? Although I guess the knight's going to...
You're probably going to try to get it for these f7 and e6 pawns. So now I'm starting to understand why Sam played bishop c8, because imagine the bishop's in a6 here. You're probably just getting crushed by knight f7 and then rook e6, and the king is in a lot of danger. But this king g8, you know, he's trying to regain this knight slowly, but it gives Predke some time here. And yeah, queen e2 makes a lot of sense, of course, so that if king g8, now I can just take an f7, and it looks like, at the very least, I'm getting a bunch of these pawns. Apparently, it's not so bad for black, because my first instinct would be that this is very, very troublesome, but perhaps it's not easy for me to swing my my rooks into the battle. Yeah, no, and there's this rook a7 idea, right, for black as well, potentially. Right. It's just getting some defense going.
Yeah, no, I like that idea, because the problem really is that this knight on b8 is kind of stuck. It cannot develop as it would hang the pawn on c6. But like I said, rook a7 to e7, or maybe the d7 or f7 is definitely a good defensive resource for black. And I'm not 100% sure how white should continue the attack here, but this one is definitely an intriguing game. I think both players are on 3.5 out of 5, so win for either player would be great here, as they would move up the standings. Esipenko, in the meantime, is still in thought. Whereas, again, what else do you think he could be considering besides the move rook to c1?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it is an extremely natural move. Okay, we'll have the can. Oh, bishop d3. Okay, so we talked about this move a bit earlier, right? It seems, again, this is not a bad move, but it seems slightly disconnected, right? He plays knight a4, then bishop d3, right? So it kind of seems like he's trying to combine both of these plans. We were thinking more bishop d3, queen h5, just zero in on that king side. But you know, this inclusion of knight a4, bishop c7, I don't think this was intentional, but it made it harder for my idea of queen c7, right? I was thinking maybe we could slide that queen over for some defense. And now, well, do we still have this option of this repetition, like knight f4, bishop f1? Is that still something we could see occur in the game?
Yeah, so let's see. Knight f4 definitely an option here for Hikaru, hitting the bishop. And again, the bishop could drop back to f1, and perhaps we could see a move repetition. That's definitely possible. Another option Hikaru has, let's look at this. Maybe the move e5, hitting the bishop on e3, on d4. And I think you have to take on g6. If you go back, then now e4 pushes this bishop back. And this is kind of what we talked about. If Hikaru manages to consolidate, he's in very good shape. So let's have a look. Bishop takes g6, looks forced. If we take the bishop on g6, white takes here and gets a crushing position. So we have to take the bishop on d4. And here, white might have the move queen to h5, threatening checkmate and sacking the bishop. But if you take it, the game might just end in a draw. I don't see a way for either player to improve here.
Yeah, so different repetition. Obviously, white cannot bring any more pieces to the attack, so the queen has to give for pet. But also, of course, yeah, so e5, let's go back just a moment, see if we can avoid this, because this does seem pretty natural. We've been talking about e5 all day, it feels like, you know, for Hikaru to liberate his pieces. Yeah, I guess this is extremely forced because there's no move for white here. Like you mentioned, you can't just allow e4, for example, on the next turn. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
A-
yeah, can it
And here's
Hikaru
the thing,
avoid
I'm looking at
this?
the camera, and Hikaru makes that impression like, is this game just gonna be a draw? Like, he doesn't
Uh
look unhappy. He looks a little bit like Andre just wants to
oh,
make a draw.
I see that. Oh, yeah, that's the face of he knows. He's gone. Really? I have to make a draw here? Do I really have to make a draw here? I guess I have to make a draw here. It's like he's mulling it over.
Yeah. And then often on stream, when he's playing Blitz, he's like, F it, I'll just play on. But I think like Hikaru is so good at calculating, he's probably already seen this line. Like, and he probably both players know what they might be headed for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you caught that moment, Benjamin, but he just reached his hand across the board and pulled it back in. So it feels like he is pretty set on his decision. And the facial expressions he's giving do seem like he understands that the game could just end right here.
Mm-hmm.
Or does he? Now he's like, wait a minute, hold on.
I mean, an alternative you have is perhaps the move knight f4. But then
Right.
we've talked about this. White at the very least can drop back. And do you really have anything better than knight g6? I mean, maybe you do, but I think also for Hikaru, this game could get out of control, right? So a draw really is not a bad result. He would reach the rest day with 4.5 out of 6 shares for the lead. And he would be winning a decent amount of rating. So I think a draw with black would be a pretty reasonable result here.
Yep, totally reasonable. I mean, even before the start of the game, I'm sure Hikaru, we saw his intentions with the slightly risky opening, let's say. But at the end of the day, you don't want to burn all your bridges, and you try to fight for the advantage if the opponent gives you the opportunity. But Esipenko here did not make any mistakes, so a draw is not it's not a terrible result. Maybe instead of bishop c7, if Hikaru wanted to prolong the game or fight on, maybe one of these b5 or rook b8 moves was necessary. But yeah, here I just saw him pull his hand back and forth again. So, this is a big moment. Is he going to go for
He's
e5?
reaching towards the center, so I really think he's going to play the move e5, and it is on the board. And I think we will just see the repetition. Like, white cannot move that bishop. I think then you're just much worse. We'll see Andre take. You cannot take the bishop on g6. Again, white takes here, and white is much, much better. Look at the evil bar. So we're going to take the bishop on d4. And here, if you move the bishop, let's say you move it back to d3, I think Hikaru is in very good shape after someone like queen d6. This threat is very difficult to deal with. So I think we'll just see queen h5. Threatening checkmate. The only way to deal with it is to take the bishop. And here, I don't think white has anything to play for win here. I think white just has to give the perpetual, and we are already seeing those moves on the board.
Yeah, both players definitely anticipated those moves, and based on Hikaru's body language, we could see that he knew the game was ending. He's got a slight smile, and these moves should come very quickly. Brilliant move, queen h5, but of course, definitely foreseen by both of the players. So, yeah, this game definitely seemed like it was very, very exciting, but this can often happen, right? When these sharp battles, especially when one side goes after the king, you don't get the checkmate, but you get enough counterplay, you get enough attack for a draw. And Hikaru definitely came out to fight today. He played this dragon, the hyper accelerated dragon. He played this a6 move, which may have been a bit of innovation. He played g5, which was a great find for the initiative. But ultimately, Andre, he did not make any mistakes. Maybe he didn't play, as the super, super best moves, but every move was completely reasonable. So no reason for Hikaru to have had the advantage. He sacrificed the pawn, which was a great practical decision and objective. So I think it's all fair in the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think it seems like a very correct game. I don't think either side missed any real chances. Andre, I think, was very impressive by Hikaru, how he spotted that opportunity with g5 to create counterplay. And Andre was very quick to realize that, hey, I cannot sit passive here. I have to sack a pawn. Hikaru took it. And after that, everything seemed pretty correct. And yeah, I think we're just headed for a draw here, as they have already repeated the position once.
Yeah, and there's no, I mean, maybe you can play some troll move for white, but why risk it, right? Just some kind of random in-between move before giving the perpetual. But yeah, white cannot avoid it because you're down a piece. And if you allow, for example, queen f6, the game is just going to be over. And we see it on the board. They're repeating. There's going to be a bit of a formality here because I think it's not move 30 yet, right? So you got to get these arbiters and they have to make the claim and you have to pause the clock and, the players, of course. And then you see Hikaru's looking around. Maybe he's like, where's the nearest arbiter, right? Who's going to have the honor of signing the score sheets here?
Exactly, yeah. But also, I mean, Andre could sit here for a second, think like, hey, is there really nothing better than a perpetual? He could technically let his time take down to 1 second and then give the checks with Queen H6 and Queen G6. So he might think here for a little, but there's clearly no way to play on. I mean, he would love to somehow bring the rook in, but there's just no way. And if you're not quick enough, Black gets some defenders in quickly with Bishop F5 or Queen F6. So he's just gonna have to settle for a draw.
Yeah, he's sitting here, but doubtful he's calculating anything. Maybe he's just like taking in the moment, before the game finishes. We do have Queen H6, and yeah, Hikaru's looking around. Not sure why the game's still going. We have an arbiter in the background.
And Queen G6, that's already a 3-time repetition. Now, yeah, like I said, if those rules weren't in place, they might just agree to a draw here. But here, you either have to wait to claim.
Maybe they'll play it out to move 30, right? Maybe that's their strategy. Yeah, they're just going to repeat it back and forth. I just no, Hikaru does call over an arbiter, and they agree to a draw. Okay, so the results in the books: Hikaru retains the lead because him and Andre Esipenko were tied for first on 4 out of 5, as well as Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi. All those games ended in a draw, so we know at least 3 leaders. Perhaps someone from the 3.5 score group will catch up. But Hikaru will go into the rest day tied for first. He will also be ahead of Alireza Firouzja on the live ratings, I believe, regardless of Firouzja's result. So not bad. Not a bad first half to the tournament. And Hikaru will be white in the game. Presumably will be white in the game after the rest day.
Yeah, he'll probably have the white pieces as today he played with black. So let's actually check how Firouzja is doing, right? That's our main competitor for this event. Firouzja right now, he's on 3.5 points, but we've talked about his game earlier. He's playing with the black pieces against Artemiev, and we left off here after bishop takes f3. The knight's under attack. E4 was played. Rook e1 to pin the pawn. Castles. Now here, white can take the pawn, but Artemiev decided to keep his bishop pair on the board. He goes bishop e2 and bishop f4, and I like white's position. It feels rather risk-free. Black has, a 4 versus 3 on the king side, and white has a 3.5 versus 3 on the queen side, but you have a very nice bishop pair to work with. However, what do you make of this move, knight to a3? But yeah, in either case, I don't really see Firouzja winning this game, which is great for Hikaru because that will keep him, what is it, like 8 points ahead of Firouzja.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru lost a little bit of rating on this draw, like something fraction of
like
a point,
or 0.2 or 1.2.
Yeah, and then Firouzja, if the game, for example, ends in a draw, will lose around the same, so that will keep the balance. But even though the position is, we're in this kind of like queenless middle game / end game phase, the players don't have too much time. And I'm sure you saw the game yesterday between Firouzja and Hans Demon, where of course the game was a lot sharper, but when the game started going to the time scramble phase, things started really heating up, right? So there is still a chance that we have something like that here. Of course, the position is not as crazy with the kings being attacked, but still, to me, at least to my untrained eye, let's say, it looks fairly unbalanced. And for example, if Artemiev can play the c4 move at the right moment, he could just undouble his pawns, have a pawn majority on the queen side with the bishop pair, and it seems like he would have good chances to try to squeeze Firouzja in this endgame.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think with the move knight a3, he's aiming to go c4, hit the knight over here, and undouble his pawns. That could definitely give white the advantage. So Firouzja needs to be careful here. I mean, a loss here would be disastrous for his tournament. It would not be over yet for his Chancellor candidates, but that would give Hikaru quite a hefty lead. So Firouzja, he's playing all right, but he's not found his footing just yet. He's a little bit behind the leaders. Is there another game? Let's check back in Fabiano's game against, how do you pronounce his name? Nair? Just Nair?
Yes, Yevgeny Nair, I believe. Yep.
Yevgeny Nair.
And we left this game a long time ago with the bishop on h2, right?
Yeah, so after bishop h2, bishop d7 was played, castles, knight h5. All right, feels like maybe white has an edge, but Nair went for this typical maneuver with bishop g5 and bishop f4 to trade it off. Like the bishop on h2 is somewhat passive, but the bishop on e7 as well, right? And at least now black can get access to the f4 square. So we have some more moves. All looks pretty solid. Okay, to me, rook a7 looks weird, as Nair just plays rook a8, and all white has achieved is losing the a file.
Yeah, but the a file is not so important here, I guess, right? It's not like Nair can do too much with it, but I guess Fabiano loses the possibility for maybe a moment later in the game, right, to have a better shot at this rook a7 move. So I agree. It seems like trading the a1 rook for the b8 rook doesn't seem correct, but perhaps his idea was to deflect the queen from the queen side temporarily, because you can see he came with this, queen d, maybe he's going to come with this queen d2 idea or something, and now black doesn't have queen g5. I'm just guessing for what could have been the reason. Obviously, he understood that his rook was a bit more active than Yevgeny's.
Yep. And to answer some chat questions, Hikaru will indeed be joining us shortly for an interview, I think in about 5 minutes. So make sure to stick around for that. You can already, submit some chat questions that we will try to ask him. Oh, we are getting confirmation that Hikaru is here, so let's let him in. Hey, Hikaru, how's it going? Oh,
putting on the headphones. Hey, Hikaru.
Hey. What's good, you guys?
Hey, Hikaru, how's it going?
Good. How about yourself?
We're doing pretty well. So, yeah, a draw today with the black pieces against Andrei Esipenko. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting game. Obviously, I tried very hard to make it imbalanced with his G5 move. I mean, it was sort of in the spirit of the position to go for broke. Because if I don't, I think positionally I'm in a lot of trouble, just sort of out of the opening. So I thought what I did was very interesting. I mean, to start with the opening was very strange. Like, first of all, I surprised him with G6, and then he tried to re-surprise me, quasi-re-surprise me with C3. And then yeah, I played D5, and so he thought he would surprise me with E5 here, and then I played A6 to surprise him right back. And yeah, I mean, from this point, we're sort of, I wouldn't say I would definitely still in preparation, but we got this very interesting position in this middle game, which was very tricky, because basically here after F6 takes, white can always take on C5, and I get the big black center with the E5, and you just sort of play chess basically. But he castled first. So then, like, the point is that up to this point, I was moving instantly because obviously this is still prep. And then here I use like 7 minutes to castle. So the thing is, when I castled, then he realized that, of course, I'd looked at DC5. So he decided not to play DC5 here, because then after E5, we're basically back in the same line. So he goes bishop to E3. Yeah, and I mean, here it's so hard to figure out what to do. I mean, I thought what I did made sense. I also thought I could have played like queen c7 here to again try and provoke him to take on c5 and go e5. I mean, I also thought I had knight h5 as well. I mean, I thought there were a lot of different ideas that I could have played here. Like knight h5 was another move I considered, but I didn't know. Like I just wasn't 100% sure. So, I mean, at any rate, I thought what I did was very principled with cd4 and knight h5. Yeah, and then he goes, yeah, I played, what did he play here? He played rook e1, yeah, and then I go knight f4, bishop f1, and then I go g5. And, like, once I get in g5, I thought I was going to win this game, I'm going to be honest, because, like, if he doesn't have this brilliant move knight to e5, I think the black is much better. Maybe a computer can just play any old move and white's fine, but from a human standpoint, it looks like you've got all these pieces on the first rank that are not developed at all. I'm going g4, I'm just attacking on the king side. And it just looks disastrous for white. I mean, even when I spoke to him after the game, he basically thought that if he didn't have knight e5, it's just losing. So I was feeling really, really good. He spent a lot of time, and then he found this brilliant move, knight to e5, which I think is just a phenomenal move. Obviously, I had not seen it. I had looked at, I think, knight c3, knight g5, all sorts of different ideas, and it's just, I mean, knight g5, for example, I have e5. And if he goes knight f3, just as an example, like, can he go like e4, knight h2, and then knight e6, and I just gobble on d4, and like knight c3, knight d4, for example, knight e d4, of course, queen d2, and then like bishop e6. And then I just bring the queen up, bring the rook in, I've got this big center, I've got these knights in the middle of the board, the bishops are active, and I mean, this is just a complete dream. But then, yeah, he found knight e5, and I thought what I did was pretty reasonable. I don't think I had anything better than that. than what I did. I mean, I felt like I kind of had to just take the pawn and try to prove something because I figure if I didn't take the pawn, I was maybe a little bit worse. And yeah, he played bishop. He played what, knight c3 here, which I thought was a very good move. I played e6, I think the only move really, and then of course he found bishop c5. Someone was asked about bishop f5 on which move.
Instead of taking the pawn, that was a chat suggestion. Yeah, but
yeah,
seemed way more natural to take it.
But I mean, here bishop f4, gf4, knight d2, and I mean, like, or even bishop d3, for example. I mean, the point is, how can black ever be better? Like, I just, the knight's coming to d4, you're getting a bash in there, or white can go bishop d3 and trade the bishops. I mean, or sorry, get an outpost. Sorry, what am I saying? But basically, I just figured if anyone's better, it's white. I just thought I'm getting absolutely just smoked here, positionally. And at the end of the day, like, when you're playing a Sicilian, where you're trying to be aggressive with the black pieces, like, you don't want to wimp out. Let's put it that way. So I felt like I had to be a man and take on e5 because I just figured otherwise positionally it's bad. But what he did made a lot of sense. So yeah, it's like e6, right? And then he goes bishop c5, good move. Bishop d6. I mean, the thing is here, it's very tricky though, because if I can keep the pawns intact, like if he doesn't play bishop c5, say he goes like, I don't know, like rook c1, for example, and I get like bishop d7. I guess bishop d7 here doesn't work, but just play bishop d7, and let's say a3, for example, and I get bishop g7. I mean, I'm just saying, if I get this position, the pawns on e6 and d5 are so rock solid that I can never really, I'm never in danger, and I'm probably close to winning. So it's like it's a delicate situation because like white really has to be precise. If I can ever consolidate my pawns in the center and finish my development, it's just GG on the spot. So I thought, yeah, he played this bishop c5, bishop d4, which was phenomenal.
So apparently better here is the move knight a4. And yeah, I just wanted to say we were also very impressed by the pawn sacrifice. Were you worried at all at this point, or what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, all right, if you want to be 3,500, a stockfish that doesn't care about anything in the position, then sure. But, for us humans, there's this thing that, like, when you're getting attacked, it's kind of scary. At some point during the game, for whatever reason, around the time that I played G5, like the theme song from Braveheart was just like going on and on and on, like on this rewind in my head. And it's the kind of the same thing, like even in Braveheart, like, the English, they start retreating when they get attacked. And it's the same thing in chess. Like, you don't want to be getting attacked here. And so the computer can just play some random move, ignore everything, doesn't matter. Like, I mean, it's not a big deal, but for us humans, it's quite different. So anyway, yeah, I mean, bishop c5 I thought was it looked very, very right to me, just because he gets the bishop on d4, where it's pressuring on this long diagonal towards h8. I think knight g6 is already an only move. Like, if I don't play knight g6, I think I'm just getting cooked.
Yeah, knight g6 is a good move, yeah, because otherwise he goes g3.
Yeah, like if I go bishop d7, for example.
Yeah,
like
g3, like queen h5, bishop d3 here, yeah?
Yeah, g3, knight. I thought even bishop g2 is very good with a sack on d5, maybe, with these bishops in the middle of the board. But yeah, even bishop d3 and queen h5, I mean, it's just very hard for black playing. That's also why I was so annoyed by that he found knight e5, because basically, if he doesn't find knight e5, all my moves are easy. I'm playing for g4, I'm playing for e5. Like, the flow is all in my favor, and he's going to have to use time, probably get in time pressure and blunder. But once he goes knight e5, it flips the script where I'm up a pawn, but I'm the one who's to find the moves. And his moves are all reactions to whatever I do. So, yeah, I thought knight g6 was the only move, and then... yeah, and then he played knight a4. It felt kind of wrong somehow. What's the best move here?
Knight a4 is one of the best moves. Did you, by the way, in case he had played bishop d3, were you going to repeat moves in knight a4?
I saw knight f4. I also was considering rook f4 as well. I mean, it's all very, very hard to judge. Very, very hard to judge. But yeah, I mean, I saw that I had knight f4 at the very least. I don't know if I would have played it or not. But I felt like at this point he thought he could maybe also play for more. Which is why I don't think he played he didn't play bishop to d3. So I mean that was kind of the point, is that I felt that after knight a4, bishop c7, the game just peters out into a draw immediately. Because if I ever get e5 and the pawns start marching, then I'm probably going to just win the game very quickly. And so I think white has to go bishop d3, and then we get this repetition, unfortunately, and the game ends very prematurely.
Yeah. There was also
So
the move rook c1. Was that something you considered, or you thought like, hey, if I get e5 and then I'm always doing well?
no, but I mean, yeah, I saw rook c1, but after e5, then what? Just bishop e3 and pretend that nothing's gone wrong? Yeah, I mean, yeah, for a computer, it's easy to do this. Like, yeah, just let me activate both of the bishops, get the pawns rolling in the center, and I mean, nobody cares. But again, for us humans, we can't play perfect moves. Like, we're never going to play 3,500 level chess. So the notion of basically being down a pawn and just playing a random move and letting your opponent finish like activating his pieces is just not something that's realistic. So I mean, I did see it, but I knew he wasn't going to play it. I was pretty sure he would play bishop b3. Also, because like frankly, the other thing is time was. I mean, we're not super low here, but we're getting to a situation where we're only on like move 20, and we both have like 30 minutes. So it would have been a very nervy sort of like messy time scramble potentially if the game had kept going.
Right. And after bishop d3, you looked a little bit disappointed. Was it just because you knew that the game was going to end in a draw quickly instead of becoming a big fight?
Well, I mean, when you play G5 in the opening, like I mean, G5 is me trying to be the hero. You know, what's that song? I Need a Hero. So I played G5 to be the hero, and then the game just ends like an hour later in a very boring draw. And I mean, it's just kind of. I mean, it's kind of sad. That's what I would say. It's just kind of sad because like I played G5 to try and spice it up, to try and go for glory, and then it just turns into like this what looks, it actually, like we were joking after the game, it ends up looking like some kind of like some preparation from both of us. It's just like some nice long line that leads to a forced draw. But yeah, it's what it is. So it's a little bit disappointing that it ended that quickly. But again, I'm playing interesting games, and you know, jokes aside, if I'm playing interesting chess, that's going to make me happy more than almost anything else.
Hikaru, we definitely thought you came out to fight today with the opening choice. But one of the things we were thinking, of course, we were hoping and we assumed that it was your preparation for him to take on c5, you play e5, you get the center rolling, lots of compensation. One thing we discussed a lot was this inclusion of c takes d4. We were thinking that, of course, it's a trade-off. You can take on d4, but then you allow this knight c3. If you keep the pawn, you always have to consider these sacrifices. Were you considering some idea, maybe even like c4, just to try to keep that knight on b1 hemmed in? And
yeah, no, I considered. I mean, I considered all those moves. I considered c4, I considered knight h5, and I considered queen c7. Those were the other three moves here that I considered in this position. Queen c7, knight h5, and the three moves outside the one I played were those. Queen c7, c4, and knight h5. But in c4, I wasn't really convinced. I thought after c4 we could maybe play knight to e5 here. And I really wasn't sure about the structure objectively. Because if white gets f4, then it's almost like a stone wall. And the e4 square isn't really as useful for me, and I have the weak pawn on e7. So I mean, and maybe long term I can get some b5, b4, but it felt very iffy to me, and I feel like all of white's moves are easy here, whereas my moves are very, very difficult. So I did consider c4 for a bit. I mean, I considered queen c7 too, but like queen c7 to me made no sense because I thought after queen c7, knight d2, sooner or later I'm going to have to take on d4, and then the queen's going to be on the wrong file. Although here, maybe I could go c4 if there's no knight e5, which I did actually during the game. I do vaguely recall seeing this, but yeah, I mean, there were just so many options, which is why, and I thought that taking on d4 and going knight h5, at least the structure becomes fixed. There's very little that you have to calculate in terms of pawn breaks. So I thought that was, I thought it all made a lot of sense, frankly. But, you know, at the end of the day, the game was a draw.
Yep. And Hikaru, you reached the rest day with 4.5 out of 6. You're tied for the lead. How are you overall feeling about the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of wild, frankly, because like every day has been a bit of a roller coaster for me. I was sick for a couple of days, and like last night I got like 4 hours of sleep. I didn't end up falling asleep until like 6 a.m. or something. I just couldn't sleep for whatever reason. So it's been a big roller coaster for me. I mean, health wise, I feel relatively okay, but the weather is absolutely horrible as usual here. So like, yeah, it's not ideal for me, I guess you could say, but you just try to keep it together.
Hikaru, one thing that we were discussing that you've mentioned in the past couple of recaps, you know, you have all these great authors doing all the work. Why not just copy their ideas? Was there any particular course that inspired you for this opening choice this game, or maybe a course that you're going to make in the future?
No, I mean, of course not. But, you know, to be a typical American, a true fan of the capitalist system, I mean, that's how you succeed, right? I mean, you just steal something and make it your own. I mean, you look at Microsoft, they stole DOS from, what was it, Seattle Computer Company, I think. You look at Facebook, of course, Zuck stole that from the Winklevoss twins. You look at Apple, they stole from Xerox, right? So, I mean, hey, I mean, whatever you can do to get by, it's the American way.
Hmm. And we have some games still ongoing. Hikaru, is there any game that you want to have a look at in particular? Perhaps in between Fabiano or Ali Reza, or maybe Hans?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we can take a look at some of the games. But yeah, so I mean, I wasn't looking at most games. I was kind of confused by Artemio's game against Ali Reza because Artemio went deep into the tank after D takes E4. And I was just kind of confused. Oh, Sevian lost? Wait, who did Sevian lose to? Someone said he lost in a dumb way. Are they just trolling?
I think they're trolling. He's still playing.
No, he's still playing, but he is losing. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wait, what happened here?
This looks like a dragon gone very, very, very wrong for white.
Wait, this is a dragon with a pawn on c4. That's not a good sign. So let's take this from the top. So it started off as an English, which went
yeah, but I mean, it wasn't a dragon because there's a pawn on c7. But you know, Sindarov does play this sort of stuff, and I guess somehow. But
this is like a dragon on roids where you get d5.
Well, yeah, it's a great dragon, but you don't have an e-pawn. I mean, you don't have an e-pawn. I mean, this is like the dream.
And your opponent
this is horrible.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I mean, Sindarov, obviously, I mean, c5, great move too. I mean, like, I get that the computer's going to say there are moves that aren't ideal, but wow, what a smacking from Sindarov here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like white never has any attack either.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a classic. It's a dragon gone very, very wrong for white. I mean, very, very wrong.
Like, Alex, this is a game you show to your students, and you're like, yeah, this is why you play the dragon, you know?
No, I mean, you can get this. Of course, it's a dream. So yeah, I mean, I guess that means Sindarov is tied for the lead. But as I was saying about Ali Reza's game, I was very confused because in that opening, if you pull that one up, I was very confused. If you go back, just like move 7 or something somewhere around here. I mean, just keep going. Yeah, it was this classic Spanish, this early bishop c5, of course. D5, d4 takes. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I beat Fabiano with this, I believe. Or maybe that was with a4 rook b8 included. I'm not sure, but I beat Fabiano in something like this when I sort of started unretiring from chess again, and I played in St. Louis in like 2021, I think it was. But I was confused because Artemio spent a lot of time thinking here when, I mean, this is all very standard theory up to this point. So I was kind of confused by the deep think, but I guess it's probably a pretty balanced game, right?
Well, it feels like if anything, Artemiev has a nice advantage. He has the bishop pair.
Well, actually, you're right. You're right. You're right. He's got the 2 Bs. I mean, it's
he's probably going to trade one off here, like either this.
That's
or
true.
this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this will probably be a draw. Obviously, I mean, I'd be rooting for Artemiev to win this game, goes without saying. But it looks fairly balanced. But yeah, if anyone's better, it's Artemiev. And of course, Artemiev, I mean, he's very, very sort of unheralded, but I would say of the Russians, I do think he's actually the best of the ones who are like fairly young. But for whatever reason, I don't know if he doesn't play tournaments or what's going on, but his rating is kind of stalled in like the high 2690, like 2710 range. Obviously, he beat me in Gibraltar a couple of years ago, and I think he got to 2760. So I don't know why his rating is so low. And I know people have spoken about it, but I think out of the Russians, he's by far and away the best. He has the most talent, without a doubt. But still, it's good to see him back playing well, obviously.
I think he's like 27-20 live after his recent events, so he's definitely going up. And also here, is he winning a pawn with bishop e5, bishop e2, bishop c7?
Right, but then you got bishop d3 and your knights dominate. I mean, it's opposite color bishop. I mean, I think you're right, though. This looks kind of suspicious. This looks very suspicious. Bishop d6 and rook d1 and f3, maybe? Or rook c1 and c4.
Rook d1, knight c2. Mm-hmm.
Or knight b1 even. This doesn't look good for Firouzja, but I guess in either case, you must be happy to see that Firouzja is at least not going to win this game.
I mean, in so much as I care, but you know, again, you could also make the argument: if I really cared, then what am I doing playing the Sicilian and playing g5 like a maniac today? So I mean, it kind of cuts both ways at the end of the day. But yeah, obviously, Alirez not winning is definitely a good thing. It improves my chances, for better or worse, to make the candidates. So. Yeah, you know, I just keep watching the game, seeing what's happening. Well, there was also Hans's game, which looked very, very drawish out of the opening to me. Like all the rooks came out very early, right?
Well, Hans thought he was under some pressure against VD. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you see this bishop and b8 Hikaru?
Ooh, I didn't see it here. No, I saw it much. I saw it at the start when like the rooks came off, the queen. I think there was like pawn on b4, knight on c3. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, all normal, obviously, all normal. Very normal.
It
Could
seemed
be two.
very
Yeah, I mean,
dry,
around
but
Rook A1, I saw it here, and I just figured, well, I mean, it's going to be a quick draw. I mean, we're just go home early. But Vidit snuck the bishop in from behind. Aha, he got the bishop to
yep.
B8.
And then he went
Yeah,
for
I mean,
this
still,
maneuver.
yeah, okay, logical. Yeah, and eventually he's gonna bring the king close to the center, and he's probably gonna like reroute D's knights. He's gonna bring the king over. Aha.
But it took him it
Oh,
took him very long. Like, why didn't he go knight b3 here? Like, isn't black just kind of collapsing if you get the knight
I mean, he's
a5
probably
quickly?
worried about some. He's probably worried about the boogeyman on the king side. Something with like queen h5 and maybe like some sack or something. I mean, like, yeah, I can see that, but no, I mean, it looks very, very good for Beat It though. I mean, it looks amazing. No, I mean, yeah, something
I
like
think
this, for
this
example.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, generally, when you're playing a positional game, you don't want to give any counterplay. It's like you try to squeeze and not allow anything. So it makes a lot of sense that you didn't do that. But eventually he
but
got
now,
it, right?
well, but now
Yeah,
Hans
now
got
he
the time
got
to
it. Yeah.
reroute.
Yeah, I mean, but still, is this really all that great for white?
What
Like,
was
I
the
see
point
the
of this
bishop on
king
B8,
walk?
but
Why is he bringing it to the queen side?
well, I
Does he
think
want to
that
push on the king
I don't
side?
I think that was just to burn time, get to move 40 or whatever. I mean, I guess the thing though is for Hans, if he plays bishop d7, there's going to be some like queen a7 maybe or something. Yeah, I mean, it feels like this is very unpleasant for black because basically white plays with zero risk whatsoever, and black has to defend and suffer the whole game. Someone said Shanky blundered.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hang with you guys for a little bit longer, Shay, because obviously my game was not
Whoa,
very
what happened
long or
here?
very exciting.
Oh, queen d6, he
Ew.
blundered. Oh, and look at this, you cannot take it either way. Take it to pawn, boom, take it to knight, checkmate, and queen takes. How does queen takes lose
Maybe rook
exactly?
d1? Or yeah,
Rook
rook
d1.
Yeah.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are probably getting tired as well. I mean, but yeah, I mean, bishop f3, and you probably just resign here. Like, oh, is there knight f7?
No, then
maybe
you're taking king g8.
There might be knight f7 here, right?
Yeah, and then queen d7, and the game goes on.
Yeah, but I mean, it looks very, very tricky for black. I mean, I feel that white's going to win the game, is what it feels like. But I mean, we'll see. Obviously,
could we check?
Yeah, I mean, it's
international master. The Ramazan
against Anisha.
Yeah, we didn't look at that one for a long time.
I mean, Anish got his classic endgame. He's going to try to play forever, but can Anish actually win this? I'm skeptical.
I feel like white has completely misplayed this. Why would you put the pawn? I mean, you go h4 to lock the queen, but now you give black a very nice outpost on f5. And I feel like Anish really has achieved the dream right now. The question is it enough to win?
He's gotten the maximum, but he can't do anything. That's the only problem. I mean, like yeah, but so would I just wait like a3? I mean, even if I go rook 1 d2, like what are you actually doing? You're just creating a weakness. Like, I get the black is better here.
Wait, I go here.
But maybe here you can run the king to f6 and go knight f5.
Yeah, and then you
and bring the king in. Yeah.
No,
but even this, I mean, I'm still skeptical. But yeah, I mean, this game's going to go on forever for sure.
No, but white is really hardcore going for the draw. You know, this h4 move is just like he doesn't want to see h4 from black. Just try to shut out any ideas and just sit, right? He's just happy to get the draw here.
Yeah, I mean, Anish is not a young guy anymore. He's fairly old by modern day standards. So he's trying to play the old man strategy, which is basically just get to an end game against a weaker player, and then, you know, hopefully they'll collapse, or, you know, they're not good because young players tend to be much better tactically. So yeah, it's not too surprising that Anish is playing like an old man these days. And what, Fabi's winning?
Fabiano,
very unsurprisingly.
Oh wait, he kind of blundered here. Let's see what happens.
So here
horrible, very
no,
even.
After 95. No, but I mean, it looks horrible here already for black.
Well, here apparently rook e7 still.
And you still hold all the glue. Yeah, but it feels very sketchy with some kind of sack on f7, maybe. I mean, I get that it's still fine, but like takes and rook e4 or something. I mean, or queen d2. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but it feels sketchy.
Yeah, okay, we're saying. Hikaru, I saw that tomorrow you are going to be playing in Title Tuesday. What is the reasoning for your decision? Like, do you just want to relax a little bit, play some blitz chess, and because and you don't want to take the rest day off to prepare?
Well, of course I can prepare, but it's 2 hours. I mean, it's 2 hours. If I can't budget my time to where 2 hours has that sort of impact, then that's my own fault, frankly.
Not 4
but-
hours.
Oh no, I mean I'm not gonna play the late one. That's much too late. And considering I was unable to sleep, yeah. But no, I would say also because frankly I haven't streamed very much lately. Like, people forget that I'm a streamer first. Like I'm playing these tournaments and everything because like at the end of the day, I mean, I'm just playing because I have the chance to qualify for the candidates. Like if that wasn't in play, I wouldn't play these tournaments. So I'm just playing because it gives me the opportunity with the 4 tournaments. And if there's an opportunity, then why not play? But I think people forget that I'm obviously a streamer first, and that is my main job. I enjoy that more than playing chess. So so for me, yeah, it's what I do, and that's not going to change. I know people obviously people don't believe me, but it's the truth. And I think also that's one of the things that makes it much easier for me when I play these tournaments in general to take chances and sort of enjoy the process. Because frankly, I feel like I'm in the golden years of my chess career. I mean, I feel like I probably have a few more years left to compete at the top level, and so I'm just trying to enjoy it as much as I can. And obviously, I have my main job first as a streamer, so that's a large part of why I also play the way that I play these days. So I'm just trying to enjoy it as much as I can before I can't compete. Like I say, a Levon or somebody. So and I mean, I don't mean that in a negative way, but like I mean, it's really brutal to see Levon just getting like smoked in this tournament. You're seeing like Maxime struggle mightily, and like I mean, if I'm gonna be struggling like that, I'm out of here. I'm just out. I'm out. So yeah. Oh, Dollarez a blunder?
Let's have a look. So to what age do you see yourself playing classical chess?
I would say 40-ish, probably. That's what I would say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whoa. What is G5? Is he trying to go knight F4?
Yes, but it's the only explanation I see.
But this is what I was saying. Like, this is the thing. Like, Artemiev, like, he's so... I do think he's underrated. I think if Artemiev is playing his best, he like, at least online when I played him in like the Champions Tour, he's like one of the very few players that I legitimately think is really, really good, even if his rating doesn't reflect it. And I think his technique is incredible. So I really do expect Artemiev to win this game.
Right.
So, I mean, we'll see, obviously, what happens, but it's looking pretty bad for Alireza. But, the other problem with this whole situation is it also makes my life very, very complicated. Because, like, if Alireza loses another game or two, I'm in a situation where I'm most incentivized, just make, like, four quick draws and just get out of town. And just, like, bleed a couple of rating points. So everything is very, very strange about this whole situation, honestly. So,
but the thing is,
obviously,
like,
I take it.
The thing is, like, Fallujah, he can always set up his own tournaments to gain some rating, even though it's very unethical. Like that.
That's not how it works, you guys. I know this because like before I was gonna play Doha and play here. I mean, they're fairly strict regulations. Like, I can't just go to Charlotte and ring up Danya and like a few of his bros and just play like 5 games just to get my rating up. Like, you can't just do that. I think there's like fair play requirements and other things too.
Really?
So yeah, I don't think it's just that simple.
But why not? Like, I mean, if you play
because there are requirements for the requirements for like the cycle and for qualification from FIDE. And to be clear, for anyone's wondering, yes, they changed these rules because of Ding. So that they changed the rules specifically because of it, which is also why like the American Cup doesn't count for me. Whereas if it did, I would probably not be playing.
Well, it doesn't count towards the FIDE circuit, but it counts for the FIDE rating.
Right, but I mean, if it counted for the FIDE circuit, I'd probably be in the running to qualify via the circuit too, because that was a huge win.
But I'm saying like there's all these rules for the FIDE circuit, but like for the FIDE rating, I think you can do pretty much whatever you want.
Whatever. That's not my problem.
Probably not, right? Because when Ding was playing, those were for the FIDE. That was for rating. There was not even a circuit back then, right? So,
no, Ding was playing not for rating. He was playing to get the. He's playing to get the activity requirement. That's
right, but he was going for the rating spot, right? So, I
mean, again, look, if someone wants to do that, that's their prerogative. I mean, I'm not going to go and I'm not going to go arrange some tournament where, like, for example, like go play my wife 5 games. She's like what 2280 or something. Play her 5 games, beat her 5 times, get my 0.8. I mean, I'm not going to do that. I think that's just like that's bush league. So yeah, if that happens, that happens. But whatever. I mean, that's
the thing is, you get 0.8 once, but after that,
the rest are only 0.1s for you. So
yeah.
What?
They changed the system. No, you only get 1 upfloat to 0.8, and the rest they just calculate it normally. So You might have to play, you know,
No.
Littleton,
I know what it is. No. I
Benjamin.
think it's 0.6. It's like 0.8 and 0.6. No, it's not 0.1. It's like 0.8 and 0.6 because Magnus had the
Then it goes down,
right?
It's like 0.8, and it can like if
It
you play
could
your
go down
wife,
to
then it's
0.1.
0.8 and then 0.6. But like, let's say you play 1200. Maybe the first game you get 0.8, but after that it goes down to 0.1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, well, 1200, obviously, I don't know, but you know, at the end of the day, like if that happens, that happens. But you know, I've said very clearly, my goal is just play Doha, play here in Grand Swiss, and that's what I'm doing. If it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's not, it's not. But you know, I do have obligations. I am a streamer first, and that will always take priority, plain and simple.
We did discuss this, and we were saying we think the players are all, you know, ethical enough to avoid this scenario. You don't have to name any names if you don't want to. Do you think anyone would do this, or you think it's a gentleman's agreement? We're all no one's playing live.
I don't think anyone would do that. I really don't.
Okay.
So yeah, I find it hard to believe that anybody would do that. But yeah, no, it's something that I'll worry about going forward. But I mean, if Alireza loses, it definitely makes the situation very, very, very murky for sure. Very murky.
Mm-hmm. And it's not looking good for him. He's just down clean pawn. It looks like Artemius is ready to reroute his now with knight c2, maybe to b4, d4. And I don't see how Black has enough compensation here at all.
Apparently, Fabi missed the win.
Oh.
You know, I was also going to say separately, like, I mean, in all seriousness, I think it's really nice to see that you do have like Fabi and myself playing very good chess. I mean, we sort of have been the stalwarts, two best American players for, I mean, I would say for the better part of a decade at least. So I feel like it's always a good thing when both of us are playing well. So I'm very happy to see him having great results lately. Oh, rook e4 is nice because rook e5 there's b4 to hit the queen, right?
Yep. And that wins the game pretty much.
Exactly.
Apparently he had better, even like queen f3 here.
Queen f3 looks hitting crushing, but yeah.
Perhaps he just made a miscalculation.
Right. No, I mean obviously, but still, I mean, as I said, like I'm in a different place now than I used to be, and I just think like it's really great to see Fabi playing well, and obviously I'm playing well. I mean, it'll be great. Hopefully when we play the Olympiad next year as well. So there's that too, which will hopefully we'll do well.
Hikaru, do you think that players like you, like Fabi, you know, seeing, you know, we first have Magnus Carlsen, of course, his recent results have been, you know, for his standards on the downtrend for sure. You have the world champion, Ding, who has not been active. Do you think this plays a role for the rejuvenation of some of these players, and like Fabi, who's crossed 2,800 and, you know, just seem to be playing their best chess in years?
Well, I mean, I think with Fabi, it's very simple. There's the classic saying, you know, what's it? Form is temporary, class is permanent. I think with Fabi, it's just that simple. I mean, he didn't get to 2,850 by luck. I mean, he got to 2,850 because he's very, very good at chess. But it also cuts both ways, because like you could almost argue that like for players like Maxime or Levon, you would expect them to feel rejuvenated, and it seems like they're going completely in the opposite direction. So it's very hard to know exactly like what it is. But I think for Fabi, I think the main thing for Fabi is probably when he was doing the commentary on chess.com for the World Championship and he was saying all these blunders, probably a part of him was like dying inside, because if we're being frank, he should have qualified for the match, but like pretty much everybody else in professional chess, he assumed that Magnus was full of bluster and was going to play the match and not drop out. So Fabi started going insane, trying to get to first place, lost a few games, including to me, and that ruined his chance. So I think Fabi was kind of just dying inside during the match, because I mean, obviously for Fabi, he played a match, so he knows what goes into it. And I think just seeing the blunders, he probably thought like, I could beat these guys with my eyes closed. So I think that probably played a huge role for Fabi in terms of finding his form, realizing that Magnus is not going to play again, and Magnus does seem somewhat disinterested, I guess you could say. So yeah, it's what it is.
And as you were watching that match, did you feel like, hey, if I did not lose that final game to Ding, I could have also beaten these guys?
Well, I mean, I've spoken about it before on my stream. I mean, I think the way that I felt about it was, I think one of the players I would have done well against, one of the players I think I would have done very poorly against, simply due to preparation. But you know, ultimately, I think everybody assumes that I'm devastated by that game or something like that. I mean, it was very, very straightforward. Pretty much like as soon as I lost the game, I was very unhappy for about an hour. Once I did the recap, went to dinner and everything else, like it was just gone from my memory completely. Like, yes, I lost the game, but like I don't actually think about it at all. So it's not really that big of a deal to me. So for like an hour afterwards, I was pretty unhappy. But you know, I've also told the story on stream. That final night, I remember it very clearly. I went to this Italian restaurant with my wife, and Chris, and at the restaurant we saw Fabiano, his girlfriend, and Chuchalov. They were there too, and like the difference was night and day. Like Fabi obviously had lost the last round, I think, to Ali Reza, if I'm not mistaken, and Fabi was like just stone faced, very very upset, very unhappy, and like I was at the restaurant, I'm basically just cracking jokes. I'm having a great time, enjoying some like sangria, I think it was. And like the difference was very noticeable, I guess you could say. And so for me, it was like it was very. It just wasn't. It already was gone, but gone within like an hour and a half, 2 hours later. So yeah, I mean, I know people can think that I'm making up stuff, but I'm from a different time. I'm from a time when the truth and honesty kind of matter. So. Yeah, that's I would say that for me, as soon as I did that recap afterwards, it was just blank slate, completely gone. Oh, and we got another blunder from Nair here. What did he play?
Yeah, this one.
I mean, it's a very hard position to play, though. I mean, to be fair, very hard to play.
Wait, but now just 967. How do you even continue the game? Huh?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I mean, also
rookie 4 DE or something. Or what?
No, rookie 4 knight f6, and the knight just comes back, and you have 2 pieces for the rook.
But yeah, also, but as Alex pointed, this might be even better. Like you just get completely.
You're up a pawn, and you have a good. I mean, this.
Yeah, but Hikaru, do you feel like maybe to make it into the World Championship, you need to care a little bit more?
No, I mean, I think the key is still not caring. I mean, the problem with that game that I played against Ding specifically, now that we're talking about it, is that there was a moment. There were 2 very critical moments. There's a moment around like move 10 or move 11 where Ding was shaking his head because he had chosen to try to surprise me in the opening, and he was shaking his head. He was very unhappy. So I knew that I had caught him off guard. And there was a moment around like move 16 or 17 where I had a forced draw. There was a very long line. I didn't play it, and once I didn't play that, then that was always in my mind for the rest of the game about that I had done something wrong, which sort of changed the mindset. So I think the main thing is you have to just always not care. As long as you don't care, it's easy to play chess. And by not care, I'm not saying that you don't still want to play well, but I'll give you guys a better one. There's a book that I read recently. It's called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fridge. You know what I'm saying, obviously, but it basically that's the title of the book. And essentially, I mean, it's true. Like, obviously, when I play chess, I want to do my best, but I don't really care. Like, if I win a game, I lose a game, it's not that big of a deal because obviously, I have my main job as a streamer, and that will always be my main focus from this, basically for the last few years going forward. So yeah, I mean, it's like you have to care but not care. It's like you just have to basically you have to find the balance. You really have to find the balance.
But Hikaru, you would admit that if getting into the candidates would make for very good content.
I mean, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, I mean, I probably won't be able to stream as much, which is not a good thing for me, for sure.
That's true. You might skip the title Tuesday. That's true.
But we'll be here for you, Hikaru. We'll stream the candidates.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like it's a very mixed bag. So that's also the great thing about my situation too, is that like, I mean, I know many people assume that I want to qualify, but I'm actually happy either way. If I qualify, I'm happy I get to play. If I don't qualify, I'm happy too. I can just stream. Like, I'm happy either way. So for me, everything is a win-win. It's all very much a win-win. So yeah, like I'm not really feeling any pressure whatsoever about qualifying for the candidates. If I do, I'm happy. If I don't, I'm happy. So it's always win-win. It's win-win both ways.
Think about the content. Think about another candidate.
But Benjamin, you're acting like a pro chess player. I've played chess for like 25 years. I've spent enough of my life on this game. Like another
you haven't played a world championship.
Yeah, so
you can do it, Hikaru.
So who cares?
The fans care.
Yeah, I get that, you guys. But at the end of the day, that's exactly the thought process that leads to you overpressing, getting nervous, making mistakes, and messing it all up. So there's a very, very fine line. Like that's kind of the point. Like as soon as you start worrying, as soon as you start caring a little bit too much, bad things happen. And I would also say that's a large, like, I mean, when I look at my chess in general, obviously I had a higher rating back in 2015, 2016. But I do feel that in large part, a lot of my problems, and I mean, not just even against Magnus necessarily, but just in general with tournaments, was due to like feeling this immense pressure. Like always have to like finish on +1 or +2. Very similar to the mindset Wesley has, by the way. We're always gonna finish +1, +2. Always get like second, third place, maybe first place here or there. But that pressure is not really healthy. And so I think I found a very good balance where it's really not it's not an issue for me these days.
Well, we're happy for you that you found the right mindset and it's been working for you. So yeah, and we
of
know that you
course,
can do
obviously.
it to make it to the candidates and get that world championship.
Yeah, by the way, how simple is this for Fabiano here? Is this so simple?
Does he move?
Like
Yeah,
the knight on
play,
d7 is a little bit icky, right? Oh,
We
he's
have a
able to
lot of
trade.
moves.
Never mind. Okay, never mind. He's able to trade queens. Yeah, then I mean the double pawns. I mean the knight just hits b8 probably.
yeah, knight b8 is a nice reroute. Yeah,
But also just bishop d3, bishop f5, and then you just can bring the king, do pretty much anything. Yeah, I mean Fabi's going to win this game. Not surprising.
Mm-hmm.
So
yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's but I'll also say like this is also a thing. Like to give you an example, Ali Reza, for example, is clearly stressed. I mean, make no mistake about it. For Ali Reza, this is his golden ticket. I mean, not to use like a Willy or not to use the Willy Wonka reference, but like this is what he's playing for to qualify for the candidates. It's all that he has. And so he's feeling this pressure. He's trying really, really hard to press. And it's kind of backfiring. And that's also why, like I've also said this before, and I know statistically it's been proven to be true. But in the Canada's tournament, the quality of play is much worse than pretty much any like Grand Chess Tour event or any top level event that you have. And that's specifically because when people are too nervous or stressed, they're worried about the outcome so much, bad things happen.
Mm-hmm. So he actually has
it's not a joke.
Because if you win the tournament, then he gets the reigning spot. So he has you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same. Like at least up until like yesterday, it was the same thing. I had him too. Like he could win the tournament, right. and then I get him by rating. I mean, the whole situation is really just kind of messed up. I mean, it's just very, very strange. No matter how you look at it, like I don't think I've ever been in such a situation, frankly. But at the end of the day, like you still have to play chess. You still have to play chess. But I mean, it looks like Alirez is probably going to lose to Artemiev here. And the worst part about this tournament is that if you lose a game, you don't get an easy
another tough player.
That's the worst thing. Like I've been watching Lev's tournament. It's like Lev, like he's struggling. Like he lost that game to Sindarov, right? And then he drew. Then he played Bruzlan Ponomarov, like insane pairing after loss, draws that game. Then he plays Pichot, draws that game. You figure, well, now maybe he'll get an easy pairing. He gets Dmitry Kolars, who's also like a very solid 2600 German GM. So like this tournament's just very, very brutal. I mean, it's just a very, very rough event. Any way you break it down, because usually if you lose the game, you get an easy pairing.
Yeah, but usually like you get a tough. Yeah, you just play one 2650 after another, and especially with black, it's tough. And yeah, like I said, right now also good game's not pulling up, but it seems like it's not really going his way. But for Farouche, it looks really bad. He's under 3.5 minutes. He needs to make another 20 moves.
I mean, if he wasn't playing Artemiev, I feel like there's a good chance he would probably save this. But against Artemiev, I think this looks absolutely horrible. I mean, maybe he'll still find a way, but I mean, Artemiev is just a very, very good player. Yeah, very, very good player.
All right.
So I mean, I guess I play. Maybe I play Fabi in round 7. I don't know.
I mean, I think that's Sindarov won, right? There's still a lot of games going though.
Yeah, that's true. Sindarov did win.
Pretke's winning against Shankland, right? Yeah, it's early, but Pretke's winning, right? So he'll join the tie.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's. I was gonna say Sindarov though specifically, like all those. They're Uzbek.
Sindarov also had black, so I would be surprised if you get him.
Wait, he had black. No, colors don't work. I was black too.
Yeah.
We were both black.
Yeah. So maybe Pretke, if Pretke wins, let's go to that game.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, like what I was trying to say is like all these Uzbeki kids are so good. I mean, it's incredible to see. Like we generally only talk about the
Abdusatorov.
No, we generally talk about knight f4, and you're getting squished here, right? There's some triangulation, I'm guessing, like queen c4 maybe.
Well, just take here and back, because then there's no
take it back. Yes, true. Yeah, but I mean, all the Uzbekis are so good. Like even there's Vokidov and Vakidov who are pretty good. I mean, obviously Sindarov's on a big heater right now. I think he's very close to 2700. Of course, they're both the Noterbecks, who are obviously very strong too. I mean, I think Yakubov's like 2650. Of course, Abdustor's like over 27. But they're all very, very good. And I mean, I think at least as far as like Olympiads go, they're probably be contending for first place pretty much every time, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, when they won in 2022 was a big shock, but now like they're showing that they're very good.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're just amazing. I mean, obviously the Indians are very good too, but I mean we all talk about the Indians seems like every day because there are just so many of them. But it's amazing to see the Uzbekis because they like unlike India, where of course you have Anand, who's been around since the Stone Age. I can't really think of any really strong. I mean, there's Kasim
Maybe
Janov, right? But
Kazimzhanov,
Yeah,
because he
defeated
won in
I mean, he's
like
good.
2000. He won in
Yeah, I mean, he was
2004,
good,
and that's
but,
like the year that these kids were born.
Yeah, I mean, he was good, but like, I mean,
Yeah, it's not like
he was
enough.
very good as a second, obviously close to 2,700, but like, obviously, Anand is slightly different. So it's just kind
Yeah.
of amazing to see how good all these
Mhm.
Uzbekis are.
And I'm looking at this game between Predke and Shanklin. Like, what does Black even do after Queen takes c6? Because we have some nice lines. So, like, let's put them on the board. Let's say you take here and Black moves the rook over. I think you give a check. The king moves here, and then h4, hitting the queen. You have to
Ouch.
keep guarding this, and if you hear, then there's check and a
Mhm.
discovery on the queen. So what does Shanklin? Oh wait, queen d5. But
you can take the
now
rook.
the
yeah.
rook is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he plays.
Yeah, no, I
Q3
mean,
forward.
this looks very, very bad for Shankland. Poor Shanky. I mean, he's also another player who's had a very rough go of it. I mean, he started off the US Championship. I feel like did he win a game early? I feel like he got it to a good start,
He
but
beat
then
Hans early on.
right, he got it to a good start, and then I think he lost a game somewhere, and then he lost this horrible game to Mishra, and he never recovered, and now he's like below 2,700 again.
The game
And he
against
looks like
Lenier was tough because it was a rook end game, and he just wrote that book.
that's right. Okay, well, yeah, but that's pretty tough for sure for Shanklin. I mean, that's the nature of chess, I guess. It doesn't seem like it feels like when some people do well, there are a lot of people who struggle too. It never seems like everyone's doing well.
Well, that's how the rating system works, and like one player wins rating, but it comes from other players.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That is true. That is true. So what else do we have? So it looks Fabi's gonna win.
Yeah, Alireza is in trouble. There's this Yakuboyev Keimer game we haven't looked at all today, but they're also in the chasing pack if one of them wins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing.
There's
I'll
an
pick
extra
something like
queen
Fredka,
here.
probably. Wait, why is there an extra queen on the board?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And it's Black's. Well, it's tricky though. I mean, White has the two Bs. Yeah, I mean, this is tricky. This could go either way.
Yeah,
I could see Yakubov winning this too. I mean, why is this so lost? Because probably you're not going to be able to keep the two bishops. I'm guessing.
Well, this bishop is kind of trapped. Yeah, like maybe Queen B5 or
Yeah.
something is a threat. Just trapping it.
That is true. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see who I play tomorrow. I mean, it looks, but it's looking, yeah, it's
Tomorrow you have a rest day.
Or not tomorrow, sorry, day after. Yeah, in round 7, we'll see who I play. But I should get the white pieces. So obviously, just keep doing what I'm doing. I'll be keeping an eye on the Alireza game, obviously, because that is pretty critical. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll play Fabi in Title Tuesday. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people here play Title Tuesday, honestly. And what else are you going to do here? It's the weather is so bad. It's just
Prepare all
raining,
day,
very cold.
That's what chess players do.
That's something chess players can do, but I mean,
you can't leave that
pretty
money on the free money in Title Tuesday. How are they going to leave that?
Yeah, I mean, but everyone who's here plays. Like, there's Lazovic also who plays every Title Tuesday. So yeah, I think most players will play Title Tuesday. But yeah, we'll see.
And how do you think you will spend your rest day besides playing Title Tuesday?
I'll probably try to relax. I'll go buy my food at Tesco for the remaining days. Probably that's pretty much it. I mean, most of the days I've stayed in. I mean, I'm in an Airbnb, so usually it's just like eat here at home. Nothing super fancy or exciting. But just keeping it simple and just chilling. I don't know why people are saying Tesco's 3-head, but yeah, Tesco's great. I don't know if that's bad or Tesco is not it. Okay, whatever you guys.
It's been working so far.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, let's take one last look at Alireza's game. I mean, again, this he has chances, though. Like, I could see him winning this, too.
Winning? I mean, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. Maybe he can
Well,
hold
actually, you're right.
You're shocker.
Actually, no, you're right, because he can't force a trade. I was trying to see there's some trade, but there's no trade here, actually. I mean, that's the big problem.
And Artemiev is also a really good blitz player, so he can definitely hold himself in a time scramble.
Who can?
Artemiev.
Artemiev.
Oh yeah. I mean, Artemiev's. I mean, I don't know what's gone on with Artemiev because like whenever I played him online or even when I played him in Gibraltar years ago, like he just legitimately seems like a player who should be always 2730 plus. And then I mean, up until recently, like I always see him somewhere like 2690, 2700, always like floundering around that level, and it always just confuses me because he's a much better player than that.
Well, a lot has happened since that game. he has 2 kids now, so perhaps a little busy with other stuff as well. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I won't say anything. I'll avoid stepping to something there.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just whenever I see him play, I'm always and I see his rating like around this level, I'm just always very confused because he's a much better player than that.
Do you guys expect this game to be basically concluded before the time control? Because we have 17 moves. They both have under 5 minutes.
I don't think concluded. No, I mean, I don't see
doubt
how.
it. But the problem
White's
here
going to win this quickly.
But the problem here is that he's wasting time. Like he's not coming up with a plan. That's the big issue. Like until he goes Rook A1 and A4, I mean, what other plans are there? That's the thing. Like Rook A1 and A4
tricky
is
move
what
by
you have to do.
Farouja is trying to provoke B3, but I think you just step back and then C3 is weak. So maybe just A3 instead.
Yeah, you could go A3. You could go Rook A1. I mean, I feel like you should go Rook A1 though. Like Artemiev is legitimately a good blitz player, so I'd be fairly surprised if he doesn't come up with some way to complicate this before. I mean, obviously it's going to be complicated. They're not going to just dilly dally for 17 moves here. So I do think we'll get Rook A1 and A4, and probably I think this will be resolved before. I mean, maybe it won't be resolved, but I think it'll be very clear what the outcome is going to be by move 40.
But if Fabiano did find that knight B8 move, he looks like.
Well, I mean, for Fabiano, I mean, he's going to win. That's not a doubt. Vidit's game, what's he doing?
Let's have a look at Vidi.
Has Vidit found a way to throw it or not?
Throwing for content. Let's see what's going on.
Well, I can tell you guys there is going to be a decisive result on another board in the chasing pack.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened? Wojtaszek is crushing. Yeah.
I feel like Vidit has played this way too slow, and now Hans Mook has real counterplay.
With what?
I mean,
you have some way to sack. You have some way to sack some material here. Yeah, but you're gonna sack the bishop with bishop E8, aren't you? There's some like funny bishop E8, bishop H5 stuff coming on here.
Oh, look at this. Here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and queen F3. I mean, it's still a draw, I guess. But yeah, this is not what you want. I mean, yeah, it's just a draw. Well, king D2 might run into D4, actually. You got to be careful. There might be D4 here. Like, I'd probably I would hide on B3. This is, yeah, I guess it still works, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, but this game isn't probably going to change a whole lot. But although Vidit's low on time, so we could see some. Well, no, it's
just one move. He needs to make one more move.
Yeah.
But one move could be the fatal one. Maybe he starts seeing the boogeyman. Although,
right, of course,
you just got to take everything. Otherwise, what do you got for the attack?
Yeah. So, all right, you guys. I think I'll let you guys wrap it up in the next hour or so. I'll probably go eat a nice dinner tonight. I'll probably go out since there's a rest day tomorrow. But I hope everybody's enjoyed this, and I'll probably do a recap a little bit later on. But I mean, I do have a wife to look after, so I do kind of need to spend some time with her because I've spent all my time playing chess like a total crazy lunatic. So I'll probably do a recap quite a bit later, you guys. But I hope you enjoyed the games, and I'll see you guys later. And of course, for everyone who's watching, stay tuned for the recap on YouTube.
All right, have a great rest of your evening, Hikaru.
Okay, see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. All right, always interesting to hear his thoughts. So let's stay with the games for a little bit longer. We have some interesting time scrambles coming up. Is there any game that catches your attention?
Yeah,
let's look at the Farouja game.
Yeah, I want to stick with this one. But I just want to tell you real quick, the Albin that we saw in the opening, that game is not going well for your countrymen, unfortunately. And it looks like Wojtaszek he's just dominating in this rook endgame, if you pull it up real quick. And I didn't realize, but these guys are actually in the chasing pack. So the decisive game here for Wojtaszek puts him into a first place time. So yeah, it looks like he's just dominating here. The rook and A6 is terrible. King on E8 is also passive. So yeah, this looks like it should be a win for him.
Yeah, the question though is like, how do you win, right? Because
I assume he just pushed the kingside pawns.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing right now at H4. I guess at some point you're right. You might be able to create a passer on that side of the board as well. But yeah, I'm somewhat surprised by Erwin. He sacked the pawn in the opening, but he never got it back. And right now he's in a losing endgame. And that's really the downside of gambits, right? Like when you see a cool game, you're like, oh, I want to try this out and win a nice attacking game. But then you're like, wait, where's my compensation? We're in endgame now. And oh, I lose. And we see it exactly play out in this game. So Wojtasek has really good chances here to join the leaders.
Yeah, let's go back to this Firouzja game. They are in massive time trouble, and they are also this game has huge ramifications for the standings and the candidates. And we have F3. So Hikaru was saying, Artemi is going to find a way to confuse this, right? Or maybe you said it. But both you guys were saying, lauding his blitz skills. And F3 does seem like a relatively confusing move compared to Rook A1, A4.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly he has in mind in case of bishop takes A2. And I also wonder what happens in case black takes on F3. Like, maybe we just recapture. Now B3 is a threat as the bishop is running out of squares. But what exactly happens in case black takes his pawn on A2, right? I assume he wants to take. And now this king is feeling a little bit airy over here. But how do we take advantage of it?
Yeah, if you don't come up with something here, you've just given up one of those pawns for nothing. Look at this completely insane computer idea. Knight C6, Knight A5 to trap the bishop on A2.
Oh, wow.
I don't think he's going to find that one, but that's a beautiful idea, right? And now you just want to go like Knight A5 and maybe even B3. I mean, I guess C4 is the more direct threat in some positions, but yeah, that's... What do you think? You think he's finding that one?
I think he could. There's also ideas of Rook F1 and maybe Knight E5
True.
after the king moves. And overall, everything looks so loose for Firouzja's position, right? The pawns are a little bit weak. His king is feeling airy here. So I feel like it's very easy for black to blunder the game here. So you were asking earlier, do you think the game will be decided before move 40? I think that's definitely possible. Or, maybe he reaches move 40, but his position might be in ruins.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that you guys didn't think so, because I thought for sure 17 moves with them having a minute or two. I don't mean the game is going to be like over before move 40, but it could be you get to move 40 and okay, it's either going to be a draw
and move 41 you resign.
yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just want to on adrenaline, you pass time control, and then okay, now we see what you've seen, what all the horrible work you've done over the past moves. But yeah, look at this. Firouzja's under a minute here. And Artemiev only has 1 minute himself, but he's not risking anything, right? Like the worst thing that happens here is he loses one of these pawns and he's never at any risk. He has these wonderfully active pieces, but Firouzja has this king on f6, which is a little airy. The central configuration with the bishop and the knight is also a bit loose. He takes an a2, so now we get to see if Artemiev can find this insane idea with knight c6, knight a5. But that's not the only plan he has here. That one is just quite visually striking, let's say.
Yeah, so he also is now below a minute, so let's see what he's going to come up with. But yeah, this game is super critical for the tournament. Also keep in mind that in case either player wins, they will join the leaders on 4.5 out of 6. And Artemiev has already taken on e4. Do you think, I was going to ask, do you think he's going to do the rook, but he decides to take with the pawn?
Yeah, it seems a lot more natural to keep both of these rooks on the board. And now, is there any way we can get to this king? I do like knight c6 because, like you mentioned, you have rook f1. Maybe the knight or the bishop jumps to e5 in a future position. You can also start with rook f1, right?
Yeah, I would be impressed if he finds knight c6. Like, it looks somewhat unnatural, right? Jumping the knight in there, because where exactly is it going? But yeah, maybe he can find it.
Yeah, let's stick with them. I think at this point we just want to, or at least I just want to see what moves these guys play, because they're going to be coming in so fast. Not too much time to mull over them and their ramifications, as these guys are under 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Artemiev dropping below 30 seconds. He's in real-time pressure right now. I don't know. To me, knight c6 does not look intuitive at all. So I'd be really impressed if he finds it. I think it's very natural that you might just give a check here.
Yeah, especially when your time gets lower, you just play like the most forcing move, right? That's a common, sometimes for better, for worse, you just play a move where you can easily predict your opponent's response. And
he finds knight c6 with 4 seconds on the clock. Ice in his veins. Beautiful move.
Yeah, it's not so much even for this knight a5 idea. It's just that you just open up the d-rook and you also get more access to these dark squares. This looks like a nightmare to play for black, because you're very close to stepping on some landmine where you just get some kind of 2-move check and you drop some material. So second day in a row, we see Firouzja in a time scramble, in an objectively, dubious position. Can he make another miracle happen?
Yeah, let's see what Firouzja is going to do. He'll also now drop below a minute. Let's remind everybody that they have a 30-second increment, so it's unlikely that they will lose on time. But hey, had Artemiev fallen asleep there for another 5 seconds, he would have lost. And Yeah, let's see what Ferrugia's gonna do. So maybe also ideas like knight b4 or in the air. This knight on d5 is super loose, so I feel like it's easy, like you said, for black to blunder.
Absolutely. And real quick, I just want to let you know, it looks like Pretke's completely winning. Wojtaszek is winning, as we saw. Fabiano's winning. So lots of decisive results today before the rest day, as the players might have been wanting to make some big moves. So we are going to see a lot of players joining the tie for first. The question, of course, we have here is Artemiev also going to be one of them? Now Ferrugia dropping down to just 10 seconds. What's he even play here?
I don't know. I would think bishop c4 back, but
To
instead he
stop
goes
rook
e3,
f1.
pushing the pawn, and knight a5 instantly trying to
Wow.
trap that bishop on a2. What exactly? How do we go about trapping? Because if we go rook a1, we go black can go bishop to c4.
Yeah, it's not so obvious, right? Because b3 will drop the pawn on c3 and rook e4. Okay, that move is I actually like it because now you have rook a4, right? So you're really trying to take the sting out of this bishop being loose on a2. And you also keep a bit of an eye on this c4 break. But here, okay, we can still, if b3, knight c3, so
maybe rook
black
d3
rook
there,
d3,
the
yeah.
knight. And wait, is the knight all of a sudden trapped
Well, you
there?
have b4, right? You still have b4.
b4, right.
But the pieces are quite awkwardly placed for black.
Yeah. Artemiev down to 25 seconds. I think this one can still go for Ferrugia's game, especially given the time situation. Like it really okay, b3 on the board. I mean, he is such a beast, even under time pressure.
Yeah, this is a move. You know, he must have very, very high confidence in this idea because you just drop this pawn on c3, and then I would be tangentially worried that after this knight c3, rook d3, b4, what if I drop this b3 pawn? All of a sudden, now I got to worry about black's b pawn coming down the board. Very easy to see these ghosts with seconds on the clock, but knight on a5 is actually just a beast, right? You can't really kick it out, and it just completely dominates the bishop at a2. Kind of a unusual configuration.
Yep, we have knight takes c3, rook d3 on the board. Now b4 seems like the only move by Ferrugia to save the knight. Knight b1 is a move, but it's so off that I think you just go b4 and defend the knight over here. And then what is Artemiev going to do? Are you just going to take on e3? To me, that looks quite tempting as you regain the pawn and get a nice advantage, because otherwise his pawn stays on the board.
Yeah, definitely just want to get rid of it. Even just practically speaking, right? Why allow these e2 ideas that, okay, there's no immediate way to promote, but why deal with that hassle with a connected pawn? Well, not connected, but protected pawn on the second rank. And the players are slowly moving their way to move 40. We have 10, 11 more moves remaining. But yeah, Ferrugia's pieces are just very awkward. Perhaps if you trade on e3, maybe there's some resource like bishop b1 or something. And he doesn't, yeah, he just he lets that pawn live on e3. But I guess now you threatened some bishop b4, rook c3 ideas as well, yeah?
Yeah, that's a nice idea. In case of e2, I think he wants to take here. Let's put it on the board. Undermine the knight. Black can recapture, but we take here. Now e2 is weak, and I think this works out in white's favor, as now the rook is behind the passer, pushing it up the board. Ferrugia down to 40 seconds. Let's see what he's going to come up with. Knight b5 might be an idea, making sure that bishop takes b4 is no longer board, and that's the move he goes for.
Yeah, now it feels like this bishop should drop at any moment on a2, but it's not so simple because, let's say I understand my bishop on d6 now is maybe under threat, but let's say I try a move like rook a1. It doesn't work for a variety of reasons, but I was even going to say just like this concept of e2, and you're just not in time with grabbing that the bishop at all. So yeah, I'm a little surprised he let that pawn live, but obviously it's not really promoting. It's just kind of an annoyance in the position that you constantly have to watch out for.
Right, but what if you go bishop c5 here? I think
yeah,
the pawn
e2? Will
actually drop, because like after e2 there's rook d2, hitting the bishop and the pawn. And I think sooner or later I'd be happy to get rid of this one and get a risk-free position.
Right, and then if knight c3 there, you could potentially even just keep pushing down the board with a well-timed c7.
Yeah, 13 seconds. He's got to move though.
Yeah,
and he plays it. Nice move. I'm really impressed by the quality of the moves between these two players in the time scramble. Like, still, even though they're alone time, they're finding some very good moves.
Yeah, absolutely. Nerves of steel. And yeah, I mean, Hikaru was saying, Artemiev, he says he's the strongest Russian player. There are some strong players, okay, who are still remaining in the representing that federation. So those are not small words. and we're seeing it now. So E2 to me seems you got to play it. Just keep that that pawn alive.
And let's say after rook d2, black goes knight c3. I think we have bishop d4 check to get rid of the knight. You can give up the exchange, but that looks lost. And otherwise,
you have to. Otherwise, you drop the bishop. So you don't even have knight c3. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so tough decision for Firouzja. Yeah, I mean, because the pawn is not really surviving. He plays it anyway. Yeah, rook d2 is great. Yeah, because now you keep that pawn under control.
Unfortunately for Firouzja, the bishop isn't actually trapped as it can go to b1. You cannot take as then black promotes. But yeah, as Hikaru said earlier, this is a big game for Firouzja. In a tournament like this, you will have tough games with the black pieces. If he can hang on here, that would go a long way for his chances in this event. But if he loses, that would really set him back.
Yeah, and it's not just a loss in the standings, it's also a loss in the rating standings, right? And as we were saying, there's no easy pairing to, he could lose this game and he'll probably play another 2650, right? So it's not like guaranteed that you bounce back. So yeah, crucial game. He is fighting, as best as he can. He finds this bishop b1 move to escape. Of course, rook takes b1 is terrible as you allow the e-pawn to promote. So perhaps now Artemiev should finally get rid of this pawn. But if I'm playing black here, I'm feeling a lot more, a lot happier that this bishop is not being lost, and I can bring it back to the f5 square, for example, to make sure that c6 pawn is not going to be promoting. So yeah, it's still suffering, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be an immediate catastrophe as it felt a couple moves ago.
Exactly. Rook takes c2. Okay, rook takes c2. Now the only move for Firouzja, let's say, okay, rook takes c2 on the board. White is going to recapture as well. And the thing is, for the moment, the material is equal, but this pawn on b4 is going to drop in the next couple of moves. So still a very unpleasant endgame for Firouzja, as the c pawn is very strong.
Yeah, for sure. He will be down a pawn at the very least, or I guess certainly will be down a pawn. So it's still quite a torturous job. There are opposite colored bishops on the board, which can often increase the drawish tendencies. But here you also have the presence of the knights, which obviously makes things a lot more fighting. And the extra pawn, it's not just a random, doubled, side pawn. It's on c6. It's a very, very strong passer. I do think that this game will pass time control without any major accidents at this point. It feels like the game is stabilizing, and it will be a question of if Artemiev can press his advantage to victory in the ensuing endgame.
Exactly. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't captured the pawn yet on b4. I'd be very tempted to just grab it and go up a pawn. And there we see it finally. Okay, so now the big question is, what is Firouzja going to do? There's no easy way to get rid of this pawn. He would love to play knight d4, but that move is impossible because of bishop to c3, and you lose the game. So I would perhaps move my king to a light square. You cannot get attacked on that color complex as white has the dark square bishop. And then perhaps with king f5, you might also set up ideas with bishop b4 to try to regain the pawn.
Yeah, that move is, I think, quite difficult to play because, at least for me, because I kind of have the feeling I want my bishop back. I want to bring it to like the f5 square. But king f5 does look very, very nice because you do set up this knight d4 idea to centralize the knight, and the bishop could be quite strong in e4 as well. That seems like a pretty impressive move to me, not completely intuitive. Makes a lot of sense once you see it, of course, but also in some ways looks a little clumsy. But I guess the king there is safe because there's no forks. I was wondering, do I have like some kind of knight jump, but doesn't look like it. Perhaps if there's king f5, could I just go rook e7 and go after this h7 pawn? Okay, he does play it. Wow, what a nice move. So he's really fighting. Yeah.
Yeah. What about the move rook e7 here? As you protect the pawn and you also facilitate a potential c7 push. Also, in the meantime, I just wanted to update everybody that Fabiano Caruana did win his game with the white pieces against Yevgeny Nair, and he joins the leaders as well on 4.5 out of 6.
And I also have another update that I saw someone point out in the chat that Hans blundered. We were looking at, we thought he was going to have this brilliant perpetual, but on move 40, he thought down to under move 39, excuse me, he thought down to under 2 minutes, and it looks like his move was a mistake, but now Vidit he's got one move. He needs to make one move to time control. He only has one move that the computer gives him a large winning advantage, but he's got 3 minutes. So we'll see. We can check those guys out after the drama, but I still propose we stick with this one as we see a double question mark. He gives up the pass pawn.
You just take what did he even miss? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not
Wait,
sure.
I'll
Maybe
tell
he
you what
thinks
he
he has some
missed.
fork.
He missed that, like, I mean, there's
Rook
check.
e5.
You go to
Does he think
f6.
king g6, rook b5 or something? That's what he wants?
Yeah, but you go to f6. Like, wait, why would you give up the pawn like that? That's shocking. What?
So he must have thought it's poisoned, right? Because of rook e5, but the king goes to f6. You don't have any fork.
No, I mean, you have like bishop e7 and it goes on, but that's a big pawn. And of course, Varusha takes it. Well, Hikaru's probably shaking his head. He's like, come on, Artemiev. Like, I praise you on my stream, and now you just throw the win like that.
Yeah, that not only is White's extra pawn, but by far the most important pawn on the board. It must have been maybe he just completely missed king f6, right? And you sometimes have this blind spot because now you have Firouzja's completely out of danger. So, wow, a shocking turnaround here, or a shocking development, I should say. And it looks like my prediction of we're going to be, we know what's going to happen by move 40. It looks like it's just going to be a draw unless we have another insane blunder.
Yeah, rook e5 on the board. King f6 only move. You cannot step to one of the other squares. Like, let's say you go here, there's rook takes b5,
Yeah,
but also
you have
rook
to get
e1,
forked.
hitting the bishop, and you're getting forked. But yeah, king f6, pretty easy move for someone of Firouzja's caliber. Like, king f4 is not an option because of the check here, and he's already reaching to move the king.
Yeah, this is the only move, and the other moves lose very trivially. So,
oh, I'll tell you what he missed. Perhaps after check, what Artemiev missed. Although you can go to f7. Maybe he missed it after takes. You can block with one of the pieces, and the king doesn't have to go here. I don't know.
yeah, but king f7, right? And you keep touch with the bishop so that if rook takes b5, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he still plays the move. I guess he'll go for the pawn on g5, right? To salvage some winning. So he'll still be up a pawn, but it's not the same pawn that he was up just 3 moves ago, with it being so close to the promotion square.
Yeah, no, I mean, this game is probably going to end in a draw. King f7 by Firouzja, bishop takes g5. You know, White's definitely still in the driver's seat. He's up a pawn. His pieces coordinate slightly better, but Black has got really good drawing chances now due to the opposite color bishops. I would say this is likely going to be a draw, whereas before the knight c4 blunder, I really felt like Artemiev should have won this one.
Yeah, and it's also getting more and more simplified as more of these pawns get traded off the board. Obviously, that increases Black's chances to hold. So, yeah, again, still an extra pawn for White. He's going to be pressing this for quite a bit, but the worst, is behind, as you pointed out. With that c6 pawn dropping, the winning chances are not the same, and they are now about to reach time control. Firouzja just needs to make one more move, and they'll reach move 40. And again, he does need to still do a bit of defense, but opposite color bishops, simplified position, great chances to hold now.
Yeah, so let's check. I mean, I feel like pretty much on all boards, they're going to reach the time control, or they have reached the time control. For example, the game between Vidit and Hans. Hans did blunder on move 39, and he just made his 40th move, so they're going to take a long thing there. Let's see, anything else going on? Cameron Yakuboyev reached the time control. Do you see any game? Yeah. Feels like on pretty much all boards.
Yeah, I mean, this game was the one going down to the final seconds, so it makes sense that the rest of the games are also past time control. Yeah, we see, every game that I'm checking, a niche game and so forth. There's also some results in some of the lower boards and higher boards. Lots of draws. Perhaps we can take a beat and return to them in a moment.
Yeah, indeed. We are going on a short break, but don't go anywhere. The Isle of Man is heating up. We still have a lot of interesting games, and we will see all of you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Alex, we've reached the time control, and now the players are going in a deep thing. But what do you think of Artemia's winning chances right now?
Yeah, for sure. All the games are now past that time scramble phase. We were closely following along Artemiev against Firouzja before the break. A very important game for the standings and for the candidates race, as Alireza Firouzja is a direct competitor to Hikaru and his chances. And yeah, we see Artemiev is immediately deep in the tank, trying to make sense of the position. He's got the extra pawn, but I think Firouzja has great chances to hold this. I like this rookie 2 move he just played as his final move. He's got bishop e4 coming, generating some pressure on the second rank, and on the light squares, keep taking advantage of the light square bishops. So it feels like this game, of course, white has the extra pawn, but black is quite active with his rook. Bishop e4 is also menacing, as I mentioned, and the knight on b5, it could be routed into the game as well, somehow, maybe via d4 or c3. So overall, I think that Firouzja's chances to hold this game are quite high.
Yeah, and I think so too. So I think this game will probably end in a draw. Right now, Hikaru has a, 6.2 lead over Firouzja on the rating list. Firouzja will probably drop a point or so. So Hikaru will still have a 7-point cushion. That's still a pretty nice lead. But of course, a win here for Artemiev would have been great. Let's have a look around. Are there any other games that have caught your attention?
Yeah, let's have a look. Do you think this would be a good moment to maybe bring up some standings? We do have a lot of games that have finished. I'm actually kind of curious for myself as well. And okay, so we see Alexander Pretke did win that game against Sam Shanklin. That was a pretty exciting battle where he made a lot of sacrifices, got his knight on h8. Sindarov is hot. I just looked it up. He's 26.93 on the live rating. Super impressive. He's up 40 points in this month. So that's an extremely, extremely hot period for this young man. Of course, Esipenko, Regaisi, Hikaru, and Fabiano is also in the lead, who won his game. And it looks like this battle right here between Artemiev and Firouzja, as well as the Wojtaszek Lamy game, are the last ones. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. We have the very important game. Vidit against Hans. We should go to that one, right? We left them alone when all the drama was just starting.
Exactly, yeah. So we left here. Here, apparently, Hans should have taken on h3 right away, but instead he took an e4 first, which was a big mistake. Now Vidit recaptured. Hans took an h3. Vidit took the pawn, and we see a check on h1 by Hans. Vidit moves the king up and queen to h5. But I don't know, the queen side is collapsing here for Hans, and Vidit's king isn't too unsafe. Maybe you can run with king d3 or knight f3, and I think black simply does not have enough attackers.
Yeah, so we looked at a similar variation some time ago where Hans had this brilliant bishop e8 resource, but I guess with this trade on e4, he maybe gave this very vital d3 escape square for the king. So let's go back and move. Did he have some? I mean, I guess he did not, right? Bishop e8 would have made no sense in the previous position because you just take on d8. Bishop h5 is just a check, right? The king just goes to d3. f3 is also maybe okay, but king d3, very safe. He did not have this resource. So yeah, interesting. This move that he thought for a long time. He thought for 15 minutes there. And the knight, of course, is for anyone in the chat, wants to have a little bit of educational content here. What I was taught is the knight is one of the best possible defensive pieces around the king, especially against the queen. Somehow it just magically covers all these beautiful checking squares. F1, F3, E4, B1, B3, C4. If you imagine the queen there, those are all checks. Not with that bastion on D2. So yeah, looks like a winning position for Vidit here. And he's thinking on queen h5, right? And we are assuming he can still go up the board with king d3, right?
Yeah, no, king d3 looks fine, knight f3 as well. So I do expect Vidit to win this one. It feels like Hans really doesn't have enough counterplay. And again, in the meantime, his queen side is collapsing. So let's see. Wojtaszek looked like he was going to win earlier. I would be... Oh, by the way, Pretke has won his game. So he joins the leaders as well. So we have Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek is creating some openings on the king side. Question still is, how exactly does he go about winning this one? But I guess, like you said earlier, you just push a little bit, you go e4. At some point, you go h5. And I would think at some point it starts collapsing here for black. But I don't see yet exactly how we win.
Yeah, do you think you should go for this h5 push or for f5? Because I'm thinking maybe if you could do it with the f5 push, you can get another pass pawn on the h file. So I'm not sure if that might be, I don't know, maybe that's a better winning try or the winning try. But of course, h5 also looks very natural, but you're trading more and more pawns, which in theory does give black more defensive resources.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, if you trade out the f pawn for the g pawn, you get a pass h pawn. I would think I would trade the h pawn for the g pawn, so that my pawns on e4 and f4 control all of these squares for the black king. And then with a well-timed rook h6 check, I would push you back further and further. And what I would love to do is let's put some moves on the board. Like, let's say, you sit, I push, you sit, I go h5, we make all of these moves. And at some point, what I want to do is give a check. Or like, I guess at some point you're gonna have to go rook a6 to defend, But I want to kind of like put my rook over here, or sort of what I was
Can we
getting.
go
to
for
is
some zugzwang? You can try to put on f6 maybe, yeah, something like this, and you keep tension, keep pressure on all these weak pawns. But you're just gonna run out of okay, yeah. Like imagine this position with the king on e7, and I play I guess if f5, you can sit with like king e8 or something. Oh, king e8, right, or something. Maybe there's even some. No, there's. I was just wondering if there's some c5, but I can just ignore it with king d5, for example.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we get to this position, but I still don't quite see how we win. Like f5, like you said, you just sit. Maybe you push the pawn again, but yeah, it's not obvious to me. Black really has some sort of fortress going here on the queen side, and white only has an extra pawn on the king side. So maybe Aaron can miraculously hold a draw here. That would be an insane hold.
Yeah, he's kind of the thing that works in his favor is that his moves they're quite passive, but they're forced, right? Yeah, they're easy. You just sit and you pray that they can't break. I would be very surprised if this is not winning because it looks terribly passive for black, and white has this entire free hand on the king side. But yeah, it doesn't look. If we just play the most straightforward ideas we did here, the win is not so obvious. But again, I don't know. My feeling is that this has to be winning, but I guess they say all work against a draw, right?
Yeah. I feel like this has to be winning for it, but I don't quite see it. Actually, though, I have one idea. I've got one idea. Let's say you sit here with king d6. We're going to go e4. We're going to go h5. And I put my rook on. Well, okay, here you have that trick, right? With rook h6. Yeah. So maybe you go like rook a6 to sit.
Yeah. And let's just put the rook there. Why not?
You put the rook here. What if I walk my king all the way over? Is that an idea?
But as you start doing that, maybe my rook could free up to do something. I don't know what exactly.
Now king
c5. So okay, no, let me wait another move. Maybe instead of rook a8, I play rook a7 first, so then I can meet king d4. I'm trying to. I guess it doesn't matter, but I was trying to be clever with some tempo. But if you allow a6 rook a5, that looks like a major improvement. The rook behind the pass pawn, and then maybe your plan of now the king ushers the E and F pawns forward.
Exactly. So I kind of wonder, like, let's say black keeps sitting, right, with rook a8. Can we, I mean, I don't know. It seems...
But where are we going? Yeah, king g4?
Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit much to walk the king all the way around. Like, yeah, like I said, I don't know where we're going. Well,
maybe you want to go to g7, right? And then you try to take the pawn.
Yeah, perhaps this is the way to go. It seems very... Although now rook e5, and you have to make a tough decision. If you go here, you lose.
But you know what's nice for white here? You could walk the king all the way to g5, and if all of a sudden you see this plan doesn't work, you just walk it right back, and then you find something else, right?
Exactly.
So there's no harm in trying this. But this actually does look like a lot of progress, right? Like the black is being forced more and more back, and it seems like rook c5 and then king f6. That's got to be some winning position. If I tie down both your rook on a6 and your king on f8, how could this possibly be held? And you're down a pawn, right? That seems like way too much.
Exactly. Yeah. No. It feels like this has to be a win for white, but the way to do it to me isn't obvious yet. But perhaps this is the way to do it, to bring the king all the way around. This king has to make a decision: is it going to go to the queen side, or is it going to stay more on the king side? And both decisions have their drawbacks. So I do expect Wojtaszek to win, but I think there's still an outside chance that Erwin can miraculously get away with the draw. Let's check back in this game between Yakuboyev and Keimer. It's really been it's been a very exciting game where white has sacrificed the queen, but they do have a rook and a bishop for the queen.
Yeah, and if you go back just a moment, I'm looking quite briefly, and this move e5 from Yakuboyev, just giving up the e4 pawn, looked a little bit surprising, but I guess the point is that you just really want that bishop on b1 to increase the scope. You were mentioning that you could even get that bishop trapped if you're not careful with queen b5. So a very responsible decision. I think it's hard to just give up this pass pawn with check, but he does it. But now the coordination for white is looking much better, right? The knight coming
Yep.
to f5. Yeah, I'm almost liking white's position more than black's. Of course, black has an extra queen, but it seems like white's really got these pieces on some really nice squares. So is it possible? I was going to say maybe you go like f4, f5, but of course that's not without risk. Now the queen can jump in, queen a7 and so forth, and you might be taking too much risk. But maybe white can. Do you imagine white can even do something here, or no?
Yeah. I was actually wondering what happens in case white goes rook f3 to attack the pawn on f7. Because if we take an f7 and that trade would happen all of a sudden, white's up a pawn. There seems to be the move queen to c5, hitting the bishop, and the bishop doesn't have a good square to go to. We would rather drop it back to g2. So yeah, white's position is very aesthetically pleasing, right? With the knight on d6, the bishop on d5. But I don't think there's anything concrete. And black does have that extra queen. Black also has a passer. So overall, I think I think that Yakuboyev is going to have to fight hard here to get a draw. And I'm not quite sure that he will even get it.
Right, but saying that, what is black's, like, let's say I just go back like bishop g2 or something in the current position. What is black's plan? You want to try to break down this blockade on the c3 square? Because what's the winning plan, right? You probably want to use the c-pawn. How does black really go about this?
I don't know. And now perhaps rook f3 is an idea, as our bishop is no longer going to get stuck on that d5 square. Maybe something like queen c5, maybe a well-timed knight d4. But then what? Like I don't see it right away. But let's put some moves on the board. Let's say we go
rook f3
here,
yeah.
hitting the pawn.
Yeah, but this is quite a this move to me is bishop a4.
I don't get it.
What is that? You just give him the pawn? He plays bishop f3 though. So yeah, I like bishop g2 more. Okay, interesting. And then if you provoke g6, you come back and maybe knight e4 in the future, some kind of h4, h5 even.
Yeah, or maybe like 94
94 right away here.
Or like you said, dropping the bishop back and then going for the idea. Yeah, I feel like, I don't see right away how black is going to break the white position down. Like, I feel like if you want to break white's position down, you're going to have to move your knight around to dislodge that bishop. But the moment you do that, you allow a lot of counterplay from white. So I'd say most likely a draw, but definitely still chance for black.
Yeah, still a lot of fight in this game. And looking around the horn here, looks like...
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to add is that even though I do think Camera is pushing, white can win if black over pushes. That is one way white
right. Yeah. Makes sense. You want to check in this Giri game against Ramazan? Yeah. It's not the most exciting game, but it's still exciting to follow the young, Kazakh international master who is fighting on equal footing with the world's best. And we were talking about this endgame a while ago. We were saying, hey, white is just sitting. How is black going to make any progress? And we see some stuff has happened. In fact, Ramazan played this b4 move earlier in the game, move 40. So he's not just sitting. He's, if he thinks, if the move is good and changes the character position, he'll go for it. And he's even activated his king. So who's playing for what here? Because my first instinct is I like white. I'm not saying white's winning, but it feels like white's pushing or trying to push, I guess.
Yeah, well, I like what Ramazan has done here. He's changed from his passive approach to more of an active one, where he gives himself an isolated A-pawn, but he also has an half-open B-file to work with. This pawn on B7 is somewhat of a target. So I think I like this much better, and I don't really see a plan for Giri to make any sort of progress. That being said, what he could try is, let's say king C7, white goes rook B1, and then rook D8 and rook A8. And how exactly do you deal with that one? And
yeah, because if I just... Yeah, it's on the board. So you're trying to create a target, I guess, on this A5 square, yeah? But even, or what are you trying to do? Rook B8, or are you trying to go B6? But even if I play rook BA2, I was going to say, you still can't play B6 because I always take backward check. I guess I have to watch out for like rook takes A5, right? You might try to trick me like that, but feels like it's just trading a lot of pieces. And the bishop on E4 is really dominating the knight on E7. I guess maybe Anish can try like a knight F5 and trade and G takes F5, right, in some positions and try to attack G3. But even then, my rook in A3 covers that weakness. So it just doesn't seem like there's enough imbalance in the position for maybe either side to really do too much.
Yeah, no, you perfectly said it. It feels like there's just not enough. Like, the material is very limited. White also has an active position. We have to move rook b1 by Ramazan. What you can also do, by the way, after move rook d8, is
Rook
perhaps to
B6,
move
yeah.
rook to b6 to trade off one pair of rooks. I would say, like, I don't necessarily think white is pushing here after this trade. Like, the pawn on g3 is a little bit of a weakness. The pawn on a5 is a weakness as well. I would still rather be black. I'd rather play with the black piece in this position, but I don't see a way to make progress.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this knight in e7 could be rerouted somewhere, but it already seems quite decent there, right? You keep an eye on any d5 breaks. You keep an eye on this knight f5 jump. You can't really put it anywhere to attack the a5 pawn is the problem, right? If you can just increase the pressure there, then you could be talking about some kind of, I don't know, idea. But yeah, this could be, you know what's an interesting question? So this is what, round 5, right? So assuming this game is round 6, sorry. So assuming this game, okay, so then my question, then I have an answer. I was going to say Ramazan, right? He probably just clinched the Grandmaster norm already. And 100% he's clinched it with this draw. He can lose, the next 3 games, and I'm sure he would still be over 2,600 performance.
Probably, yeah, because like after this draw, let's say this game ends in a draw, he will be on 4 out of 6. So let's say he lose the last 3. He will have 4 out of 9 against average opposition of like 2,700 or maybe even more. That should clinch a GM norm, I would think, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. -1, yeah. I mean, yeah, no guarantee he would even lose those games, but just,
Well,
we rarely see that from a norm seeker, right? Clinching a norm with 3 rounds in advance, right? A Grandmaster norm as well. So that must be some kind of, maybe not record, but definitely a very, very big accomplishment. And he's playing really quick, just rook b1, rook b6, giving no shot to Anish to, even trading off that rook, get it out of here.
Yeah, and this would definitely be a disappointing result for Anish with this game in a draw. And it's kind of interesting. We're saying like, oh, this kid Ramazan. I mean, he's still young, but he's 21 years old. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily consider him a kid under today's standards, where there's all these teenagers that are amazing. But yeah, it looks like Anish is not gonna get the job done, and that must definitely be a big setback for him.
But to be fair, he was never, we say he's not getting the job done. He was never close to getting the job. There was no job. It was the game was solid from, maybe he had to choose a different opening or something, but he didn't really have too many chances, right? And the way that this game was going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so rook d8 by Anish. He's still trying. Again, I feel like black is still slightly for choice with the isolated a5 pawn, the pawn on g3. That is a bit of a target, but white's got a perfect defense going here. I think it's good to trade off a pair of rooks. It simplifies your task. And then after black recaptures, I like the king on c5. So maybe we just sit here, and I want to keep the knight f5 jump under control. What if I just go bishop d3 and go back and forth?
Yeah, I was even thinking like rook a1, just kind of similar thing. The main thing is you don't really ever, like, your only kind of pawn break that is like b6, but it never does anything substantial, because first, like, either recapture with check, or even in the worst case scenario, just king b4, right? And there's just no threat here. So yeah, this one seems like it's heading towards a draw. I'm going to have a little look, see what we have in terms of action. Maybe some of the boards we haven't really gone around to yet.
Farusha's game, as we have a couple more moves.
Yes.
Artemiev settled on bishop to e3 and now bishop b4 by black. I mean, you have bishop f2, but then you're very passive. Like before, the thing was that before Artemiev had an extra pawn and a better position. Right now, he only has an extra pawn, and Farusha has got a lot of compensation. So I think this one is just going to end in a draw, and Artemiev must be kicking himself over that knight c4 decision.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what he missed. Could it have been something as simple as he just missed king f6, right? So he just didn't think the pawn was right for the taken. But yeah, I mean, we were praising how high quality his play was, even with the low time in this clock. But still, everyone's human, right? You get 4 seconds, you see the clock ticking down, your hand makes a move, and then your mind's like, wait, why did I do that, right? So I've been there, so perhaps that's something like that happens to him, and you just make a simple oversight. But yeah, at this point, this whole plan, bishop e3, bishop f2, again, I don't think he was winning in this position, but that doesn't feel like, it's getting him any closer to the point either, because now he's getting quite passive. But again, I'm sure you'll try to milk this position for a long time. There's not really any risk, and you have the pawn. Why not try to make the most of it?
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what he is gonna do. We also have Hans's game. We have some more moves there. So let's check. After the check on h5, Vidit decided to block with his knight with knight f3. And now I don't know what Hans is gonna do. I mean, it feels like it's just collapsing on the queen side and in the center. And if Vidit wins this game, he will also join the leaders on 4.5 out of 6, and that would be quite an impressive comeback. As
Yeah,
Vidit
he lost round one, right?
Yeah, to Erwin. Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. But I want to tell you a little bit of some results as I'm going down the table. There's to me a very surprising result here. Very not just the game, but Gukesh, one of the top rated players in the tournament in the world. He's lost again, and this time to the young Azeri player Suleimanov. And Gukesh is actually winless after 6 rounds, and he's 2 out of 6. What a tough tournament. I think he's also maybe in the running in the FIDE Grand, not the Grand Prix, I guess, right, with the points. But this tournament certainly is not going to help him in those rankings. I think he and and Geary and Wesley So are in contention for that, but this event is just not going his way. And he played a very interesting piece sacrifice, as you'll see, but computer did not approve of it.
G3 to me looks very weird, shutting all of your pieces out. I guess, if you would have a pawn on A3, you'd have a perfect
checkers,
stonewall ish or checkers, exactly. But we're playing chess, and he loses a piece here, but it doesn't look quite correct. And Suleimani is also one of those players that is young, perhaps somewhat underrated, and he shows here that he is very capable of beating players like Gukesh. And yeah, for Gukesh, he still has good chances to make it through the FIDE circuit. But I guess he will sooner or later need another good event, as Anish and Wesley are right behind him. And let's say Wesley wins the Singfield Cup. I guess Wesley will overtake Gukesh.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you have the standings in your mind, or you're just aware of that?
I'm just making stuff up. No, I'm not. Let's pull it up. Like, I know that Anish had one bad event, as you mentioned earlier. He had one event where he only scored 2 points.
Yeah, that I saw.
Yeah. So let's say he wins this one, he makes it in. And Gukesh has got 5 decent events. Like Wesley is only like, what is it, 0.66 behind Gukesh, like very close behind him. Less than a point.
So but this tournament, I don't think he's getting any points from this one, yeah? And he just played in
no, yeah, like I said, I don't think Gukesh is going to gain any points from this one.
Well, another game, I'm just looking around for some interesting games, especially because there's it's unbelievable how many strong players there are in this tournament. You can go to board like 40, and it's going to be another like 2650. So 2650 versus 2650. But here's an end game that you might find interesting, and hopefully our viewers as well. Look at this game between Jordan Van Forest and Benjamin Gladura. Look at this rook end game that we have going on. That is, I don't have the board number for you, but hopefully you can bring it up. Yeah, there it is.
438.
Yeah, check this one out. You got 2 connected passers versus 3 connected passers. I think 3 is greater than 2, but these black pawns are further down the board. What's going on here?
Yeah, like these pawns are pushing down very fast. Like, here's the thing, the C pawn, you can basically forget about that one. It's all about these A and B pawns for black, the E and F pawns. And right now the question is, like, what does Jordan do here? I think if you just push, you might just lose the game. As black pushes, you push E2. Black is already threatening to queen with check, rook down, F3.
Wow.
Or rook D1 even, and black just wins.
And you also promote. This king is very poorly placed. You get, first of all, the promotion with check, and the king is cut off. I was going to say, what that pawn on C2 might be important for? If I can somehow sacrifice my rook, right, then I would be much happier with 3 connectors than 2, but it doesn't look very realistic. You can easily give up your rook for 1 pawn, but probably not for both here.
Yeah.
So white's... Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. One thing the C pawn could also be useful for is, let's say we somehow get into the situation, we have rook h6 on the board, right? Let's say somehow magically white gets rid of these pawns and lose the A and, well, I don't know how to get this, but let's say black gets a queen, but loses the other pawn and
I
loses
understand.
the rook.
And it's a fortress. Rook B3, rook D3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to get there though, right? Because how are you gonna? It feels like, yeah. I mean, it is something. There is some use for this pawn, basically, in
Exactly.
some esoteric endgames.
Hmm. All right, so let's see where Benjamin Gladura is gonna win. He's my competitor for the strongest Benjamin in the world. You know?
Is it a 2-horse race, or there's some more Benjamins?
I think it's
Forgetting.
pretty much a 2-horse race. Yeah, I mean, there's also no, I think it's a 2-horse race. I don't see, at least as far as I know, but maybe there's another like prodigy coming up.
Yeah, another the rise of the Benjamins. Yeah, you have it a bit easier than I do. My name is a bit tough with Alexander.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's even like some of these guys who are not maybe super well known, but Alexander Onishuk, Alexander like
Yeah.
Moisenko or Arshnichenko or something like that. There's just like endless amounts of these Alexanders. Not to mention Grishuk, right? And I haven't even gone to the top one. So yeah, have you considered changing your name? Instead of just fighting against Gladura, why not just go into your own path?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe just make up a name that nobody else has, and then you're the strongest that name in the world. But
Yes,
I'll just keep my name as it is. Anyway, we see a check here. Let's
not
see
ready for
where
the grind.
Gladura is gonna go. He goes to f5.
This
So we're just
5.
having.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Are
I was just
you?
having a. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I'm
I was
wondering.
just.
Are you trying to shift over, or what do you have in mind?
Yeah, I'm just having a look around. So Erwin still is in that end game. Anish, pretty similar end game. We also have some draws here right in the middle. So okay, let's talk about the standings a little bit, right?
Sure.
Right now we have a 6-way lead for first. There are still some players that could join them.
Yeah, I think
Artemia
4 player.
Farusha,
No, 3 players. Yes, 3 players in the running.
yeah, I think Artemia Farusha is probably gonna end in a draw. Yakoboyev against Keimer, I
We're not
don't know.
sure. We're not sure.
Vidit will probably join them.
Right.
Vidit will join them.
So we expect. What is this? We have 7, maybe 8 players. Should we try to work a little pairing magic?
Sure. So let's say Vidit wins, right? And the other games end in draws. Let's try to do it. So Hikaru is the highest seed. Oh no, wait, sorry,
Right.
Fabiano. Fabiano's the
Fabiano and
highest
then
seed.
Hikaru.
Right. So Fabiano would play against number 3 in that case. No, wait, against number
No.
4.
If there's 6, yeah, I guess if there's 6, you would play 4, or even if there's 7, you would still play 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Fabiano, Hikaru. Then we have Iragaisi.
And
Then
well,
we
if
have
Vidit no, but if Vidit wins, he's also over.
Ah,
So that will be the top 4. So
yeah, because Vidit.
Esipenko, I think, is
Oh, sorry, because Vidit outrates Arjun by a few points. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so let's also look at the colors, right? So Hikaru, he played with black today. Erigaisi had black. Fabiana had white, but I think it's unlikely that those two will play each other. Hikaru, maybe if no, wait, Hikaru will play someone who has had, maybe Hikaru can play Vidit. I think that's a very, or Pretke, one of those guys, or maybe Wojtasek if he wins, one of those guys.
Oh yeah, there's also Wojtasek. Yeah, that seems likely. I mean, I don't think there's any shot he plays Fabiano. They're in the same half. The way these pairings are done, you split the score group in half. You have the top and bottom half. So it's unless you get very late in the tournament where maybe everyone in the score group already played each other, made some draws. Usually we'll have the top score group play the bottom of the score group. So yeah, with Hikaru and Fabiano being 1 and 2, their matchup is not likely until maybe some future rounds. But yeah, it always gets a bit tricky once you get to like the midway of the tournament. You got to keep in mind the colors, who's played who. But I think your prediction is quite valid. I think Hikaru will get someone in this 2650 to 2700 range. Not quite another 2700 plus player, but of course still someone very strong who is tied for first. So definitely earned their right to be there.
Exactly. And I think Fabiano will play someone like Sindarov, who today played with the black pieces, or could also be someone like Arjun. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Like, still so many results that are up in the air. And but yeah, I think Vidit is gonna win. I think this game is gonna be a draw between Artemiev and Firouzja. And this one is definitely still the most intriguing. I definitely still think that it can go either way.
Yeah, and Keimer here I think he hasn't moved since we last looked at this, right? It was Bishop F3, and now he's down to. So the time control is they get 50 minutes, right, on move 40. So this tells me that he spent already, my math's not mathing, 28 minutes, on just 2 moves, right? So he's really in the tank here. So it just kind of shows you at the very least that this position is not easy to play, despite this extra queen. I mean, I guess I'm biased. Like you said, it's very aesthetic looking for white, right? You got this nice knight on d6. It's not easy at all for it to play. And what do they get more time on move 50 or move 60? When is the next time control?
Move 60. Move 60.
And they get 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, 15 minutes. So here's the thing, like when usually there's a time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then an additional half an hour for the rest of the game. That extra half an hour can disappear quite quickly, as usually the position after move 40 is still very complicated. And here we see that apparently also 50 minutes can disappear quite quickly, as Keimer right now only has 20 left. So I'd say he's definitely still the one pushing. But if he gets low on time, if he takes too much risk, Yakuboyev could all of a sudden take over as well.
Yeah, and Yakuboyev, he's hot right now. Not only is he doing great in this tournament, I just saw he's won his last 2 games against Amin Basim and Niels Grandelius, both 26 80+ players. He's also actually the winner of the Qatar Masters that just concluded last week. That tournament had a lot of very, very strong players. So yeah, if this guy is hasn't been on people's radar before, he certainly is now. And of course, even before that, I think he was part of the Uzbeki team that won the Olympiad. So he is a force to be reckoned with. But I was thinking about this. You were talking about the time control. There's some players, like me, who tend to use all their time. I wonder if there's like any time, like in the old days, you used to play with some and when I say old days, I mean 100+ years ago, where you would have 6 hours per side or something like that. I wonder, if there's any time control where people would not get into time trouble, because I feel like they always would. You just keep spending the time that you have and spending the time that you have. And I don't know. It's something interesting.
No, people would find a way to burn it anyway. And back in the day, on a more serious note, I think the time control was 2.5 hours for the first 40 moves.
Is this what they had adjournments?
Yeah, I think when they had adjournment. So I think it was 2.5 hours for the first 40 moves. Then after that, there was probably an adjournment. And I think then they got an extra hour. And I guess setting up the extra hour was pretty easy to do because they play with those wooden clocks, right? So they just had to turn in 1 hour or something, or maybe, I don't know exactly how they did it. But people would still find a way to get themselves in the time pressure. And, I wonder, those matches between Kasparov and Karpov, right? Were those with 2.5 or with 2 hours? I already don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they started with 2.5, and then as you got into the 90s, they went down to 2, but I'm not sure. But yeah, back then, there was a concept known as adjournments, where you could, the game would be concluded for the day. You could play, the next day, or even usually that same, right? Couldn't you play sometimes on the same day, just later in the evening or something? And then you go back to your room, and your team of seconds starts analyzing. Can't really do that anymore, right? With all the with all the computer assistants, would make it a bit more meaningless. But no, I don't. Are you looking up the time control?
I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah.
Right now we know the time control for the current World Championship. It's 2 hours for the first 40 moves, then another hour for the next 20 moves, and then 15 minutes for the rest of the game. But I'm trying to see when exactly the shift was, because I'm pretty sure that at some point it was 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, you are born in 94, right?
No, 95.
95. Okay, well, still, I'm born 96, so you have a whole extra year of wisdom and knowledge. So, you seem like more of an old timer. So I think these matters are you are an expert in them. I'm just a young duckling. I don't know about such ancient things.
Yeah, but as Wandering Bishop points out in the chat, people even flag in correspondence. I mean, well, that happens when they just forget about the
Yeah, I
game.
doubt they're
Yes.
just like, oh, I can't make, I'm thinking so much that, what's my move? But yeah, that
It's kind of funny.
does happen.
It's kind of funny. There are sometimes you look in the database and there might be a drawish variation, right, where everyone makes draws, but then there's one loss in a correspondence game. But I guess it's just because one player forgot to submit a move.
Yeah, or yeah, I mean, sometimes the games last for so many years, the player might not even be there anymore, right? And as the game is going, so yeah, I have seen sometimes in the database you're like 1-0, why here? And then you're left to wonder what actually happened to the combatants.
Exactly. Yeah. So Yakuboyev is thinking here. I guess bishop h5 is something he's thinking about to hit the pawn on f7. And yeah, I'm curious to see how Keimer is going to try to push for the win. In the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Artemiev and Firouzja. So Artemiev played the move h4, creating some move for the king. But what about this? What if black just gives a check? King up, rook back, hitting the bishop. The only move you have to play on here, although maybe there's stuff like, oh wait, you have this.
Some tricks, uh-huh.
There's check and this, but apparently it's all okay because white's lacking coordination. This is a funny draw, by the way. Check, the king goes back, and
very
the players have to go back and forth.
Yeah, well, if knight g4, there's maybe h5, yeah? So you do have to go back to e4.
All right, so probably he's just going to check. You can walk the king up, though. Check, maybe now king f4. Ah, but then you hang g2. Yeah, I'd say this game is probably going to end in a draw, but Artemiev definitely still pushing for the win a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if black just plays this rook c1, rook c2, rook c3 idea, the only way for him to play on is to just give up one of the pawns. Or maybe there's that weird line, right, that you were looking at with rook takes b5. That's not so obvious, right? You might even reject that, at first glance. Oh, like, why am I giving up my two pieces? So he still is trying something here. He's still trying.
Yeah, like you said, I feel like you might reject that variation just at first glance. You're like, oh, rook b5 96 and I lose. But if you go further down the variation, you see it's a draw. But it's pretty typical among chess players to just disregard something on one move. But hey, if Firouzja doesn't go for this, I feel like Artemiev definitely still has chance, as he can try to slowly but surely crawl out. And I was just wondering, Alex, is rook takes b5 a threat? Like, let's say black goes here. Can we take and give this check? I think it's definitely an idea, as long as we don't lose the b pawn.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key points of h4, just to create the lift, right? Because if you did it right away, there's rook c1 check, and now all of a sudden you're getting pretty screwed here on the back rank. Yeah, so h4. I mean, also he's up a pawn on the king side, right? So at some point you want to win the game, you're gonna have to make use of that advantage. So it's a multi-purpose move, this h4. And there's also another trick that's worth mentioning in that line, like say that variation with rook c1, rook c2. This king d5 move is very important because I was wondering, hey, why can't we just go king e5 instead? If we go down that line, for example, like h4, rook c1, king h2, rook c2. If we could put that on the board here, yeah. So check this out. Rook b5 takes knight d6, king e6. 94, king e5. Now that you got this sneaky little knight c5, right? Otherwise, you're losing. Knight c5, and still somehow you can't take any of my pieces because of the fort. And I mean, two pieces and a pawn for the rook. I would assume that he's got excellent winning chances there. So, okay, we're not likely to see this, but something like this is Artemiev's hope and idea. Not just, he's not hoping that this happens, but his position kind of hinges on these tactics for him to be able to make some progress with his minute material advantage.
And we have rook c1 on the board by Firouzja, so for sure we'll see king to h2. And I guess he's just going to go back and forth with rook to c2. And I don't really see a good way to play on there, because let's say you go king h2, king g3, and bishop b3, then black can take this pawn over here, and the material is even. I mean, white's perhaps still a little bit more active, but it feels like it's not enough to win this game.
No, I mean, well, I guess you can count on the fact that this knight on b5 and rook on b3 are kind of a little bit away from the king side. Maybe you could try to whip up some kind of initiative using, the rook and the king. But, yeah, I mean, there's no risk for white, right? Artemiev might as well, if that's the best he can do, you might as well go for it. Trying to use the temporary piece activity, but of course, Farouche is getting closer to holding the draw here. In the meantime, I was curious if Wojtaszek has found a way to make progress, or what way did he choose to make progress? But that board hasn't really moved too much, except he has played this king c4 move, maybe hinting at your idea, right, of maybe running the king over to some greener pastures.
So apparently rook b7 was a mistake, because he maybe should have played king a3 and now f5. So what if, like, let's say black takes, we recapture, and here I like your idea a lot. You know, we traded the f pawn for the g pawn, and it seems like the h pawn now becomes really strong. What is the problem? Well, I guess if we do it now, maybe black can take on a5. No, then we take on g6.
No, but then I take on g6, yeah.
Yeah. And there's too many threats. All right. So yeah, what about f5 here? I like the looks of it at least.
f5 after rook a7. Yeah, I mean, I think this is why we see the players are taking their time, because a move like f5, right? Okay, it makes a lot of sense. We did mention this idea earlier to make this pass pawn, but at least this is a habit that I have. When I play a move like f5, like you can't take it back, right? You're really drastically changing the position. So the worst thing that can happen is all of a sudden, wait a minute, like I've shattered my pawns and, somehow like I'm not promoting, so maybe he's just double checking, because he can also play, I guess he can't play too many ideas, right? Because king b4, Urban's probably just going to go rook b7 again, right? So he does need to make a decision where he wants to put that king. By the way, how about h5 here, right? We were talking about that idea earlier. He could still do that here, right? This is the plan that we thought was the most straightforward, right? Not necessarily winning, but makes sense. You keep the center. Maybe you could run the king to the other side. So he's probably weighing those decisions, right? Because they both change the structure, permanently, let's say. So he's thinking, do I keep the two pawns in the center like this, or do I go for the passer? But it could just be winning, right? Takes, f5, takes. King e7 looks forced, h5. Maybe we can play through that one a little bit, because it does seem like
takes king 7.
Yeah,
let's say we go h5, the king steps back. Let's say we push, the king steps back again. And here
now I can play rook h5 maybe, right? Okay, king b4 also.
Well, I like to keep an eye on this pawn over here. And I feel like sooner or later I want to do this. And the problem for black is if you go rook b7, now we go king up, and the king gets the c6 and the black position collapses. So sooner or later black is going to have to do something like this. Now we take, and now we start pushing the e-pawn. And again, it feels like black's pieces are a little bit overloaded with this e-pawn pushing down.
Yeah, and you can also just simply retreat the rook back in the f-file, and the black king is completely cut off. So eventually you're going to need to use your rook, but then that will allow my king to come to c5, and these a-pawns will decide the game. Even just probably rook e1 here, right? The simplest, lots of simple moves, but yeah, this is very easy. Yeah, so it does look pretty straightforward this way. Yeah, this plan of trading the h-pawn for the f-pawn, and then potentially, just getting this past e-pawn, that looks very convincing. So yeah, we were saying this has to be winning for white, and seems like it is for sure with correct play from Wojtaszek here.
So all of our math goes out of the window now. Wojtaszek will probably join the leaders as well. So
we just forgot about him. That's the thing. we did think he was winning.
Wojtaszek, as it
they match by colors. They match by colors, absolutely.
Okay, let's see. It seems like Hans is still losing. He played the move queen to e8 after the knight block, but now maybe just knight takes e5, and it really feels like the black position is collapsing. And all Hans also down to 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this move that he played on move 39, de4, he had the right idea, right? He went queen h5, he grabbed that pawn on h3, he was trying to go after white's king, but this one pawn trade, again, I'm sure there was some concrete line that made him want to go for that. But it seems like, conceptually speaking, giving this king the d3 square was one of the game-altering decision here. But now, what to say? I thought he was down something. Not yet. It looks like his whole center and queen side's collapsing, but the material is actually equal. But like you mentioned, after 95, he's just up. He's just up a pawn.
Yeah, Fido would just
and
be
the position and the
and the
position.
position. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, black can still hold on with a move like bishop c8, but you're really stuck here after queen b8. Like, you cannot move a single piece. The knight's not going anywhere. This bishop is stuck. So I do expect Vida to win also, because right now he has a very commanding lead on the clock. All right, so we have some more moves for Ruja. After king h2 did play rook to c2, a very strong move, spotting that rook takes b5 is not a concern. And I think now, Alex, the game is just going to end in a draw. I don't see a good way for Artemiev to keep the game going. I think the only way you can keep it going is with king g3 and bishop e3. But black gets the pawn back, and I mean, you're not really better here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that he'll go for rook b5 in the perpetual?
I think
I think he should try this, right?
repetition.
Oh, you think so? Okay, you think he won't? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess once you give up that pawn, what are you really playing for? Yeah,
Yeah, like, if you go down this line, I think Farouche's calculated it all, that there is king d5. Oh, wait. I check, yeah. And there is bishop d4.
no, but there's
bishop
okay.
d4.
There's still it still goes on. But oh wow, look at this hilarious repetition. The bishop just can't get safe. Bishop.
Yeah. And if
No, I
you
was
go
thinking
here,
like
then there's
bishop.
this again.
Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, I was thinking bishop a1, rook d1, bishop b2, like rook b1 now. Rook d2, you might blunder bishop c1, yeah, because now I can go bishop g5. Something like this.
But even
Oh no, I
this is
can't.
fine
Oh, then
otherwise.
h6. Now I'm blundering. Not good.
Yeah.
Now I'm
So I
blundering.
guess rook d2 is also a draw, but you know,
Yeah.
rook b1 is also there.
Yeah, you keep chasing this. It feels like
Mhm.
white is close, but you just need one fork, one escape. But I guess it's just not there.
Yeah, so I'd say for Farouja, this is a good result. He was lost earlier in the game. Let's not forget, he's playing a very strong player with the black pieces. So a draw here is pretty fine. And then tomorrow he will have white again. And yeah, he's been under some pressure. He was lost yesterday against Hans. He was lost today, but he's escaped both games. So he's hanging in there.
This is what strong players do, right? They're very, very resilient. You really got to bury them before the game is won. Like, again, they could be losing, they could be in trouble, but they fight, and you really have to keep finding the best moves. So, yeah, some may say, oh, he's been real lucky to survive, but that is also just a testament of their strength and resilience. So they will not be joining the leaders, it seems like. Neither Artemiev nor Firouzja.
Let's have a look at Anisha's game again. We have some more moves. We saw the rook trade happen, king b4, rook a8. White is sitting with rook a1, knight g8, and rook a3. And I think there's simply no way for Anish to do anything here. You can go knight f6, but I would just go, let's say, to f3. And what are you ever gonna do? So I do expect to draw on this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt, him to try some knight maneuvers, but where's it going? And the bishop at f3 is terrific. You just completely restrict the knight's forward movements. So all he can do is go back. So I do think Anish will shuffle around a little bit, just, out of inertia, and just to see if he can kind of, sometimes you just move the pieces around, and sometimes you just find an idea you didn't think of before, right? And of course, he's not really taking any risk because white doesn't really have any aggressive ideas of his own. But yeah, I think he'll move around a bit, and then once he's exhausted all the resources of the position, he'll have to concede a draw.
Exactly, but also sometimes your opponent might make an unforced error. He might weaken his position. So I think for Anish, like I said, it makes a lot of sense to just shuffle around. Maybe it is like knight e8 to d6 to f5. That being said, though, if you're not careful, white can perhaps come in with the move d5. And hey, who's pushing for the win now? If the position opens up, all of these pawns are fixed on light squares. So Anish, he should not fall asleep at the wheel. And yeah, Wojtasek in the meantime still thinking he has not played that f5 idea yet. Let's check back in the game between Nodirbek Yakuboyev and Keimer, where h4 was played, queen a2 by Keimer, hitting the pawn, and now king to g2. So how do you think Keimer is going to proceed here?
Yeah, I like this plan he decided on, just like to be. I'm not sure exactly where the queen is going, but I do like that he's trying to create some threats and attack some stuff here. But saying that, yeah, I mean, white has look, this rook at e3, bishop at c3, look rock solid. The c pawn is completely blockaded here, and I like this h4 move as well, right? From from Yakuboyev, just gaining a little bit of space for the king. Okay, he's not going to be, pushing those kingside pawns too much further. But as we saw, there's some positions. You mentioned this idea of bishop h5. That could be quite a nice resource if you can provoke g6, make some weaknesses. Maybe later you can play h5. So yeah, it's. I think it's a position. I'm seeing the evaluations a little bit in Keimer's favor, and I understand he does have the queen, for rook and bishop, but still, it's not so easy because this knight on e6. Maybe you want to bring it over to like a4 or d3 to try to either break down the blockade or just make some threats. But the moment you do that, now there's bishop d5, there's e6, and the bishops can really, really do a lot of damage to Black's king side. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe again, like I'm really not, intimidated by the engine's evaluation or the extra queen. I just feel like White's got some really nice coordination here, and I don't know what Black's plan really is.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, he's going for queen b1, and I guess with this move, he's aiming for the move bishop to d1. I think for Keimer, it would be really nice to trade off these light-squared bishops. As we've talked about, this light-square bishop can create quite a few threats with bishop h5, bishop d5, and also all of a sudden, Black could get a firm grip of the light squares. So White should try to avoid that. So maybe a move like rook e1, hitting the queen. Let's say the queen moves here, and maybe now we just move back. Perhaps queen c1 is his idea, as rook e1 no longer is a move. Perhaps this is what Keimer has in mind. But then again, let's say you go bishop d1, and White goes here. So let's say bishop h5, you provoke g6, like goes here, and now what? Right?
But maybe can I go bishop e2? I was going to say bishop e2 to completely. No. Oh, no. Funnily enough, I meant for White, but I guess for Black it's also possible. I bet instead of bishop f3, he can go bishop e2 and just prevent bishop d1 altogether, right?
Yeah, no, that's an idea as well. Yep. Well, what Keimer could do here though is try to go bishop a4 and bishop c6. So he's got
so he
ideas.
forced bishop f3.
Yeah, and now maybe bishop e1.
Yeah, so hard to stop this, but as you were saying, Yakuboyev is not going to necessarily agree to that trade. He could follow up with bishop d5 instead. Okay, but now I'm seeing, if the light square bishops get traded off, then Black can start to work on the light squares, right? Because White has the bishop c3, rook e3, e5, knight d6 formation, but the light square bishop is really the only one for White controlling those squares. So the trade definitely would favor Black here because White would not be as solid on these light squares.
Exactly. In the meantime, we see Artemiev going for a long think, and the lower he gets on time, the more likely
he takes on b5, just as you said that.
Oh, he's just taken on b5. Okay, I guess then they're just headed for that forced draw. So just to point out, everybody, you have to take the rook. If you take the bishop, then there's check anyway, and you just lose as White takes the bishop and the rook is hanging. So Firouzja is going to have to take the rook, and Artemiev's idea is this fork over here to regain the bishop on the next move. And by the way, I'm wondering, let's say you go king here, right? You don't want to get the piece back, but you go rook b2. I assume this should also be a draw, right? It should get a lot of counterplay with the passed b pawn.
Yeah, but this we can play, right? Because White can go king g3, rook b3, king f4. Now you got g4, h5 coming, right? The bishop to d4. And, my bishop and my knight could try to corral that b pawn. Again, still within drawing margins, but I would be pretty happy to play with White here because I could never lose. Worst case scenario, I give up one of my pieces for the b pawn, right? And the resulting endgame is always still going to be a draw. But just searching for ways for White to continue the game. But looks like just like yesterday, where Firouzja made a draw, he was an exchange down in some endgame. Could be some similar thing here, like slightly down material, but very simplified and just a draw.
Yeah, I think they'll just go down the line that we showed earlier. I think both players probably see the one where Firouzja goes king e6, White takes here, but there's king d5 hitting the knight. You can go here, but we'll probably just see a repetition. So let's check back in the game between Vidit and Hans. I think Vidit is just winning this one. He took the pawn on e5, bishop c8, and now he's pondering over his next move. But he's going to go either to b6 or b8. He will have a dominant position, and I'll be shocked if Hans manages to come back here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Vidit could try some kind of, not Vidit, excuse me, Hans could try some kind of queen h5 move, but it's just one queen, and it seems like the king has plenty of space to hide, king d2, king c1, king b2, or something like that. The black pieces are just in no position to create any threats, right? Look at this. They're all boxed in like a Tetris piece on these on this back rank here. So, Yeah, I mean, he's got to try some kind of, let's say Queen B8 or whichever. I don't know. Queen B8 looks fine to me. So Queen H5, I feel like you just got to try it because otherwise you're down a pawn and you're going to lose another one. But here, yeah, I was thinking just King D2 and Queen G5, for example, right? You could maybe keep giving me some checks. Yeah, I was going to go. Well, yeah, I was going to even thinking King C3. Just keep running away with, maybe to some kind of B3 square. And I have these beautiful knights that can come back. Knight can come back to B3. Knight can come back to D3. So, for example, like some Queen C1 move, right? It's probably just corralled by either one of those moves.
Exactly. Yeah, the knights, as you pointed out earlier, are excellent defensive pieces. They block a lot of squares around the white king. And so there's never any realistic chance for a perpetual here for Hans. I think Hans is going to lose. And for Vidit, it will be great for him. He will join the leaders on 4.5. And he came close. He twice came so close to qualifying for the candidates through the World Cup. In 2021, he lost in the quarterfinals to, I forgot who. And this year, he lost again to
Abbasov. Yeah.
Yeah. So twice he came very close. And but perhaps maybe in the Grand Swiss, he will have a shot. He's on 4.5 out of 6 among the leaders, which is definitely where you want to be going into the rest day.
Yeah. I mean, I do have to say, now that this isn't true for other tournaments, I feel like whoever qualifies through the Grand Swiss is an extremely deserving, candidate because this tournament is just so strong, right? You probably need like 8 at least to win the tournament or to at least get a qualifier spot. And you can see the level of opposition you're facing every game, right? You're playing, basically a super tournament, right? And to 8 points is what, like plus 4, plus 5 even. That's super, super impressive. But someone's gonna do it. Someone's got to do it, and I think they'll definitely earn their way. That is for sure. No doubt that person belongs in the candidates.
And I'm somewhat shocked as to what happened here. The game between Yakuboyev and Keimer just ended in a draw. Keimer just offered a draw to Queen B1. I mean, he's definitely still pushing. Perhaps he was getting worried about his clock here, but I'm surprised he just offers a draw.
Yeah, maybe, to be fair, like maybe if he didn't have this idea of like Bishop D1, he's just thinking, what am I going to do, right? If he doesn't see that plan, he still needs to make 16 moves in 11 minutes, right? So as we mentioned earlier, if you overpress, maybe if you try to go for some attack, some G5 move, right? Trying to imbalance the game, that could also backfire. So a little surprising, but I don't know. To me, I was saying, hey, I like White's position. Perhaps he felt somewhat similar. Like, this is too solid. I don't see a way to make progress.
Yeah. All right. So let's check in some other games. Wojtasek still thinking after this move, rook to a7. I don't know how long he's already been thinking, but I'm sure he's looking at this move f5, which should be winning for him. And Anish, is he making any progress, at least visually? Right now, he's got his king on a more active score. So knight f6 on the board, bishop f3, king here, rook d3, rook a6, rook d1. That being said, you don't really have a way forward, but I'm sure he's going to keep shuffling for a while.
Yeah, but another thing that doesn't work in his favor is there's going to be another 15 minutes added on move 60, right? So sometimes the strategy in these positions is to keep playing and try to get your opponent lower on the clock. Even if the position's very sterile or drawage, maybe you can get them to make some kind of mistake as you get closer to as they get lower and lower in the clock. But here, 19 minutes seems like plenty of time for White here to get to the time control, and then he'll get 15 more minutes. So the clock is probably not going to play any factor in White making a mistake.
Yeah, no, that definitely must be kind of frustrating for Anish that his opponent, he just still has so much time. Right now, he's got 19 minutes. He's going to get an additional 15 after move 60, after 7 more moves. So that technically puts him at like 34. And yeah, the position is quite simplified. I think if Anish was playing someone else, like another 2700, he probably would have already offered a draw here. But I think it's simply the fact that his opponent is 2450 that he keeps shuffling back and forth.
Yeah, he probably would have offered a draw, 40 moves ago or something like that, right? The position has been pretty even for quite some time. But yeah, unbelievable. I mean, this guy has not lost a single game so far, so incredible. And it will be interesting to see how his rest of the tournament goes and the rest of his career, because this is the this is a result that almost any player would be not drawing unnecessarily. Of course, that's a result almost every player would be happy with, but just this whole tournament, right? Like the guy is undefeated against 2,700 plus opposition.
Exactly. So let's tune back into Wojtaszek's game, who did make a move. He decided to go h5, okay? So we see a pawn trick. It did take Wojtaszek a lot of time. That being said, right now, I still wonder what the winning plan is. I still don't quite see it. In case black sits, all you have to be careful. Rook h6 is a threat. If you go rook a8, then check, king here, and this is awkward as the pawn on... Oh, wait. Is you cannot protect this. King e7 hangs this, and yes, you can get the a pawns, but white gets two connected passers here in the center, which should be winning. So I think Aaron should play a move like rook a6 and just sit. And the question is, how exactly do we make progress in this position right here?
Yeah, I mean, we analyzed this some time ago, and you suggested this potential king walk, right, to the g5, maybe even to the g7 square. Looks pretty reasonable. Maybe he should start with that. And as I was quasi joking, if that doesn't work, okay, let's bring it back, and then we'll figure out the next course of action. But yeah, f5 looked like based on our analysis, looked pretty straightforward because black has to retreat back to corral that h pawn, but then you're able to trade off for the f pawn. But saying that, these decisions, sometimes they don't feel very easy to make because you feel like if you get it wrong, then you just might have screwed up. Whereas this position, it feels like, okay, everything looks nice and pretty. I have the extra pawn. I can still try a lot of different winning ideas, right? So perhaps Wojtaszek, not completely convinced by splitting up his pawns, goes for the maybe slightly, more aesthetic looking solution. But yeah, the win here is not completely trivial, as you kind of proved to me earlier in the analysis, where I was like, okay, this has to be winning. But somehow black just stays, and the onus is on white to make the progress.
But you showed that game earlier, the game between Jordan van Vreest and Benjamin Gladura. And we have some more developments in that one. Jordan has pushed his pawn all the way to a7, but Benjamin has his pawns on e3 and f4. And I feel like black's just winning here. I mean, you just push the e pawn, which often queens would check. The f pawn is also there to support. So I think Jordan's in big trouble here.
Yeah, it seems two is better than one, right? It's we got these two really, really advanced pawns. The a7 pawn is not a threat at all. As you mentioned, rook a5 or whatever, you just play e2. Everything's coming with check. So, yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, Benjamin Gladura is going to take a lead over Benjamin Bach in the world rankings for top Benjamins. But, yeah, very tough tournament for Jordan, unfortunately. I saw he, was struggling early in the tournament. I think he won his last round. So I was rooting for him to bounce back. But, yeah, it doesn't look like it's happening here. But, yeah, again, yeah, it looks like e2 is just, how do you even stop it, right? Like, what does white even play here?
I don't know. Like, yeah, what do you try? Maybe you move like rook b8 with the idea that in case you push, you can now go rook b5 to rook b8 because you queen would check, but after king b2, there are no checks, and you are threatening to queen would check yourself. So maybe this is an idea. I wonder. He goes rook h7, f3 by Benjamin. The idea is that in case of e2, white gives a check, and the king is forced in front of this f-pawn, and now white is faster. But f3 played instantly, and I think now it's just all over. Like, in case of a check, you just walk around, and one of these pawns is going to promote you. So, yeah, like I said, very tough event for Jordan. And I'm kind of curious. I guess for a lot of these 2,700, it really feels like an outside shot to qualify for the candidates, but it's a tough event. He's playing against strong 2,600 plus GMs every single round, and he's probably going to be down to 2 out of 6.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Gukesh, 2758. He's down to 2 out of 6. So it's a tough event, right? If you're, over pressing, if you're not in the best form, the competitors, even if they're lower rated, they are very, very serious professional players. It's not an easy ride for anyone. And actually, Benjamin Gladura, a couple of rounds ago, he had a nightmare blunder against Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, who's a young Canadian soon-to-be grandmaster. And Gladura blundered his queen in one move. I don't know if you saw that one. So, he had that loss, and now he's inflicting another loss. So it's like, it's a dog-eat-dog world, right? Like, everyone is out, for blood and dogpiling one another. And yeah, it's just crazy event. I was wondering, I'm like, how many points would I score in this one? But they're not letting me in, so I can't find out.
Right, yeah, no, but yeah, because Barov says in the chat 2 out of 6 for Gukesh is ridiculous. I mean, yes, that is true, but again, on the other hand, he's playing against tough players every single round. Like, the players he's playing are 2650, they're no joke, and they're very capable of beating Gukesh. So he's having a tough event. Let's check in. Our Faruja went for a different line. He did not go for this force repetition. Instead, he goes for a line with King G6. He lets Artemiev take. But after King of4, I'm pretty sure this one is just going to end in a draw. That being said, I mean, the thing is, it feels like the best thing Black can get is something like where White is forced to give the bishop for the pawn. But even that with a knight and 2 versus a rook and 1 should be an easy draw.
Absolutely. We did talk about this line, and I was saying, oh, maybe you just go like G4, H5, but I think here a nice move for Perugia would be H5, right? And then you don't even let me get those pawns rolling at all. Because I could see there be, I mean, maybe it's not much, but I could see some kind of G4, H5, you start pushing the king back. The one game, yeah, I see you hovering over it. There's been some developments in this Hans game, which are quite surprising. Because so we were thinking, I was thinking Queen B8 or Queen B6 here, or Queen B8 at least looked like most annoying because you pin everything on the back rank. So Queen A7 looked fine, but all of a sudden here, it's getting pretty messy. I'm not sure exactly why these moves are mistakes, but they're very much engine just disapproved for Vidit.
Yeah, so let's see. Apparently Vidit had to go to B6 or to B8, because after Queen A7, Hans spotted the move Knight to G6. And I wonder what, oh, the idea is that in case you take, Black can take, and you can take the bishop, but Black takes here, and gets enough counterplay for the sacrificed piece. So Vidit decided to take on D8, but now Hans takes on E5. Hans is only down a pawn, and we were saying earlier how his pieces are completely tied up, they can't do anything, but hey, here they're coming to life. Queen H5 is going, this knight is super active, and all of a sudden the knight at A5 is kind of off. So Hans completely back in this game out of nowhere. It looked like he was just going to lose in the next couple of moves, but hey, maybe, you know, he can save a draw here or even turn this one around.
Yeah, it seems like Queen B8 or Queen B6 were crucial because they both keep an eye, you know, Queen B8 on the bishop on C8, Queen B6 on the bishop on D8, but this gave Hans this key resource with Knight G6. Yeah, Queen H5 now looks pretty scary. You know, all of a sudden, the Queen and Knight combo are very famous for their, you know, potency and checkmating attacks.
Oh, and another blunder by Vidit. Like,
wow,
3 bad moves in a row. Queen H5, and it's really feels like it's anyone's game.
Yeah, where does he go? King,
I'd say the
D2? Yeah, so you avoid Queen F3 check. Now apparently just the quiet Bishop D7. Just move that bishop to a protected square. What if F4? But this is still not so... Even though this is still not so obvious, right, for Black. F4, Knight F3, you see this?
Yeah, but even here, Bishop E8 and Bishop G6,
okay.
you know, you're very much in the game all of a sudden. So
Vidit
really threw this.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, all of a sudden, Hans's kingside, you know, or not kingside, I should say, the counterplay against the king is looking quite serious. So... yeah, the leaders are not set in stone, right? We see Vidit might not win this, Artemiev is not going to win, and even, you know, Wojtaszek still has to prove his advantage in the endgame. Incredible.
Yeah, no, it's not over. It's not over until it's over. But yeah, this is incredible. I really thought Vidit was just going to win this one, but Hans is still very much in this game. And hey, you know, both players getting low on time. Vidit seems to have lost his cool, perhaps a little bit. Maybe Hans can even turn this one around and snatch a win from the jaws of defeat. Let's see what's happening on the other boards. Okay, so Wojtaszek, we have some more developments there. He moved his... So Aaron decided to put this pawn on F6. Rook F5, King E6, King E4, King E7. I think Wojtaszek is going for this plan, moving the king all the way around. Is it going to be enough to win is the big question, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering, so what's the defense to that? Once the king gets to H5, can Black just start checking? But then I think White can hide the king maybe on G7. No, I don't want to play Rook B7. I just want, can't they just go back at like Rook A8 or something like this? Yeah, so let's say I just kind of, exactly. Is there some kind of checks I can do in this position?
I go around H5.
Yeah. Check.
Here.
Yeah. And now Rook G3, I'm trying to meta some kind of King
look
F7.
At this. Look at this. You go Rook G1, and now you might think like, hey, we can push, but Black...
No, King F7,
like,
yeah, you get mated.
Yeah. And if
Oh, but this perpetual is pretty funny. Rook h1, rook h5, and back to g1, and I'm threatening g6, g7. Wow. So there's some drawbacks, right? This king could try to outflank black, but all of a sudden, then it's a little bit short of squares. So not an easy win with this formation. You did mention this earlier. I didn't fully believe you, but now I'm eating my words because this is what is the winning plan, right? If bringing the king over is not sufficient.
exactly, and Wojtaszek now shuffling back and forth. He goes rook c5, king d6, rook f5, gaining some time on the clock. So let's see what he has in mind in case Erwin goes back with king e7. But I think you cannot quite win the game on the queen side. I think you're gonna have to try moving your king over to the other side of the board. And king e7 in the meantime has been played by Erwin.
Maybe another option. This is like the the emergency exit is if but it's not working. I was thinking at some point maybe you just go e5, try to make a pass pawn, but unlike the other variation we looked at some time ago, the black king is in a much better spot to deal with any potential pass pawn. Yeah, but again, I think at some point you just need to do this, right? If nothing else works, then you go for this position. But yeah, as awkward as it looks, the black king controls the f pawn, the black rook controls the a pawns. Where is the break?
And we have king e3 by Wojtaszek, and now Erwin is just going to sit with, let's say, rook to a8. And yeah, again, it's not obvious at all how white is winning this one. I mean, I really do wonder if it's actually winning. All right, so I think with all of that being said and done, I don't really see... I think the games are still going to go on for a while. We have another move by Firouzja. I think this one, objectively, is still most likely to end in a draw after the move h5, probably something like g4. And yeah, I do expect a draw in this one unless a miracle happens. So Hikaru will be going into the rest day tied for the lead, and we'll just have to wait and see who he's going to play on Wednesday.
That's right. And I will won't be here. Are you going to be here on Wednesday?
Yes, I'll be here with Pause Champ, with forgot with who, but I will be here.
You will be here
with Canty. With Canty.
I see. So I will be there on Thursday. So hopefully don't miss too much of the action. I'll have to be a fellow chatter, fellow viewer, fellow spammer during the other days. But yeah, this has been a very I was thinking, we had 3 decisive games in a row. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna get a decisive game, but still it was still a great fun and pleasure to be watching and commentating with you and everyone in the chat. And I'm pretty pumped up to be back.
Yeah, no, it was great to have you. To be calling the action today with you, Alex. Always a lot of fun. So yeah, like I said, I think we're going to be wrapping up for today. And make sure to tune in tomorrow. Hikaru will be playing in the early title Tuesday. That will be streamed on Twitch. So he will look forward to seeing all of you guys there. Also, make sure to check out his recap, which for sure will be up soon. And as always, keep sending in all the love and energy. And Alex, I'll leave the final words of today to you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for having me on. Great fun as always. Great fun with the chat. I have been trying to read along the whole time. Thank you so much for all our moderators, producers. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this tournament plays out. Long day today, but still couldn't be happier being anywhere else. And I wish everyone a great rest of their day. And I'll see you guys back on Thursday.
Yes.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming.
Bye.